Rock me like a hurricane, Higherside Chatters. How we doing out there? From sunny San Diego, I'm Greg Carlwood, and someone certainly seems to have turned reality's weirdness dial up to 11. Power players of the big control pyramid are being weeded out and sacrificed to satisfy the societal call for more red meat. Agenda-driven discourse dominates most of the daily dialogue. The world is burning, the latest pandemic virus seems to have been released, and all of our digital profiles contrived for social control are self-updated daily. The world just seems more archonic every day, and it's getting harder to even tread water in the vast and choppy conspiracy. But fear not, dear people, because today we have the captain of the SS Secret Sun here to set a course for sanity, if such a thing is even possible. His name is Chris Knowles, and this marks his 6th time on the Higherside. In the podcasts of Christmas past, we talked to Chris about everything from Lucifer's technology, the Great Seal of Lyra, and the decoding of NASA rituals, to the Song of the Siren and that strange Cocteau Twins oracle, Elizabeth Fraser. Today we are hot on the heels of the release of his debut novel entitled He Will Live Up in the Sky, a seriously awesome sci-fi story like they just don't make anymore, checking nearly every strange box we like around here. Of course, he's also known for titles like Our Gods Wear Spandex and The Secret History of Rock and Roll. I know I'm psyched to get into it, so let's do the damn thing. The fine-toothed comber of pop culture, head detective of Fraser Forensics, and the synchromystic sage of the Secret Sun blog, Chris, welcome back to THC.
Great to be here, Greg. Seriously great to be here.
Man, thanks for doing it. It's really refreshing to have you back. I went to look up the date of the last show, and it was December 22nd of 2018. And it's hard for me to even believe that we didn't do this at all in 2019. It was a very rocky year, but I guess it went by faster than I thought.
Yeah, that was the only good thing about 2019 is that it went by really fast.
Cheers to that. And let's talk about this new novel a bit, man. He Will Live Up in the Sky. I hadn't read fiction in a long time, and I seriously loved it. It definitely felt very you, from the set and setting to the humor and the many different layers of conspiracy and paranormal goodness going on. Amazon says it's a work of non-fiction fiction that was 5 years in the making. How else would you describe it for the uninitiated?
I wanted to write a book that would sort of encapsulate this weird culture, this nameless, formless culture that we're part of, in the way that the Illuminatus trilogy captured the ferment, sort of that post-hippie Robert Anton Wilson orbit of the early 70s, in the way that Foucault's Pendulum, which was a huge influence on this book, captured the bloodline, Holy Blood, Holy Grail. I mean, all that kind of weird royalist, post-Templar occultism that was very popular in Europe at the time of the writing of that book. So I was looking at the culture that we're part of. It has no name. It has no form. It has no leaders. It has a few outlets, some blogs, some podcasts. But, what is it? I mean, how do you define it?
Yeah.
And I wanted to write a book that would kind of take all these themes that we've talked about, you and I have talked about, that I've been writing about, that you've talked about with other guests, and put them in a form that would be palatable to people who aren't involved in this culture, palatable to people who just like really entertaining stories. And that to me was the, getting back to Umberto Eco and Foucault's Pendulum. The great thing about that book for me is that at the time I read that book, I had like very little context for what he was writing about as far as the Templars and the Grail and all these kind of things. But he packed so much information into the book that I felt like I was almost like initiated into this world. And that's kind of what I wanted to do with this book. I wanted to sort of take all these themes and initiate readers who aren't necessarily familiar with this worldview into that worldview, and at least sort of give them a sense of, the lay of the land. I mean, what exactly is the thinking? What exactly is the philosophy? But also to write a story that was like really, really fun to read. I wanted to write a page turner. I wanted to write a thrill ride. And that's probably why it took me so long to write, because I ended up writing a lot and just deleting a lot. And it's a, interesting process. The book changed shape so many times. But by the time I was ready to publish it, it really took the form that I was happy with. And a lot of people are responding to it really well. So I'm very, very happy about that.
Awesome. Yeah, I would say you hit the target. And I really like the nonfiction fiction description. And of course, I would want to avoid spoilers, but it felt like the story was a template where you could lay out how you see all the layers of military intelligence as well as the more paranormal aspects of reality. You could kind of show people how you see these things fitting together without having to peg it to an actual event. It's like that thing where the places and names have been changed to protect the innocent, but this is how the gears of the big machine, or even the bigger machine of reality itself, actually work if you were wanting to get into it. I think that's a great approach.
Well, thank you. One of the things that I was trying to put across, and again, we won't get into spoilers, but I was trying to get across that I think a lot of the people at the core of these actions, I guess, or, these larger currents at work in the world, I mean, not necessarily the people at the top of the pyramid or the people with their names on the doors and so on and so forth. I mean, but the people who, not necessarily the functionaries, but they're the people who make everything run. They make everything work. These are people in a lot of cases that are absolutely unknown to everyone, even people they work for, but so much relies on them. And I was trying to get in, like, what would be the psychology of a person who would put themselves into that position? And I think what I really landed on, and I try to put across in the book, is that these people have beliefs. They have very powerful beliefs in things, and they spend their whole lives trying to put those beliefs into action. And meeting people like Russell Targ, Jacques Vallée, Ed May, who took over for Targ with the Stanford, the SRI remote viewing program, meeting people like that and sort of getting a sense of their thinking, you realize that they are really motivated by convictions and sort of this strong core. So taking that and sort of extrapolating to people who use occult means, for lack of a better term, to achieve unwholesome ends, unpalatable ends, what would be their thinking? And that's something that I really wanted to explore. I really wanted to explore why people would be drawn to these things so much so that they would dedicate their lives to them.
Yes, I think that comes through. And I was looking at the notes you had given to me, and you mentioned John Poindexter's observation that there really aren't a lot of players. What do you mean by that?
Poindexter had said, this was sometime in the wake of Iran-Contra, but when you look at these things, when you look at this netherworld of intelligence, particularly as it applies to things like ufology and the occult, I mean, just look at the Tom DeLonge situation. I mean, the people involved in his program, we've heard their names for years. We might not know them or their works, but we've heard them mentioned. Somebody like Grant Cameron has mentioned all these people, Christopher Mellon, Hal Puthoff, all these kind of people that work for Tom DeLonge. We've heard their names. So they've been in this world for a long time. And what Poindexter was trying to say, I believe he was Bush's or Reagan's national security advisor. He was trying to say, like, the movers and the shakers, there really aren't a lot of them. You have a lot of people who do their jobs and follow orders, but the people who are kind of flitting around in the shadows, really making things happen, are a very, very rare breed. They all tend to know each other, and they all tend to interact with each other over the course of decades. And I think that's something that I don't know if a lot of people involved in, say, conspiracy research would, unless they were serious about it, would come to understand that, just that we're looking at a very small group of people, and we're looking at a very small group of true believers, really.
Mm-hmm. I think that's fair. A lot of times these things do seem pretty complex on the surface, and it seems like a giant tangled web, but maybe it isn't quite so complicated, and maybe it is more mappable if you can actually just see into the dark a little bit.
Well, like I said, getting back, just look at To the Stars Academy, Tom DeLonge. We've discussed that in the past.
Yeah.
But, Jim Semivan is a name that I've heard for at least 10 years, right? I mean, he's involved in this. Christopher Mellon, part of the Mellon family of Pittsburgh, he's involved in this. Al Puthoff, who worked with Russell Targ at SRI, worked on the remote viewing program. He's part of this. And of course, our friend Peter Lavenda, who's been sort of flitting out of these circles his entire life, hanging out with people like Michael Aquino and Richard Doty out in Las Vegas. So there aren't a lot of these people who not only have the interest, but have the credibility and also have the resume to sort of make these things happen. And that's really what I wanted to convey in this book, because I think it will sort of help people as best as I can in this kind of context to get more of a grip on what this world that we're looking at and trying to understand.
Mm-hmm. That's fair. And something I've kind of paid more attention to in the last year, or kind of been worried about, is just being very precise with accusations or categorizations. I mean, when you get hit with that scarlet letter of you're one of the bad guys in this whole nexus, I mean, that's hard to rub off. And I do wonder about people like, just to use ones you mentioned, Russell Targ or Peter Lavenda. I've interviewed them both. They were nice to me. Remote viewing seems fairly mundane, or innocuous at least. At least it seems morally neutral. Doesn't seem bad. And I think Peter Lavenda is a guy who just kind of wants to get in there and see for himself, which sometimes maybe gets him guilty by association. I don't know. It's very difficult to really maybe separate exactly who is responsible for some of these things and who just wants to know the truth, you know?
Well, that's the other thing that I explore in the book. I mean, I'm not trying to cast aspersions on Peter Lavenda or Russell Targ. I mean, I've met Russell Targ. I've had discussions with him. You know, I have a lot of respect for him.
Yeah.
That's not what I'm trying to say. I'm not trying to say, you know, this sort of pro wrestling Roddy Piper kind of, you know, heroes and villains world, because we're really looking at very gray areas. And it's kind of like this spectrum of gray tone. And, you know, I certainly, you know, Russell Targ and people involved with SRI. What I'm trying to say is that I'm not trying to say that they're all like, oh, this evil conspiracy and they're all in on it. I'm not trying to say that at all. And, you know, if you read the book, you'll see how I spell this out. You know, I'm just trying to say that the people involved in esoteric matters, let's just say, you know, whether for good or bad, it's a generally small group that tends to know each other and tends to work with each other and interacts in these different programs over the decades. That's what I'm trying to say. I'm not trying to say, oh, you know, this person's some mustache twirling supervillain or something. You know, I'm just trying to say we're looking at a world in which the occult, ufology, the paranormal, psi, all these kind of things have this weird interaction with the military and intelligence agencies and other people in the government. And it's a very small pool of people involved in these pursuits.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and that does come through in the book. You have a lot of characters that are just like real people. They're not one-dimensional. They say good things and bad things. They're just real. They're involved in some darkness. They see some things behind the veil that others aren't privy to, and they kind of just, they allude to that, but they keep it to themselves. And people are complex. They can't just be put into one category.
Yeah, and a lot of times people who do really bad things have really good motivations for doing them. You know, the road to hell is paved with good intentions.
Mm-hmm.
People turn. People start to see things differently, you know. And this is another thing I wanted to explore, is how trauma and crisis and all these kind of things change the way people behave, change the way people think, change the way people see the world, you know. And I think a lot of people who end up pursuing these kind of interests very often will have trauma or something they're trying to maybe escape from or trying to solve or trying to cope with. And that asking these big questions, these big philosophical questions, can kind of be a way to cope, I guess.
Yes. And there are a lot of odd paranormal things that happen. And I was just curious, because I've been reading your blog for so long, how much of this book plays off your own personal life or the weird experiences that you've had?
I have a motto. all fiction is autobiography, right?
Yeah.
When you're sitting down staring at a computer screen and you've got to come up with a story, what are you going to draw on? What's going to have, the most impact to you, the most emotional resonance? For instance, there are events, the orbs being seen flying over the skies of southern New Hampshire. I mean, that's something that I had blogged about, something that I'd witnessed. That was my real first genuine UFO experience, let's just say. I mean, these things have been filmed. There are videos on YouTube of these things, and you can see these things a lot. I mean, orange orbs have been seen, I don't know, forever.
Yeah.
But there's a scene where two of the characters are watching it from like the back porch. And my wife and I, back in 2017, early 2017, had this very strange and prolonged experience where a chevron-shaped UFO showed up over our neighborhood, over the tree line, very, very bright, and hovered there for a very long time. Unfortunately, we didn't have like a telephoto lens and we couldn't really get good pictures of it. We did get pictures of it, but we didn't get good pictures of it. It's really hard to take pictures of things in the sky at night. Let me just say that, when skeptics go, a UFO, quick, get the worst camera you have. It's not that. You get the camera that you have that doesn't have like professional telephoto lens on it, because otherwise the camera doesn't know what to focus on in the night sky.
Mm-hmm.
So we had this experience where we were just watching this thing hover. And I have to say that it was unsettling. At first, you're like, oh, wow, cool, look at that thing. What is that thing? Why is it just sitting there? But then after like a while, you're just like, why is it sitting there? Why doesn't it go away? Okay, we get the message. You're some very strange, non-aerodynamic looking object in the sky. Why are you hovering over my neighborhood? It's a little disturbing to me. It wasn't like, oh, what joy, the Space Brothers are here.
Yeah, that's exactly what I think sometimes is the whole Space Brothers, love and light. They're here to tell us to be stewards of the earth. That's all good, I guess, but a lot of paranormal experience does seem very much wrapped up in trauma, like you mentioned earlier, or really extreme emotional states, or even death and a lot of darkness. So it's a mixed bag. I guess like life, it is a mixed bag, but sometimes I wonder about people who really do want to have more paranormal experiences. It's like you really should probably be careful.
I will just say this now. I mean, Gordon and I have discussed this. Don't want to have paranormal experiences. Don't pursue it. Don't chase after it. I have just come to the conclusion at this point in my life that paranormal experiences are basically either harbingers or some sort of like Greek chorus on death and tragedy. I had actually blogged quite a bit in the year 2016, late 2015, early 2017, just about all these very odd experiences that I had had. And, I presented evidence about them. But, in that period, there was a lot of death. And I just felt like at one point, in the middle of this, that death was just kind of hovering over me, over my family, over the house. We lost some really wonderful young people way too early at an age, some overdoses, a really horrible skiing accident. My father-in-law died. My grandmother died. I mean, there was just, the paranormal is a very good thing to watch from a distance. Just keep a very safe distance from it, because if you get close to it, I really have to be blunt here. To keep my conscience clear, it's probably not going to have salutary consequences on your life.
Well, that's fair to say. And, to bring it back to the Stars Academy, that seems to be the difficulty for me working this stuff out, because To the Stars Academy seems like an op. It's obviously wrapped up in military intelligence, and they're probably going to use UFOs as a justification for a new boogeyman and a new stage of war. I mean, we've heard this story. It's a tale as old as time. It's been talked about in conspiracy circles for decades. But the flip side of that is to say, well, this is an op, so the Space Brothers are good, and we have the military going after them. There's like this implied idea that they're trying to turn the good guys bad by painting them as like a new threat. And I don't know, maybe that's too simple of a way to look at it. Again, categories.
That's the Stephen Greer explanation. Stephen Greer will be like, abductions of my labs. There's this whole, they're hiding this technology from us and so on and so forth. I mean, I've seen UFOs for myself. I've had good sightings now. Some kind of documentary recording of, not great because it's very difficult, again, like I said, to photograph an object in the sky when you're not expecting to see one. I don't know what UFOs are. I just don't.
Mm-hmm.
I can speculate. I can offer up any number of potentialities, but I don't know. I can't tell you with any degree of confidence what we're looking at. I mean, is it interdimensional? Is it military hardware? Is it the Space Brothers? Is it this? Is it that? I don't know. And I don't feel comfortable making any definitive statement about that because I haven't been on one, and I haven't met any aliens for the most part. But I'm very uncomfortable with either tack where you say there are Space Brothers or they're demons from Mars or something. Either way, I think it's irresponsible because we simply don't know. I mean, the way I feel at the moment is that whatever intelligence is behind this, and I'm sure there is an intelligence, but I think it's essentially indifferent to us. Whether we see these objects or not, I think is just incidental to whatever is actually happening up there.
Right. Yes, I agree with that. There's that whole thing of the Lovecraftian gods of kind of balance struck between, it's not that they hate you, it's that they don't give a fuck. Like, you're basically an anthill. They'll kick it over without even thinking about it. And I think you're probably right. It's something in that mix is like, they don't even care enough to hate or love humanity, maybe.
Well, if you kicked over an anthill, you'd be like, at best, you'd be like, oh crap, I kicked over an anthill, bummer.
Yeah.
And then you just keep going.
Let's go get lunch.
And I mean, look at all the human beings who share our biology that are completely indifferent to us in the same sense, I mean,
yeah.
I think that a lot of people in these strata don't even think that we're humans, or of the same biology of them. I think one of the problems that we have with the way the system has been set up is that we have a class of people who have so much money and so much power and so little accountability that their next phase of their ambitions is godhood. They want to become gods. I mean, this is transhumanism. Jeffrey Epstein is a great example. And also, I'll just drop this in now since, we want to keep this a little bit looser. I think Epstein was very much a driving force behind a lot of the scientism, a lot of the transhumanism. I don't just believe this. I mean, if you start to look at the money, where the money went, who's receiving it, I think a lot of these people, like, say your Daniel Dennett's and your Richard Dawkinses and Bill Nye's. I mean, so many of these people spent a lot of time with Epstein out on Little St. James. And just the fact that so many of these just bizarre comic book science stories that I was tracking rather closely, when Epstein was arrested, it's almost like they just fell off the face of the earth. 1 minute, it's like your children are going to be born from fingernail scrapings and you're going to incubate them in a plastic bag, to like the science news is filled with, look at this volcano, isn't it cool? You know what I'm saying? It's just like,
yeah.
I think that a lot of this crazy comic book delusional science fiction science that we've been seeing for the past 10 years, at least, as well as this scientism, science is my religion, science is my God, evolution is my God, on and on and on. I think that Epstein and his cadre were very much, if not the driving force behind it, then a significant driving force behind it.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Well said. I mean, the political and the celebrity ties are the ones that people like to focus on in that National Enquirer kind of way. But hell, I mean, Stephen Hawking was even there. So it's like there's a very strong scientific connection.
Well, that's also something that, again, my book, He Will Live Up in the Sky, available at all fine booksellers now. That's, I also go into that. The book was set 25 years in the past from when the book was released, because I wanted to sort of dial back and look at the genesis of the internet and this techno-utopianism that was so powerful. I mean, you were a little young back then.
Yeah.
But, I got hit by it square in the forehead. I was a true believer for all that kind of stuff. And, we had people like Jaron Lanier, unfortunately, who also was connected to Jeffrey Epstein. But, Jaron Lanier has done a number of mea culpas, Douglas Rushkoff. A lot of the people who are like these early techno-utopians have come around and realized that they were being used, that they were being conned, that they were becoming accomplices to a rather unsettling agenda of what will ultimately lead to things like smart cities and all this kind of stuff. That will be the Huxley Brave New World when the sheep are separated from the goats, so to speak. The way things are going now, I almost see it like H.G. Wells' The Time Machine with the Morlocks and the Eloi, So.
Yes. Yeah, the book definitely has a 90s vibe in a bunch of different ways, and I liked that. And the set and setting does seem pretty familiar to you. You're very much an East Coast guy. You mentioned something in there called the Bridgewater Triangle at one point as a kind of paranormal hotspot going back to even the Native Americans, and that was one of those things that I stopped to look up, and it's very much real. Even though I hadn't heard of it before, there very much is a what they call just a paranormal hotspot, some kind of paranormal vortex in Bridgewater, apparently.
There is. And that entire area of southeastern Massachusetts. But there's a lot of history there. I think that it's not really a surprise that that's not too far from where Lovecraft was raised. I mean, that whole crescent of the Northeast corridor was so inspirational to Lovecraft. I think this history goes back a very long time. And being raised in that area and spending time in a lot of these kind of places, I mean, like literally spending time in Lovecraft country when I was a kid, it changed the way I thought. And I wanted to really inject that into the book. I wanted to bring that eeriness, that vibe. May not be there as much today since everything has been gentrified and, everything's been overdeveloped. But certainly when I was young, I mean, I remember we had seances at the town cemetery in Gloucester, not realizing that we were right on the outskirts of Babson Farm, where there was a very famous, what was called the Ghost Indian invasion back in the settler days. So, it was a very charged with a lot of heavy juju, let's say. And, unfortunately, I mean, this is another story altogether, but also sort of inspired the events in the book. We were just kids messing around, not realizing that shortly after we were doing these things, there would be a tragedy in our circle. Again, tying back to all fiction being autobiographical, I was raised in the music industry or the music business, let's just say, not the industry per se. My mother was a professional musician. I spent my first memories of playing with my matchboxes and Hot Wheels on the floor of this bar, this big nightclub that was owned by the Irish mob, eventually burnt down in an arson fire, but that was my first memories, spending time in nightclubs and concert halls and all these kind of places, just being dragged from one place to another, just read your comic books and play with your toys, while I rehearse and everything. And later on, and this informs a lot of the book as well, I spent a lot of time hanging out with hardcore bands in Boston in the early 80s. These were guys I went to high school with. There's two bands. One was Gangrene and one was Jerry's Kids. And this was my circle. This was my social circle. So I spent a lot of time in clubs in Boston and the environs and getting a look at that end of the music industry and just, oh my God. The stories I could tell you, man. It was grim. So I try to put a lot of that into the book. I mean, the time period's a little bit different, but a lot of that is based on my own observation and experience.
Yes. I really liked that whole set and setting as well. And, we talked a little bit off air about the talent agreements that I've been given. And I'm in awe of how you've gone through this long career with comic books, screenwriting, all these things you've had to do where you have had to deal with the big machine, the entertainment industry. And I don't know how you navigate those contractual situations when they are just so one-sided. It's a real David and Goliath kind of situation they put you in.
Well, the music industry is the worst. It really is. And especially now, you can have 500,000 people stream your song on Spotify and you'll get like a couple bucks from it,
Yeah.
For real. I mean, it's brutal. When they have the money and they have the power and they have the infrastructure to make things happen, you're going to do whatever they say. I mean, I was hanging around with punk rock bands, it was all like independent labels, it was very do-it-yourself nightclubs that were, in some senses, they were like VFW halls that somebody would rent out for a hardcore show. And then when the place was trashed, they would never be allowed back in. No, but the music industry is a brutal thing. And that's another thing that I really tried to bring into the book is just give you a sense of how disposable really, really talented people are to the people running the industry. They just don't matter. They're just assets to be bought and sold and completely dispensed with if need be. And there's something I saw personally, when I was down here and I was playing with some bands, there was a couple bands in this area that I'd either joined or been seriously considered for, and it all went south really quickly because of these managers and these record labels. And it was just really ugly to see. One band that I was in, they actually had a song on Beavis and Butthead after I left. And I left the band because it was a one-man show. I mean, this guy was like the worst control freak you've ever seen. They got signed to Megaforce Records, which, I guess a lot of the early thrash metal bands were on. And Megaforce fired the guy. This wasn't just his band. It was him. And they fired him from his own band. It was basically like firing Frank Sinatra from being Frank Sinatra, and everything fell apart and they didn't care. It's just crazy. The people who pull the strings, they don't care about the talent at all.
No.
At all.
That's true. It's true. And I can only imagine in a pre-internet world, like in the mid-90s, you're a young guy who knows he's not going to have a conventional 9-to-5 job. You have some talent. You want to be an entertainer, whether a comedian or a musician or whatever, and there's only one road. I mean, it's really hard to bargain from that type of position. So I can only imagine all these things we speculate about today of all these actors being involved in a lot of dirty stuff. It's like, well, there's only one road to success, and certain people hold those keys. So is it any wonder that if you're looking at people who cut their teeth on the 80s or 90s, is it any wonder there's so many similarities and so many boxes can be checked for each one? It's kind of mind-blowing when you think of the totality of it, but at the same time, there's just one path.
It's the spoil system from hell, really. I mean, because the way the industry is set up now, whatever you want to point at, there's this wall, okay? On one side of the wall is just riches and fame and a level of luxury and privilege that most people can only guess at. And the other side of the wall is just nothing, nothingness, obscurity, poverty, total lack of access. And that's the way things are set up now. And you hear a lot of these stories. I mean, how many of them are apocryphal? How many of them are just gossip and rumor? It's really hard to pull apart. But I'll tell you one thing. When you look at the spoil system and you look at this stark choice that you're given, where you can either be inside the club, sitting at the table, or you can be outside in the alley picking through the dumpster. Those are the two choices that you're faced with these days. I mean, there used to be a middle ground. You could build a career selling maybe like 100,000 records, a pop, touring separate clubs. It's all gone. Is either poverty and obscurity or godhood. Yeah. So when you hear these stories, I don't have any evidence for these things personally, but I got to tell you, realizing the choices that these people make and the price of admission is doing really bad stuff just to show that you can be trusted or you can bend the knee. I mean, given the choice, I'm sure a lot of people will take it. And, another thing that I really have to point out, growing up in a family of professional musicians and seeing the music industry from the outside, I mean, musicians are always incredibly screwed up people. Why anybody would listen to like musicians or actors about things like politics or something, I have no idea. Right. Because it's obviously because people fall for the public image machine and don't realize how screwed up these people are. I mean, actors are so screwed up. I had a friend who, I met in the advertising business when I was working in there. And he was in a band in the early 90s that, a lot of record companies were looking seriously at. And he picked up a lot of actresses, because, a lot of actresses in New York, right? Actresses were sort of his groupies. And boy, the stories he could tell, I mean, it's just like, you hear this from people like actresses are all just like really screwed up in the head. So, why do I care what, I don't know, Bette Midler or somebody thinks? Because I'm sure she's just like a completely train wreck of a human being. And all these people on Twitter, and the interesting thing about that now, seeing the context that we didn't have in the early 90s, when we see these people on Twitter every day, we really get a sense of just how sick in the head they are.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah. And getting back to the book, I was also going to ask you if you had any wild synchronicities or fiction and reality bleeding together kind of stuff, like the whole Invisibles thing. Did that happen to any degree?
Oh, so much so that I'm not sure I really kept track of it all. So I started working on this book in early January 2015, and it was much more oriented towards UFOs and stuff. And I really moved away from that because, again, I don't want to cover the same ground the X-Files covered. I mean, I'm not going to do it as well as they did it, and it's been done to death. So I'm writing a lot about UFOs and stuff, and then I have my first really solid UFO sighting in late May of that same year. And not only me, but, my wife and my daughter. But here's the other thing. I mean, this is something that you and I have discussed on the show quite at length. Baked into the original concept, the original plot of the story, is a singer in a very Soundgarden-like band who goes missing and is later presumed dead. Actually presumed dead throughout the entire story. So I'm not giving spoilers there. So I'm writing this story, very much had a Chris Cornell type in mind, had a very Soundgarden band in mind. And then, we all know what happened in May of 2017. So you really do have to wonder how these things happen. The other thing, too, is that, and I'd actually blogged about this with Stranger Things. Stranger Things came out in 2016, and I had earlier versions of the story pretty much plotted out and a lot of dialogue written by that point in time. And, one of the main kind of MacGuffins of the story is a dead body is found, but it turns out that it's a double and things like that. And there's identifying marks in the body and so on and so forth that give away the actual identity. And we saw like a very, very similar plot line or story point to that in the first series of Stranger Things. And I had actually blogged like, oh, that's very interesting.
I remember that. You had a feeling like, how is someone looking over my shoulder and getting this material? Like, who's in my computer?
Yeah, it was weird. Here's the thing. I mean, I know a lot of people in the Los Angeles area, let's just say, I know this for a fact, read the blog. And I've actually had people in that business contact me over the years. So, I mean, I realized that these people, or some of these people, follow my work, especially if you're drawn to these kind of topics. And there were other things in the Stranger Things series in the first one, the real Stranger Things, not the fake Stranger Things sequels that I really looked at and go, oh, yeah, I think maybe they were reading the blog, I mean, it just seemed that way. Of course, I've written about Montauk. So if you're going online and you want to write about Montauk, I mean, eventually my blog would probably come up in a Google search, right?
Yeah.
But the other thing, too, and I know we had discussed this quite a bit off the air. I don't know if we discussed it on the air, but I had written about Orion Krause. And Orion Krause was, again, a musician. So we're looking at that same world, who in early September had woken up and beaten his family to death with a baseball bat, went outside, stripped all his clothes off, rolled around in the mud for a while, and then went next door and told his neighbor, I need my medicine. I killed my family. And one of the things that really struck me about that story, first of all, is that it was so soon, it was just 3 weeks before Las Vegas, which could arguably be a similar situation if you chose to see it that way. So I had a character who, in some ways, is very similar, and shows up at a house naked in the story and is, let's just say, a programmed killer. His name in the book was Kevin. I had actually changed it because up until fairly recently, his name was Brian. So I was just like, oh, Brian, Orion, kind of match. But it gets even stranger because he shows up at a house in Littleton, Massachusetts, which is next to Groton, Massachusetts, where Orion Krause killed his family. Now, what gets even more strange about that is that both Groton and Littleton are next to Fort Devens, which I had sort of experience in the vicinity of because two of the people in my mother's nightclub act lived not far away from Fort Devens, which at the time was called the U.S. Army Intelligence School. And Devens became notorious in the late 70s because a Green Beret had murdered his wife, and it turned out the wife was looking into drug smuggling, human trafficking, going through Fort Devens and, with the CIA and the Mossad and all this kind of stuff. And he had always insisted that he did not actually kill his wife, that he was set up, and she was killed because she was looking into all this kind of stuff. And the base commander died in a car accident shortly after this all went down. There's just a whole litany of stuff coming out of that place. And later on, there was a federal penitentiary built on the grounds of Devens, and Joker Tsarnaev was housed there, may still be housed there, Bernie Madoff. I mean, all these, it was basically like Arkham Asylum on the grounds of this place, where they kept all the supervillains, so to speak. So it's a very strange area. And, again, I spent a lot of time in that area and had some unhappy life experiences that connected to Devens, let's just say. There was a very strong Fort Devens connection for what I consider one of my great life traumas. So I felt that I had to at least reference that in the story. But the fact that it basically, again, another scenario very similar to something that had written in early 2015 showed up in late 2017 was very interesting to me. Very powerful synchronicity, but not especially a pleasant one, let's just say. So there were a number of these kind of things throughout the writing of the story, things that I'd written about would show up outside of that, classic synchronicity kind of experience.
Yeah, that's super interesting, man. It makes me just always wonder, where do ideas come from? How real are the things in our imagination? And how do the things in our imagination connect to the real world? Because there's definitely some connective tissue there. I don't think we have it all worked out, but there's just too many examples of this kind of thing occurring.
Oh, well, I mean, so much of the work that I've done on the blog over the past 13 years now has been focused on that.
Yeah.
Particularly people like Jack Kirby, like, why did he do a Face on Mars story in 1959? And it sat in a drawer and, wasn't published till several years later. And then, this whole kind of scenario reemerges in the mid-70s. But I think, again, getting back to people, whether for good reasons or bad reasons, kind of look into these questions on behalf of the United States government. was, again, something very interesting to me to explore in a fictional setting where you have a little bit more leeway than if you're actually writing a report or an article dealing with real people. I mean, fiction is very liberating. You can sort of let your speculations run wild. I will say that all the situations that I became fixated on in the writing of this book have some basis in reality. I mean, there's a lot of reality, historical reality, into the book, like the fact, finding out that right off the coast of Quincy, Massachusetts, where I'd spent, the neighborhood where I'd spent so much of my young life was where a paperclip went down. There's an island in Boston Harbor, right off the coast of Squantum, Massachusetts, where I would take my driving lessons in high school, where Werner von Braun and all the rest of the gang from Peenemünde were housed after the war. They were flown into the Naval Air Base in Squantum and housed at this facility that was, I think it was like a typhus hospital from like the 1800s originally. But fascinating coincidence here is that the movie Shutter Island with Leonardo DiCaprio was the exteriors for that film were shot at Fort Strong on Long Island, again, where Paperclip went down. So I felt the need to put that all into the book because it was just such a bizarre, I don't know, synchronicity experience, however you want to put it. I just couldn't believe it because I knew exactly where that island is. I mean, when I went to that beach, you could see it from the beach, So it was a very strange and weird experience. But I just want to dial it back just a little bit to Orion Krause. I mean, Orion Krause was from Rockport, Maine. That's where he was actually from. He was visiting his family in this town outside of Fort Devens. But Rockport, Maine is where Andrei Puharich did, all his work that eventually ended up in the 9 experiments and the 9 sciences. There's an area of Rockport called Glen Cove where he would have psychics in Faraday cages and all of it. And I just thought that was a really strange experience that this guy would end up in a situation that I guess if you're going to write a fictional story about it, you'd put it in this Manchurian Candidate kind of setting, some sort of experiment. I don't know. I mean, just saying fictionally, was from the very town where Andrew Puharich was doing his experiments and then ended up committing these atrocities right outside of Fort Devens. So, yeah, how could I not write about that? How could I not incorporate that into the story? Even though, again, in this particular case, I had sort of done so precognitively, I guess you would say.
Yeah, it's super interesting. And it's also weird because, I guess to take it back to Peter Levenda, it was when I read Sinister Forces where that was the first time I think I folded in pre-colonial context to a lot of the weirdness out there, because he talks about Point Pleasant and even the fact that Charles Manson, he's associated with LA, but he was born in Ohio.
Yep.
And this is mound country.
Uh-huh.
And there's a huge history of these mounds, and they're very wrapped up in energy and paranormal activity as well. And so sometimes, as Americans, we might start the story with the 200-year history we have, the couple hundred years we have, but there is a much deeper history, and it could inform people losing their minds in 2020 still, that kind of stuff.
Oh, absolutely. And this is why, John Keel was like, particularly towards the end of his life, he was just like, go, leave. Don't look into this stuff. There's nothing good for you. There's nothing good for you in this stuff. Just stay away. I'll tell you, when I watched that Hellier series, I'm just like, oh, I hope this ends well for these people. There was this whole meme going on, like, where are the gremlins? No gremlins, that kind of thing. Well, why would they appear on camera? Why would they be that cooperative? My sense is that you run around trying to place yourself in these situations, Point Pleasant and, Hellier and all these kind of things. You just be very, very careful, because a lot smarter people than you have met unhappy fates, let's just say, in dealing with this stuff. And again, this is something, if you read Jekyll, especially his later books, he was quite sober about, and he wasn't being sensationalistic about it. He was just like, no, don't, stop, stay away. And, the more you kind of have experience with this stuff, I think the more you relate to that. I think something happened to Keel, something really bad happened to him sometime in the late 70s or early 80s, and I think it just completely changed his worldview. I think something he didn't want to talk about. I think that really darkened his whole take on these things. And getting back to things like Point Pleasant and the mounds, where else would Manson come from? Are we surprised that he came from this area? And it's like, well, no, because this is what these areas do. Apple trees grow apples, and these places grow Charles Mansons.
Well said, well said. And I'm sure we'll bounce around a bunch of different areas, weave in and out of the book's topics, but I wanted to switch gears a little bit and talk to you about some stuff from the blog, namely today's social condition you've referred to as the woke virus. And I know a lot of people are reacting to this. It's dominating a lot of conversations, especially in the comedy sphere of podcasts. But the way you framed it up, I think, is just really interesting. Talk to us about how you see this woke virus affecting the current culture and maybe some of the real origins for this thing.
Well, this is nothing new. I think it sort of popped up. It popped out, and I think it had a lot to do with Occupy Wall Street. And I think it might have been summoned from its pit. It's very much a divide and rule tactic in some ways, because it so clearly does divide people, and it creates division in ways that I think become permanent, or at least very lasting. Wokeness, it was called political correctness in the early 90s. That term's still used. But what it really ties back to is that you need to go back. If you really want to go back, you can go back to the 30s and the communist movements in the United States, or even before that with the anarchist movements and the Palmer raids and these kind of actions where you would have these dissident movements pop up and experience extreme reaction from the authorities. And that reaction, I think, sort of gestated in a lot of people's minds and poisoned a lot of people's minds. And I think that toxin would eventually emerge in wokeness. But I think the more immediate precursor to this is in the late 60s, when you had the Yippies and the Weathermen and a lot of these sort of radical groups that were flirting around with low-grade terrorism. Some police were shot, there were some bombings. And the Nixon Justice Department came down on this very hard. And a lot of people who were sort of veterans of this that didn't end up in prison retreated to a lot of these liberal arts colleges in the Northeast, Ohio, just sort of on the rim in these rural areas, places like Oberlin and Antioch and places up in Vermont, rural Massachusetts. That's really sort of the spawning ground for what was called intersectionalism. And intersectionalism it arose out of radical feminism, and it was just basically a way of determining who was the most disadvantaged or the most victimized. Are you black? Are you gay? Are you female? Is this your politics? So on and so forth. So it was very theoretical in a lot of ways. I don't think that it had been weaponized the way it had been later. That wouldn't really come into the later 80s, but it just sort of gestated in certain circles, in left circles, but it really transmutated into what I would call illiberal leftism, because it is very anti-liberal. It's authoritarian, and I would argue that it's totalitarian in many regards. So it gestated in these colleges, certain circles, small press magazines, and then began to emerge into the larger culture in the late 80s, the reaction to Reagan and Bush and so on and so forth. And it became very much a topic of conversation in the early 90s. I think what a lot of this had to do with is that you had a lot of professors who were older in these colleges retire, and this new generation that had come of age in the late 60s and early 70s and cut their teeth on intersectionalism and identity politics really come into power. I think a lot of what we saw in the early 90s was a reaction to that. And, we had people like Camille Paglia had written a lot of screeds about this. We had a book called The Closing of the American Mind, which looked at a lot of the ferment on campus, this authoritarian type of anti-liberal leftism that today we call woke. Republicans were very effective at using PC as a weapon against the mainstream left or against liberals. So it's ironic that, an anti-liberal, academically based movement is being used against liberals, quite effectively, because we saw, Clinton was elected. I think a lot of the Clinton election had to do with Ross Perot. He split the Republican vote, I would argue. But, Clinton, very soon, there was a huge landslide in 1994 where the Republicans won both houses of Congress and had this very adversarial relationship that ended up with the impeachment in 97 and 98. And then following that, we had this sort of anti-PC movement that was very effectively weaponized by Republican strategists. It sort of just receded back, went back to the colleges. It went back to places like Antioch and Oberlin and Wake Forest and a lot of these places, liberal arts colleges. And then it would return for reasons we can argue about, but it would return after the 2012 election, I think in earnest. And basically what we call wokeness today sort of arose from that comeback it had. But I think what it coincided with is that it coincided with the collapse of mainstream religions, because I think wokeness for a lot of people is a religion. People see it as a political philosophy, but they behave like religion. They behave like religious fanatics. I don't think that's a unique observation on my part. But the problem is that since it was focused in these liberal arts colleges, humanities programs, arts programs, you had a lot of people who were very well indoctrinated into this philosophy streaming into the media. I think in the wake of the economic downturn, the Great Recession in the late 2000s, a lot of people went back to school and they were really marinating in this stuff. So we saw it really hit wokeness, political correctness, intersectionalism, all these different philosophies really hit the mainstream media in a way that I had never seen before in my life. I think a lot of this was being helped along by Silicon Valley and Wall Street, for tactical reasons. I don't think that these people necessarily subscribe to these philosophies. But the thing that I pointed out in my first major blog on this is that it's a virus, but it's really a cancer because it destroys the host. There's sort of an expression now, get woke, go broke. And it might be a little simplistic and a little reductionist, but, I think there's an essential truth there because we saw woke thinking take over. Well, let's just say a lot of these digital media, these new sites, Gawker, Vice, Vice is certainly a shadow of their former self. Every time an organization like this embraces, really takes the full woke pill, it ends up rotting the foundations of their success and their financial well-being from inside. And I think it eventually collapses. And we're seeing, a number of collapses. We saw thousands upon thousands of layoffs in 2019 from digital media sites. Mainstream newspapers didn't take the woke pill quite as much, but a lot of them did. That entire industry is collapsing. And ironically, these liberal arts colleges that really incubated wokeness are collapsing. They're closing. You're not going to hear about this in the mainstream media, or in the national media, but certainly, these local media outlets, talking about how one woke college after another is closing their doors. And also, the humanities programs, which were really ground zero for wokeness, have just utterly collapsed. I think I read a statistic that humanities majors now of the whole are less than 5%, whereas in the late 60s, humanities majors were 20% of the whole. So that is just a catastrophic collapse. There are probably other reasons for that. But whenever a media organization or a institution of any kind goes full bore on this philosophy, it collapses. It collapses them from within. And I always start to wonder, is this like some brilliant counterinsurgency strategy by the right wing? Because it's certainly having a devastating effect on the left. Look no further than the presidential primaries in the Democratic Party and all this arguing about, just today as we're recording, Joe Rogan had endorsed Bernie Sanders, and then Sanders was just roasted alive on Twitter because Rogan, offends a number of woke dogma.
Yeah.
So it's a fascinating story to me because it's something that I've seen for a very long time. And I remember seeing a lot of these ideas in the early 80s and just sort of gestating up from these colleges and seeing that it was mostly centered in feminist circles and far left-wing circles. But seeing, say, for a company when Gillette adopts this way of thinking and does that ad, which they'd done for last year's Super Bowl, which basically destroyed the brand. I mean, Gillette had an $8 billion write-off last year. And again, this wokeness, it poisons because it's so divisive and because it's so stark and, drawing these lines in the sand. I think it creates a kind of resentment that never really goes away.
Right. I mean, even Obama said it creates a circular firing squad, which is such a great term because the philosophy and mindset is so vigilant. It holds such a standard that you can always find a person slipping, and then you call them out on that, and you're left with no one. And I think that's just the best kind of analysis of this. I had this quote from the blog where it basically just summarizes what you just said, but you say, consider this. What if woke isn't some spontaneous eruption of revolutionary fervor or even some insidious plan by secret Sorosoids to color revolutionize America? What if woke is a kind of virus concocted, purified, and unleashed by parties unknown who wish to collapse all the opinion-forming institutions in America? And it's like, damn, man, that's pretty hard-hitting. But you're right. Hollywood, the news media, the universities, Silicon Valley, anyone who's drinking this Kool-Aid, it's like you're marking yourself for destruction because you will not be able to remain as pure as this philosophy is requiring you to be. And some people really need to do some serious soul searching regarding what they're adopting, whose Kool-Aid they're drinking. And it's kind of crazy because in some of your other blogs, you're pointing out constantly that China is on the rise and China likes their censorship. And I sometimes wonder if maybe it's the right, but maybe it's like this new rise of China dominance. This seems like the stepping stones to social crediting. First, you self-censor. Then everybody has this circular firing squad. We're no longer united by being Americans, let's say. And I'm not big on nationalism, but it's still something. And we're just kind of destroying ourselves. And it's like, hold on a second, take a step back and see where this road is going. Because if you want to end up like China, as different as it seems, I mean, this is a road to get there. It starts with self-censorship. It goes to pre-crime thought crimes, which you've been covering as well. And before you know it, everybody's censoring themselves. No one's talking. And your digital surveillance platforms are in full swing. And it's a road to the kind of thing that's going on in China.
Well, it's funny you should bring that up because I think it's been taken down from YouTube now, but there was a very interesting interview that I think was it Edward Griffin? One of these kind of Bircher types had done with a KGB defector back in the 80s. And it uncannily described what we're seeing now. He had referred to it as some kind of subversion program. There's actually a Russian term for it. I think a lot of your listeners will probably be familiar with this interview. It was pretty well circulated for a while. And again, I think it's been taken down, which is kind of chilling. But the way he described, certain Soviet KGB tactics and how they would infiltrate and subvert a country that they've targeted through the opinion forming media, through academia, through these institutions that they might perceive as being at least soft on opposition to communism or the Soviet system. I don't want to sound like some kind of McCarthyite here. I'm just pointing out that this guy was pretty well describing the tactics that we're seeing today. But I do wonder what if the legacy of these tactics that were injected into the academic institutions in the wake of Vietnam and Watergate, and then with the fall of the Soviet Union and the Soviet system, it kind of becomes zombie systems that they operated. It's like a computer virus that it just starts acting out its own protocol. It doesn't act on the instructions of the engineer or the designer. It just starts doing all these crazy things. I think that if we see a lot of the way wokeness and intersectionalism and identity politics have played out, that it doesn't seem like there's somebody at the switch. It doesn't seem like there's somebody at the wheel, that it's become so chaotic and so many people who are ideologically pure one day and the next day they're being thrown to the wolves. It reminds me of the wake of the French Revolution or the Inquisitions. Whenever you have these kind of ideological, philosophical purity exercises, purges, so on and so forth, that a lot of the people who think they're on top of the heap one day are being, again, thrown to the wolves the next day. So it's a very strange and chaotic process. But if you look at what's actually happening, the cui bono, what is the cui bono argument? Yeah, everybody is annoyed and inconvenienced by this, and everybody is always worried about running afoul of these ever-changing political diktats. But this is why I wrote that article. So what are we seeing? Okay, let's start from the top. Liberal arts colleges closing down en masse. Humanities programs being decimated, being a shadow of their former self, no matter how loud and noisy they are with intersectionalism and all these kinds of what they call, a very vocal minority. Mainstream media taking it on the chin. Digital media, this huge influx of digital media sites that we saw rise up in the mid to late 2000s and on into the early teens, become very widespread, very popular, very well financed and thought of. And, there's a great deal of prestige, Gawker and Vice and Salon, all these kind of sites. They've all just been absolutely decimated. A lot of them are just simply running on fumes and are being kept alive, almost out of a sense to me of like an inability to admit defeat, an inability to give their ideological enemies any satisfaction. They're zombies. They're a shadow of their former selves. They're running on skeleton crews. They have no money, but they can't be shut down because that would be a tactical defeat that would embolden the opposition and demoralize the troops.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And man, as we're closing this thing out, I did also want to mention that you do have a private invite-only blog now for the never-ending Liz Fraser rabbit hole. It was consuming the Secret Sun, which we never want to do because it's such a great resource. So you broke it off into its own thing. Can people get access to that if they contact you?
People can get access to it if they're clever and motivated.
Okay, fair. Let's leave it at that. And I also wanted to touch on the Secret Sun Book Nook. I mean, this is pretty cool. It seems like you have a little digital bookstore where you've paired and curated some great content together by theme, which is just a really awesome idea.
Yes, I'm glad you I'm glad you pitched that or plugged that. Yeah, it's been a huge success. I've done 2 rounds already, and it's just a way of keeping in touch with the audience and helping keep the work afloat, help keep the work going in a way that isn't just passing the begging bowl around and giving people information that I think they need.
Yeah. I mean, and I have such an overflow of books from publishers and authors that send them out. I might have to Howard Stern that one from you because this is taking up too much room in this office. But and either way, I know I got to let you go at some point. Again, secretsun.blogspot.com for all your Chris Knowles needs. He Will Live Up in the Sky is the great new novel. Anything else to leave him with?
I have a lot of irons in the fire. Let's just say that. I don't know how much of it will be ready by the time this airs, but just keep an eye on the site because I've got a lot of big plans. Now I sort of broke the logjam with this book. I'd been a little, I don't know, literally constipated, I guess, as far as getting things out into the market. And, a number of reasons that the way the book market has changed has a lot to do with it. But I feel this book really sort of broke the logjam, and I've got a lot of more material that's been sitting on my desktop for quite some time now that I want to get out to people.
Provocative. I'm excited for that. And this has been a lot of fun, man. You've been a great friend and colleague. I'm lucky to know you. You're the man. Thanks as always.
Thank you, Greg. Always a pleasure and an honor.
Bend the knee, people. There it is. The great Chris Knowles, being way too kind to your humble stoner host. But does it get any better than Chris? I don't think so. Putting his OCD to proper use, decoding the esoteric layers of reality, and trying to bring the world back from the brink of insanity. Always a good time. There are a lot of previous THC guests who transitioned over to fiction, and I haven't always been receptive or excited about dedicating a show to a book that is fiction. I often just say, well, let me know when the next one comes around that is more relevant to what we're interested in. It's just sometimes a difficult interview for me to do. I think the last time we really did one based on fiction was the Lovecraft Code when Peter Levenda put that out. But Chris's book is just so full of relevant content and really just a template for the way that he thinks these things are probably connected. And so nonfiction fiction is a great way to describe it. We were going to talk about the coronavirus a little bit more on top of the woke one, but that story was really just coming out when we recorded, and I mean, what really do you need to know? Swine flu, bird flu, coronavirus. It's always something, and what is interesting is, of course, there's a biolab right near the epicenter of this thing, and its logo looks a lot like the Umbrella Corporation from Resident Evil. I almost think that's too good to be true. It could be a doctored image, some prankster on the internet. But we have seen life imitate art more than a few times. What's definitely true is that Netflix released a docuseries called Pandemic on the day that the virus news was truly rolled out, January 7th or something. I don't know. I never really want to contribute to or get caught up in the media hype for these sorts of things. But I do look for elements and threads that might suggest that this isn't just some random, organic occurrence. Nothing is, right? And I'm not even sure that I'm 100% in on germ theory as it's presented anyway. I actually had this thought about vaccines because I was interviewed on another show called The System Is Down. It was a great time. I don't think they've put it out yet, but we talked about vaccines, and the hosts didn't vaccinate, and I think they were surprised, maybe even disappointed when I said that I would likely vaccinate my kids with a minimalist schedule and when they're a couple years older, like right before entering school. And I do want to send them to public school so that they can learn that you have to deal with and work with and potentially avoid all sorts of different types of people in this life. You can't live in a bubble. Their lives are going to be weird enough. Now, I'm not sure. I don't have kids yet, but my preliminary thought is that someone like Del Bigtree probably has a protocol for being 1 foot in and 1 foot out, and I would probably trust that. But if the elite really want to weed out the rebels, weed out the people who don't play ball, what if, like a lock and a key, they create a vaccine, throw it into the insane schedule of like 60 that were already given to kids, and then 5 years later, release a virus specific to that vaccine? I'm getting way off topic here, but I just don't put anything past the medical space. It is a dark place, and in one fell swoop, they could hit everyone who's a vaccine skeptic with the very tools they're using already. Right where it hurts most, their own children. Just something to think about. But yeah, loved this show. Chris's book is a great read. It's been a while since I even read fiction. I read Christina Henry's Alice not long ago because I literally did judge a book by the cover, and it was fine. But if you're a fan of The X-Files or the type of story structure where characters who have no interest in conspiracies or the paranormal are thrust headfirst down the rabbit hole, it's a very enjoyable ride, and it does showcase how many of these interlocking pieces probably work. I love the title of the book too, and more importantly, where that title comes from, and you'll know it when you read it. And Chris has been very good to us with his time and his work over the years. The Secret Sun has always just been a blog that he totally could have turned into 3 or 4 books by now if he really wanted to capitalize. So show him some love and pick up He Will Live Up in the Sky. It's like $13. Also, I mentioned the talent agreements that I've been proposed from various TV producers or studios. Maybe you saw my social media post about them. But Chris has been awesome there too. He put me in contact with one of his guys and has just been a huge help when dealing with the production companies who have invited me to contribute to a couple of TV shows they're trying to start up. Of course, I'm not stupid. I know to read a contract and not sign anything that would ever interfere with THC, but it would be a cool life experience to be part of a show. I just don't get why it can't be like guest spots on a podcast. We don't really need to bring ink and paper into this, as Mitch Hedberg would say. But after, I think this is like the 5th talent agreement I've seen, and we tried to push back and negotiate, and they just rejected all our requests, I think I'm just done dealing with it. I'm also kind of done with social media. Gonna take a big step back there. Of course I'm gonna post the shows, but I'm really going to start watching what I say, because even though I've said 1,000 times that I don't offend easily, and I actually like that kind of humor, when I do say something raw or even just fucking around, there is an uncomfortable backlash. And I don't really care, but look at what happened to Ari Shaffir. Ari pushed it. That's his humor. I gotta support the guy. He was kind enough to sit in my car in the Comedy Store parking lot, smoke a joint, and do an interview back when I wasn't shit. It was like before I even had 20 episodes. But he makes a Kobe Bryant joke, and people publish his address, publish his grandmother's address, insinuate that people should go get him or his family. And it's just words. Go ahead and respond however you want with words, but you can't threaten people, and you can't attack them, and you shouldn't even call for Twitter to ban them. You do not want this world. It's easy to say you believe in free speech until you hear something you don't like. But I do hope Chris is right and that we have experienced peak woke and people are coming around and it's a waning kind of thing. But you do got to be careful. These are chaotic times and we should all be a bit more strategic with how we navigate. Don't bring yourself trouble you don't need. But I did think Chris was great on the woke virus. Some people might be exhausted by the conversation. It's happening on a lot of podcasts, but his blog posts that relate to this are very well written. I quoted it wherever I could, and we really parsed through a lot of that more in the Plus show. Hollywood woke reboots by the numbers, Ricky Gervais, the hired anti-woke assassin, the prospect that we've experienced peak woke, and a little esoteric impeachment parsing for good measure. As great as Chris is with the synchromystic stuff, he does have a career in dealing with some of this stuff and also analyzing pop culture. So he really is a knowledgeable guy in that regard. So, all good stuff. Sign up for Plus. I think it's time. Also, Chris has a Patreon, and I don't know how active he's been with it, but it's set up, and I told him that I'd be more than happy to give him the whole Plus show if he wants to get some premium content going. I think that's fair. You can be a Plus member, or just subscribe to Chris's Patreon if his particular episode is mainly what you're interested in. I don't know if or how he's going to do that, but it is something we talked about, and it just might be a thing. But that's it. I hope you had a good time. Thanks for listening as always, and I will see you soon with another show. Your move, woke virus workers, occult entities of the other side, and deep state players of that nefarious nexus. You're fucking. Holy war in heaven, Batman, from sunny San Diego. I'm Greg Carlwood, and I don't know about you, but my motivational hang in there kitten poster is just not cutting it anymore in the chaotic, cataclysmic, COVID-19 covered dumpster fire dust plume of a year that is 2020. Maybe it's mass ritual fatigue, as almost nothing seems genuine, the symbolism is off the charts, and everything we're presented with seems designed to drive us mad. Not even the sad state of Hollywood can muster up a spoonful of 8mm sugar to make this mind control medicine go down. Many guests have informed us of the importance of controlling the culture, and I look around America and I see very little that isn't cooked up by think tank roundtables, corporate boardrooms, or derived from the six sorcerers of Silicon Valley and their digital demonic overlords. But here to toss my flailing stoner frame a life raft to stay afloat in the rough and choppy waters of the vast conspiracy is our synchromystic savior, the great Chris Knowles. You should know Chris well by now, as this marks his 8th time on THC, and his Secret Sun blog is surely on a lot of your short lists. In the shows of podcasts past, we've talked about everything from prophetic singing sirens and Lucifer's technology to NASA rituals, deep state design tragedies, esoteric agendas, UFOs, aliens, demons, and archons. Oh my. He's the man behind amazing books like Our Gods Wear Spandex, The Secret History of Comic Book Heroes, Secret History of Rock and Roll, The Mysterious Roots of Modern Music, Clash City Showdown, The Music, Meaning, and the Legacy of the Clash, and He Will Live Up in the Sky, a novel full of conspiratorial rabbit holes and a Pandora's box of parapolitical goodness. Quite literally, emerging from the darkness that was a near week-long East Coast blackout, my friend and yours, our favorite synchromystic web weaver and conspiratorial data detangler, here to make sense of a long year of masks, kneeling, and I can't breathing. Chris, my man, welcome back.
Yes, we are back. We are back in black.
Yeah, man, I am psyched. The world is on fire, but the power is back on for you, and I hope you're doing well. Thanks for doing this again and again and again, man.
Oh, it's always a super, super pleasure. I love doing the Higherside chats. I was trying to bug you at one point in time or I was thinking of bugging you to make me a co-host, but I don't think that was going to fly. I was like, man, Greg needs a co-host. Maybe I should hit him up, but yeah.
It could fly because a lot of people think I'm slipping, but it's hard to keep your finger on the pulse anymore because things are moving so quickly and I get fatigued. I need a break once in a while to get back to regular life because everything's just so heavy.
Yeah, regular life is no longer on the table, I'm afraid to say. We are way past crossing the Rubicon at this point in time. And the new abnormal is the way it's going to be from here on in. I am afraid in some regards that this is just a prelude to an even greater spinning of the gyre, but we'll see what happens. But I've been very busy lately. I've been very busy this year doing this work, keeping track of all these things, because like you said, there is so much going on. And in the midst of it, we got hit with a Isaiah and all the biblical and prophetic connections that might have. knocking out the power in New Jersey for a week, good week. I think some people are still without power. And within weather that you didn't really want to be without air conditioning and refrigeration. I had to throw out like $300 worth of food. But I'd like to say that these are things that we don't have to get used to, that these are just little blips on the map. But my pessimistic side says that this is going to be a very integral part of the new normal, I'm afraid.
Yeah, I'm with you. And it's a real red flag that our systems are breaking down so much so that they can't take care of the easy shit like trimming the branches around power lines so you don't have a disaster situation. And I don't want to be alarmist, but I also feel as if it's dangerous to say, just hold on a little longer and things will go back to normal, because in that mind state, you're not prepared for a level change that I do think might come next year due to what the experts are saying about the space weather. It looks more intense, not less. And that's always something I want to keep in mind. But last time we did this was back in March with Gordon, where we tried to make early sense of the coronavirus ritual. And I think it holds up quite well. I just listened to it. But now that we've been living in it for the last 4 months, we have a lot more context and have had a lot more time to think. Have your thoughts on the whole thing changed at all, or has time only confirmed and reinforced the things you were thinking in March?
Well, what I've always felt in my gut is that this is all a preparation for something else. My thinking now, given all the events that kind of get back-paged, so to speak, in the media that aren't being, plastered all over the headlines, but are very unsettling, is the continuing escalation and the breakdown of just normal diplomatic relations between ourselves and the People's Republic of China. There are things going on that are just absolutely alarming. And I think that given how intertwined our economies are, and particularly intertwined, in the West Coast of the United States and Canada as well, I think we're looking at a very messy and sticky situation. One of the things that I've been keeping my eye on is this rather draconian lockdown that they're experiencing in Victoria, Australia. And that to me feels very much like a live action drill, considering the fact that we've heard so much about Australia being in the crosshairs. If things do explode, God forbid, let's just say, between the United States and its allies and China and its allies. We've had the down right near you. I mean, you probably saw the smoke plumes from it, the fires of the Bonhomme Richard attack ship in the naval shipyard down there. It was being repaired and it was on fire for like 4 days. And that was a vessel that they were looking at as being very integral to any sort of actions in the South China Sea, that there's a standoff between the United States and the People's Republic of China over these ersatz islands they're just creating out of whole cloth and calling them territorial waters. So we're looking at a very nerve-wracking situation. And I also put the things in the context of, I guess, this aircraft carrier earlier that had an outbreak of coronavirus, and there was this whole controversy with the ship's commander, and he was fired by the Secretary of the Navy and so on. But there were also events that have seemed to have fallen down the memory hole where there seemed to be electronic interference with naval vessels operating in that area, causing collisions with like fishing boats and so on, and near collision with 2 naval vessels crashing into one another that seems to be unexplained. The U.S. Navy is something that too many people pay too little attention to because they basically run the world. They keep the shipping lanes open. They keep piracy from basically crippling the entire world's economy. And not only piracy, say freelance pirates in somewhere like Somalia or something, but, state actors like we're seeing in China just deciding that the South China Sea is their territorial waters and proving that by creating islands out of nothing.
Hmm. Yeah, a lot of people have talked about those ships colliding and stuff as incompetence, but maybe it's some form of sabotage. I would believe
I
that.
believe it. I believe it is sabotage. I honestly do. I think all these events that we're seeing with the U.S. Navy are deliberate sabotage. I don't think that they're chalked up to incompetence or accidents. I do believe just because of the context that we're seeing these things take place in. And I think that the real red flag here is the Bonhomme Richard catching fire for no apparent reason and burning for 4 days down at the
Yes.
San Diego shipyard. So
That was very strange, and I don't even live all that close to the area, but I do remember that day. I have a bad sense of smell, and I was like, oh, something smells good. I guess a neighbor's cooking, and my wife is like, that's plastic or something.
ooh.
That's, she's like, that's not a good smell. And then, of course, we saw the news, and it's like, holy shit, that shouldn't even really reach where I am. But you mentioned Victoria, and that is a big thing for people who don't know what's going on in Australia. They were doing door-to-door knocks for their lockdown. And if you didn't answer the door, it was a $5,000 fine if you weren't home. Crazy. I sent that to Gordon when I saw it, and he was like, yeah, man, once a prison colony, always a prison colony. And it's really just sad to see. But I have long thought that Australia is like a mini US, or a lot of agendas happen there in that microcosm that maybe are derived from the think tanks that try to get things done here, like, removing all the guns and, just in the stuff we're seeing in these lockdowns. They seem to have greater success with their operations when it comes to the people there. I don't know why, but it's definitely
Because
something
it's
to
a
watch.
smaller population. It's a smaller population.
Right.
It's easier to do these kind of mass, like say mass seizures of firearms and so on, when you don't have 350 million people to contend with. And, also don't forget New Zealand. But let's look at this in the context, because I think sort of the daily back and forth we see on places like Twitter sort of obscure the larger picture, which is that Australia and New Zealand as well are part of what's called the Five Eyes, and the Five Eyes being basically Great Britain and its former colonies having this worldwide network of surveillance and monitoring of activities that the Five Eyes, the five spies basically, sharing information, basically having contiguous intelligence resources. So Australia, again, look where it is, right? If things do go south, and again, let's hope to God that they don't, Australia is going to bear the brunt of it. I don't believe that we would see, this massive mobilization of troops and equipment and airplanes and so on. I think that we would see something very different. It would be sort of like a lukewarm war, let's just say, rather than a Cold War or a hot war. But again, Australia is highly cognizant of where they sit in relation to the belligerents to these Five Eyes alliance here.
Well, when it comes to coronavirus, I remember asking you about symbolism and syncs within the narrative, and it was probably just too early at the time. But like you've said before, everything is star magic. And in April, you wrote a post called Space is an Altar Swan Swan H. And in it, you point out that a few years ago, the UK ran a pandemic simulation called Project Cygnus, Cygnus being the swan constellation we've talked about before, but also how a ton of swan stories hit the media, including one that Queen Elizabeth's swans maybe got killed from a bird flu outbreak, and that this Cygnus, Lyra, Draco part of the night sky in Chinese astrology is called the Court of the Celestial Market, and its northernmost region is called the Butcher, which is also where the constellation Hercules is, and Hercules is the patron of Florence, Italy. Obviously, I'm summarizing a lot of stuff. So we have Draco the Dragon, aka China, right there with Hercules, aka Italy, who was hit so hard, sitting above the Northern Crown, aka Corona Borealis, in an area of the night sky the Chinese called the Court of the Celestial Marketplace. I mean, seems to be a lot. It's the narrative laid out in the stars once again.
Yeah. This has become more and more a focus of my work. And I kind of stumbled and bumbled upon it. It's not something that I was intending to stick my nose into. But one of the maps that I created for the post, and if people are interested, they can just go to my site and look the post up. But it really starts with Cassiopeia, which is the sitting queen. You know, it's the queen on her throne. So you talk about all these weird events in the UK that involved swans. And this to me just absolutely reeks of ritual, that somebody had stabbed and beheaded a number of swans in London parks in late 2017. And this was shortly before the queen swans were killed by that bird flu outbreak, right? So we're talking about a year or so after Exercise Cygnus took place in the UK. And this was a secret exercise, by the way. This is something that was only revealed to the public in April of this year. And that's sort of the basis of this post that you're referring to. But, you know, I've always been looking at Lyra because of Vega and so on. And Cygnus is of high interest to our space agencies and telescopes. You know, they seem to have a lot of interest in the area of space between Cygnus and Lyra. You know, why exactly, you know, you can throw up whatever theory you choose, but, you know, you can't argue, you know, that the Kepler mission is very much focused on that area of space. And, you know, this ties into what we talked about so much with Las Vegas, what I call Heaven Upside Down in Las Vegas back in October of 2017. So we had a number of very strange stories emerge out of the UK having to deal with swans dying or swans attacking people. That was another interesting and strange story that came out of the UK, that a swan was known for attacking tourists in an English river and then was suddenly vanished. So you kind of wonder what happens with there. So if you look at that section of space, you go from Cassiopeia, which is the sitting queen, and I've since identified that with Babylon the Great, you know, the fallen Babylon the Great in Revelation 18. So we go, you know, directly from Cassiopeia to Cygnus to Draco, and Draco, the dragon, you know, and dragon is, as you said, is obviously the symbol of China. And then that takes us down to Hercules, and Hercules has a couple interesting things going on. One is, as you mentioned, it was the patron of Florence as far back as the Renaissance, and has always been sort of identified symbolically with certainly Greece and Italy. You know, we have Heracles and Hercules, and it was very much a symbol, and actually had become sort of a solar savior god in late antiquity. But Hercules in that constellation is seen as confronting the Hydra, you know, the poison, the toxins, guarding the golden apples. And of course, as you mentioned before, that connects us to Corona Borealis, and then that takes us down to the serpent bearer, and all these symbols of Draco and you know, Hercules with the Hydra, and Hydra itself, and Ophiuchus, which is the serpent bearer. I mean, these all have very powerful and very ancient connections in every religion that you can name. But again, like I said, the thing that really struck me is that, you know, traditional Chinese astronomy and astrology has, you know, entirely different meanings to these constellations, and the constellations are entirely different. And again, that connection with the court of celestial market being in the exact area of space as Hercules. So you have, you know, markets and butchers and measuring cups and all these kind of symbols connecting to that. And those are the kind of things that just, when I see that stuff, it just, you know, I feel this pressure in my sinuses. I feel this, I just know there's something there. It's like some sort of instinct that has this physical reaction, that psychosomatic reaction, I guess you would say. But again, I can't rightly say what and who are trying to manipulate the star magic. But It just seems to me like a very strange and very specifically organized coincidence for my liking.
Yeah, it shares too much of the same shape, and they should be completely unrelated things. And I guess to get into the next stop on the ritual tour of 2020, let's talk about the deep dive you've done into Ghislaine Maxwell. Ghislaine, I wish her well, Maxwell.
Yep.
And that whole arrest ritual. I call it that because you call it that, but also we have no mugshot. We have no perp walk. The judge ordered some of Virginia Gouffre's evidence to be destroyed the day before the arrest.
Mm-hmm.
And her charges are also so light, it's ridiculous. She's only being charged with something like luring a minor across state lines for sexual purposes, specifically between a set of just a few years in the 90s. So, right on the surface, that's a very light charge considering what the victims have been saying her involvement really was. And it just seems like a sham, but it also goes a lot deeper, doesn't it?
It does. And one thing that I've always said throughout the entire length and breadth of the Secret Sun blog is that ritual is everywhere, and that people who are in very high places and highly placed in various sectors of our government and corporations and military believe things that we don't, and believe things that we might not even be aware of existing. And the great example that I would point to this is Michael Bloomberg, the multi-billionaire, having this weird fixation on Mithras and feeling that he had to actually move the Mithraic temple that had been found during an excavation in London into the center of his new headquarters in London. And that seems maybe a little bit trivial to some people, but if you look at it in the context of Mithras symbolism that I've done a lot of work to point out, like, for instance, the Mithras symbolism in Rockefeller Center, and the fact that AT&T, which is, again, now one of the biggest and most powerful corporations in the world, has the winged version of Mithras as its logo. Its official yet secret mascot, I guess you would say, is Mithras. And then, of course, there's the Statue of Liberty, which is not a woman. It's a man. It's Mithras. You know, there were some interesting news stories that came out a few years ago that talked about how the sculptor had modeled the Statue of Liberty on his brother and not his mother, as usually been assumed. But if you look at Mithraic mysteries, it's very similar to, like, say, a form of Freemasonry, that there are initiatory degrees. And the second initiatory degree is Nymphis. And that's where all the plebes, the pledges, so to speak, dress up in female clothing and makeup and so on. And I think you can probably imagine what the purpose of that was, because there's another fraternity that Michael Bloomberg is a prominent member of in Manhattan that's filled with all these movers and shakers. And the plebes and the pledges also dress up in women's clothing and makeup and somehow pair off with the older members or the higher degree initiates of this group. There's been a number of stories, like in New York Magazine and so on and so forth. So this stuff is real. This stuff exists. It's pretty much out in the open. It's not necessarily secret. It's just that most people either ignore it or don't understand what they're looking at. And in the case of Ghislaine Maxwell, I mean, what I've said all along is that I see the Jeffrey Epstein situation as a Waterloo in this war of heaven that I've been talking about for a number of years. And Gordon also talks about. I think that the arrest and subsequent apparent murder of Jeffrey Epstein is a lot more significant than anyone realizes. And I think it has much farther and more profound implications than people are really talking about. This would be speculation on my part, but I was actually out in California giving a deposition in a lawsuit the day that he was arrested. And I noticed that the wagons seemed to circle, so to speak, after that event. And the whole tenor of the case really changed quite radically following his arrest. I think that Whitney Webb's done some fantastic work looking into the involvement of like the Mega Group and Mossad and all these big power players backing Epstein. And there's been a lot of talk from people like Maria Farmer that Ghislaine was actually the brains of the operation, and she was sort of inserted into the Mossad orbit through her father, who was very deeply involved in those circles as well. He was also involved in doing work for MI6 and the CIA. I mean, I personally believe it's all just branches of one organization anyway. But I just think that this was all a big ritual, because I think they knew where she was all along. There's all these ridiculous stories planted in the media that she was hiding under, the Antarctic ice, or she was hiding on the tip of K2 and the Himalayas or something. I mean, just like she was everywhere, but where she actually was. But actually last summer, there was a story came out that she was right in the midst of Lovecraft country, not the rather feeble looking HBO series coming up, but, actual Lovecraft country where he based his stories. She was living with a guy named Scott Borgenson, who some believe is her secret husband. And we can get into him when we talk about Wayfair, but living with him at his mansion on the coast of Cape Ann in Massachusetts there. And then she somehow manages to find herself in the piney wilds of New Hampshire. And she's arrested on World UFO Day. And then the next day, Jan Harzen, who was the executive director, I guess, for international relations or something of MUFON, is arrested in Huntington Beach, on a sort of Chris Hansen type of kiddie sting. And that to me was just very bizarre, and compounded a few days later when a guy by the name of Christa DeVries, I think it is, was arrested in Conway, New Hampshire, which is a little nothing postage stamp town at the end of the Saco River on the border of New Hampshire and Maine, where for some reason Hillary Clinton, at the urging of John Podesta, was led to announce her support for, investigating the UFO cover-up and all that. She's going to get to the bottom of this. We actually talked about this back after the election in 2016. We talked about that whole thing. And, this guy who was involved with like Black Lives Matter and defund the police and so on, and seemed to be like a local political functionary, was arrested, and all within a very short drive of where Ghislaine Maxwell was arrested. But the thing that really just, and we can talk about Crowley in a bit, but the thing that just blew my mind wide open was when I discovered that Ghislaine Maxwell's sister is married to the son of Frank Molina, and Frank Molina was the man who started Jet Propulsion Laboratories with none other than Marvel Parsons, aka Jack Parsons. And you just sort of, you see that and you just think like, wait a minute, what the hell is going on? Like, what is the story here? Particularly seeing that she was arrested in this rather bizarre and specifically unsettling alignment that connects the place where Betty and Barney Hill claimed to have been abducted by aliens, and then where Aleister Crowley spent a summer on a lake with a woman named Evangeline Adams, who was a very famous astrologer and pop occultist. And he had actually written a letter to the New York Times complaining that he was being menaced by ball lightning and so on. And then, if you go further south from there, further south from where Ghislaine Maxwell was living, you wind up right down in the area of Massachusetts where Jack Parsons' parents were living and were born and raised, incidentally, before they moved to Los Angeles. So that kind of specific alignment, again, it's getting back to this whole thing with the star maps and so on. It just seems a little too precise and connected, and obviously connected with Parsons' relationship with Crowley and her personal relationship to the man who started Jet Propulsion Laboratories with Jack Parsons. And interestingly enough, there's a number of stories and seems pretty solid information that Ghislaine Maxwell was involved with Mossad and the Israeli military. And Jack Parsons himself, before he was, I believe he was murdered, I believe his death was sabotage, was going to move to Israel to work on their rocket program for the military. So there are all these just connections just weaving in and out of this that your head starts to spin after a while, and particularly with Ghislaine, the fact that she was a submarine pilot. You just like, wait, what?
Yeah.
What? It's funny. It's almost like kind of a tragic story because she seems like an extremely intelligent woman, speaks a number of different languages and has all these skills and so on. I mean, I guess these are the people that intelligence agencies look for, right?
Mm-hmm.
Her father was one of these billionaire frauds, vanished off the coast of the Canary Islands. His naked body was later found washed up on the shore there, but there were a lot of reports at the time that he was murdered because he was in such horrible financial shape that he was going to sell information that he had gleaned from Assad to other intelligence agencies and so on. So, yeah, it's just a whole big mess, but, it all seems to come back over and over again to the same handful of, I don't know if you call them memes or tropes or symbols, but when you see these things repeat over and over again, particularly like the Waters and the Navy and Lovecraft and, all those connections to the Siren and so on, you really start to wonder if this isn't all just sheer happenstance,
Yes, yes. That's a great breakdown of everything I had on this list, but you see those same weird, potent themes and players. We're looking at child sexual abuse, UFOs, and the New England area. And of course, the Navy is all up in them guts. And, just to make the case for people that are like, well, not everything's multi-generational. I'm not connected to what my dad did. That's totally separate. Maybe you're making leaps, but not really, because you mentioned Whitney Webb, and I just listened to an interview she gave, and she's talking about Ghislaine's sisters, and apparently one of her sisters, or I even think two, are involved in some high-level security software, kind of like a Promise Software 2.0 thing, because their dad, of course, was involved in that scandal. So there's definitely a multi-generational component to what's going on there. And I was just looking at this. So Our Gods Wear Spandex came out in 2007. The first Iron Man film came out in 2008. Nobody cared about superheroes or could have predicted that Hollywood would devolve into basically only superhero movies at that time. And last year, He Will Live Up in the Sky came out, and like clockwork, its contents are spilling out into reality. Again, we never want to give too much info away about a novel, but the backdrop for the book and some of the major themes are both major bullseyes for some of the wild threads of 2020 and some of the stuff we're talking about right now.
Yeah, I don't claim any prophetic powers. I think that a lot of the themes that you're talking about, I had written about originally in 2015, as I mentioned the last time I was on your show, or the time before that. I started working on this book 5 years ago, and it just took me a long time to get going. But, the fact that we have this connection with the UFOs in New Hampshire certainly caught my attention when Ghislaine Maxwell was arrested. It just seemed a little bit on the nose. And, one of the things that I've written about recently, and I've written about for several years now, I've written about originally in the Lucifer's Technologies series back in 2016, 15, was, the fact that that area of northern New England has a lot of whistle stops on the ufology greatest hits. We've got the Hill abduction, and we've got the 9, and we've got the Allagash abductions, and we've got Betty Andreasson, and we've got Tom Reed. You just have one sort of major hit after another. So the fact that Ghislaine Maxwell was kind of living in the midst of all this is rather curious to me. And again, that connection with Hillary, who she was very close with. She was very close with Chelsea, attended Chelsea's wedding, went on vacations with her. I mean, she was very close to the Clintons, and then the Clintons, connect you to Podesta, and then Podesta connects you to DeLong and to Mellon and to Elizondo and Semivan, and just this whole group that are pushing this whole TTSA situation. And then, one of the things that I pointed out in the blog before is that, To the Stars Academy is the English translation, roughly, of the company that Jack Parsons started when he was booted out of Frank Molina's Jet Propulsions Laboratory. And that was a company he started called Ad Astra. And ad astra, in Latin means to the stars, and he was getting involved in weird metals, mystery metals that we recently saw connected with DeLong and Hal Puthoff and Elizondo and this program they have on that called Unidentified. I mean, it's just such a weird thing because I don't think there's a huge hue and cry for UFO disclosure in the public, really. I don't think people really care. I think people are kind of over it at this point in time and don't really pay much attention to what's going on, other than sort of your hardcore people. Certainly the media is trying to drum up interest in it. I don't think they've been terribly successful. But I think that UFOs have, a much larger meaning in this constellation of ritualism that I've been talking about for several years. And I think the fact that, they clearly knew where Ghislaine Maxwell was, I don't get the sense that her arrest was a surprise to her. I think that it was pre-announced, so to speak, and they probably knew where she was all along. And then Trump says, "Oh, I wish her well." I think it's pretty clear that she's turning on her friends and providing information and so on. I think that's sort of the backdrop to there. Because one of the things that I've pointed out is that if he wanted to sort of dodge that, he could have very easily done so. He could have just said, well, that's an ongoing investigation and I can't really comment on that. But he made a point to say he wished her well. And I think that he was announcing to people that might not be in the loop anymore that she was coughing up information. And, sort of the things that we've seen, these very weird things that we've seen in the past month. I mean, July was just jam-packed with, this kind of stuff. One of the things that I would point out is the attempted assassination and the murder of Judge Salas's, was Anita Salas, not far from me in North Brunswick, a town I actually know pretty well because I had a good friend who lived there for a number of years. So her intended assassin was clearly an intelligence agent. And if you looked at his resume, he'd worked for that black box kind of group, I mean, he was involved in all these kinds of CIA front cutout organizations. But one thing that I had read is that when he was in Moscow, one of his jobs was trying to find, all the money that Russian bankers had squirreled away that they owed to Deutsche Bank. So he already had, I know that Whitney Webb had talked about that. So he had already had a pretty direct connection to Deutsche Bank. And you can sort of tell by the way the press, the media kind of handled that was like a very, very hot potato that they didn't want to touch. And they sort of drive in the whole incel MGTOW kind of angle for it. But their hearts didn't really seem to be in it. And it very much seemed like a hot potato. But the interesting thing, when you talk about these alignments, and I have this weird, like, cartographical fixation that I'm always looking at maps to sort of see how these things align. But so we had that obviously Ghislaine inspired Deutsche Bank attempted hit, or if not an attempted hit, a clear intimidation. And then we had that whole thing burst out with Mayfair, which I know you wanted to get to in more detail. But, one of the things that I've written about in the blog is that I actually lived for several years 3 doors down from the kid at the time who became the CEO or the co-CEO of Wayfair, a guy named Stephen Conine. And that was, not too far from where this whole thing went down with this judge and Deutsche Bank. But the thing that really struck me is that, when you talk about the symbolism, sirens, drowning, water, Lovecraft, the whole kit and caboodle, one of the things that sort of prefigured this is that there was a very, very strange event in East Brunswick, not too far from, obviously, from North Brunswick. They're both on opposite sides of the city of New Brunswick, which is where Rutgers University is. But a woman, her father, and her child had all drowned in one of these 3.5-foot above ground pools. And nobody could figure it out.
Right.
It was just a total mystery. But then there was this whole story that this woman shared a name with somebody who was involved with the Gates Foundation and was handling all this money, and these stories sort of filtered through, and you kind of wonder, is this misdirection, or is this just the broken reality construct just misfiring? And it's very hard to say. I mean, a few days or a couple weeks ago, they came out and said, there's a part or portion of the pool which was 7 feet deep. They didn't even say it was a deep end. And I looked at the photographs of the pool, and I couldn't see any evidence of a deep end. It was just a very bizarre story. I mean, I don't know what connection it might have to the Salas situation, but the fact that you can kind of draw this triangle, this pretty neat triangle between the Wayfair kid where he grew up in my old neighborhood there, and North Brunswick and East Brunswick. And sort of in the midst of all this is Trump National in Bedminster, where Trump spends his weekends. And, there's been a lot of talk that something big is going down in Washington, maybe to do with the whole Obamagate thing or whatever, and that he's going to sort of hide out there because all this stuff going on. I mean, one of the things that I heard of today, today while we're recording, is that somebody had shot at an Air Force helicopter from, I guess this was down in North Carolina, I think. So there's a lot of strange things going on. I mean, I live, Bedminster, where Trump is literally next town over from me. It's the next town down the highway. And I've been hearing a lot of military helicopters. There was a couple F-16s that were flying around last week, I think it was, because some small sort of propeller planes had breached restricted airspace. So there's a lot of just strange stuff going on. And I think things are going to get very hot. One of the predictions that I've been making, and I don't like to make predictions, mostly because I usually, my predictions fail. But one of the things that I've been predicting, and I feel still very strongly about it, is I don't think there's going to be an election. I really don't. I think that this is all pantomime, and not very good pantomime. They're going through the motions, but not with a great deal of enthusiasm. I think there's going to be a national emergency called within the next several weeks, and the election is going to be postponed, perhaps indefinitely. It just seems to me that all these things with COVID and shutting down all these sports seasons and shutting down, the movies and Hollywood and pretty much everything, one of the things that's just so shocking, and you just know you're not in Kansas anymore, is that reading that there's an article in the New York Times yesterday that all these major retail chains are all fleeing New York. And they're certainly going to be fleeing Minneapolis and Seattle and Portland. I think that there's going to be a massive exodus out of the big cities. And you kind of have to wonder, why all of a sudden is this happening? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And I think that it is connected to what I still feel very strongly is that we're looking down the barrel of some kind of a national emergency being called sometime in the late summer, early autumn.
Yes. And with the election, it's already primed that no matter who wins or what they say happens, it will erupt into a civil war because neither side trusts the integrity of elections. And that's only going to be exacerbated when it actually happens or doesn't happen. And yeah, you named a lot of good stuff. When I was trying to put this together, I had to cut out a lot of stuff because you've been covering a lot of content. And a lot of it is these weird tangents of people drowning, people getting thrown off their apartment building. Just there's a lot of deaths going on. There's a lot of pieces on the table that are moving around. And, we're talking about the election right on the heels of Biden choosing Kamala Harris as his running mate. And I've already seen the very funny joke of Biden-Harris 2020, cop a feel. Yeah. And it's just a very funny way to express. It doesn't make any sense. They're doing defund the police at the same time they're electing her. Whatever. That's all kind of just the circus of politics. But
I think it's interesting that, the two people running were the two people that were very heavily vetted during the primaries and the two people that generated the least amount of enthusiasm among any of the primary voters. Kamala Harris dropped out pretty early in the process, and Joe was just sort of limping around trying to figure out where he was and what his name was before the people who run the Democratic Party panicked over Bernie Sanders possibly winning the nomination and just sort of took poor Joe, who really needs to be put in a rest home at this point in time, and crowned him their candidate. They've done a very good job at hiding him for the most part. And what we've seen of him, you understand why they're hiding him. I just don't get the feeling that you run that ticket when you really believe that there's going to be an election. So here we are we're getting in mid-August. As we're recording this, it's the 12th. In a normal election, right, we would have the conventions by now, wouldn't we? The party out of power usually has their convention in July. And then, the party holding the White House usually has their convention right about now. And we're hearing all these stories that it's just going to be like this online thing. And it's just like, are you kidding me? Are you seriously kidding me? I mean, it's just going to be like a Zoom meeting, And, I've had people tell me, well, everybody knows who's going to win. And it's, in mystery, everybody knows who they were going to vote for. First of all, not everybody knows who they're going to vote for. I don't believe that at all. And secondly, the conventions are not just, to nominate their candidates. It's part of the campaign. It's a huge publicity infusion for them that's very important to these campaigns. In the past, you've had candidates that didn't seem to generate a lot of excitement. And once the convention rolls around, then it sort of fires people up. And they're just going to have like these lame virtual Zoom conventions. Come on, I just don't buy it. I seriously don't buy it. And, you talk about like the whole election thing. I think that that's one of the reasons that we won't have an election, because we're having these sort of LARP cosplay riots going on in Portland and in other cities and so on. Then we're having sort of these big shopping spree riots going on in Chicago and so on. That would be nothing if there really was a serious issue with the election, because the right has pretty much been just sitting on their heels and just watching, sort of enjoying these democratic cities tear themselves apart, right? I mean, Seattle and Portland are the two most liberal cities in the country, and probably Minneapolis is third. I mean, all the most liberal cities in the country are just sort of self-destructing. It's very strange, and it's very weird to me, and it's not normal. It's just not normal. It feels contrived. It feels orchestrated. And the problem is that even contrived and orchestrated riots, there's what they call king mob. King mob is the collective intelligence or lack thereof of the mob. And the mob is going to do whatever it wants, whatever it decides to do. It follows its own impulses. It doesn't really care about like what George Soros or John Podesta want anymore, or Bill Gates or whoever's. I mean, I know that there's a lot of big corporations kind of putting a lot of money behind this stuff, the protests and so on. So when King Mob takes over, it doesn't really care what the paymasters think, because the mob gets drunk on its own power. So it is all just very strange, but I haven't been able to parse the exact liturgy, let's just say. But it does, again, it feels very ritualistic to me. But everything has felt very ritualistic to me for the past several years. I would say it sort of started in the Gothard Mountain display in Switzerland, which was just, I don't know if you saw that. I'm sure.
The Siren call.
No.
Is that what you're talking about?
The Gothard Mountain thing with the devil and the underground, when they built that tunnel in Switzerland.
Oh, yes, that's ringing a bell. The ritual they did to open that tunnel?
Yeah, when I saw that, I was just like, oh, wait, what? What's going on here? And it's interesting, too, because my interpretation of that ritual was just entirely separate of what they said it was, because I was familiar with the symbolism that they're using. And it's just clear to me that that's Jupiter Ammon, aka Pan, aka whomever, the horned and hidden god that I think is sort of at the center of this entire cosmology. And I think that, seeing that, people just see horns and just go, oh, it's the devil, I mean, I don't know where that actually comes from. There's nothing in the Bible about the devil having horns, but I think that people are just conditioned to see that. But he was the horned and hidden god, If you look at images of Jupiter Ammon, and I don't know if I've talked about this on your show, but, this is the god of Alexander the Great. This is the secret god of Roman emperors throughout history and beyond. So when I saw that kind of symbolism burst through, and of course all the things with the Super Bowls and so on that I've been writing about, and, the real dumb, obvious stuff that you see on like the Grammys and so on. I mean, ritualism has just become so in your face and blatant. that it's almost like there's this kind of cognitive dissonance around it, that people just, they can't recognize what they're seeing. They don't understand that what they're seeing is a, very specific liturgy that comes, from ancient sources being played out in the guise of entertainment or of art. It's not that. It's a form of ritual entrainment, and it's only going to continue and increase in the years ahead.
Mm-hmm. Well said. And I definitely want to talk about the protests and secret gods. And you mentioned corporate involvement in all this. You had a great line that Amazon is, of course, the biggest benefactor of the lockdowns, and Starbucks has declared themselves the official coffee of Black Lives Matter. These are West Coast companies, West Coast liberal companies.
Seattle companies.
Yeah, exactly. And obviously things have moved on to Portland a little bit, but it's in the soup. And I wanted to go back to a post you made in June titled The Rites of Spring that is largely about George Floyd and everything that has followed. Mm-hmm. It starts with an anecdote where you and Gordon had a talk about mass ritual and how long it would be before we see an actual human sacrifice on TV. And I agree that happened sooner rather than later if you consider the George Floyd snuff film to be a televised sacrifice, which it kind of is. And I'm sure it's one of those things people have heard too much about already, but you cover some really interesting esoteric aspects that I think are worth mentioning. In the piece, you say, the more I look at his life and death and put it in the context of the overall re-paganization process, more precisely, to revive the ancient cults of state, the more he looks like a victim who was very carefully chosen, or targeted rather, for very specific reasons and to bring about very specific outcomes. I mean, that's provocative. Elaborate on a little of what you're seeing there.
Well, there are a number of things. It's a show unto itself, really. What we saw, I think, rather quickly is that what was unfolding really had not a lot to do with George Floyd and more to do with, I think, sort of a pre-planned agenda whose origins I haven't yet been able to ascertain. But I think that, the fact that this is taking place during the whole coronavirus thing and, the whole litany they're hearing with I can't breathe, we're hearing this a lot of protests and so on, and the fact that he was a pretty troubled guy. He had a pretty serious criminal past. But, one of the things that really, really struck me is that, it came out that he had done this porno film, at least one porno film. And he had this huge phoenix tattooed on his chest. And I just like, all right, just stop. It looks like a phoenix riding above an AK-47. And, of course, we've seen the AK-47 meme emerge during the riots and so on, because there's this whole romanticization, of the Soviets and the Chinese and the AK-47. But so what he has is that he has a phoenix rising from an AK-47 tattooed on his chest. And we see this in this porno he did with this young woman who had another, I'm just trying to find where she had an interesting.
She had a butterfly tattoo on the small of her back.
Yes. Yeah, that's it. Thank you.
No worries.
But, this happened in late May. And I've talked about late May with the Jeff Buckley situation, right? I mean, Jeff Buckley drowning, obviously not being able to breathe. Same, that final week, that last week of May, there was that very odd, very phallic SpaceX rocket launch a couple days after. Well, it was scheduled originally 2 days after his apparent death, and then I think it was delayed to the weekend. But, you really just have to wonder, because we know Elon Musk is tied up in so much weirdness with these launches. And of course, the obvious, the Dragon. I mean, there's the Dragon again, right? I mean, this was a launch of the Dragon capsule aboard the Falcon 9. I mean, come on. You know what I mean? It's like when I see SpaceX stuff in the news and I just see all this just like punch you in the eyeball symbolism, you just have to wonder, like, how did people not pay attention to this? You know what I'm saying? First of all his rockets all look like giant vibrators, and then he uses this dragon symbolism, and it's like the dragon being launched to hook up with the International Space Station, which I call ISIS, and that a few months earlier, Grimes had done this video called So Heavy I Fell to the Earth, which is, basically sounds like a Cocteau Twins outtake. And the whole thing is the dragon and this kind of Michael character in space. So it's clearly that Revelation 12 narrative again. It's almost too much to even wrap your head around. And I'm sure that if you just have no context for this, you just like, this guy is insane, bust out that It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia or conspiracy theorist meme, because this guy's, but it's just like, you really have to follow this stuff for a number of years because it's just over and 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 over again. And it just breaks you down, you know what I mean? You can no longer, ascribe things to coincidence or happenstance, particularly when they just really hit these beats. One thing that I talked about, and I know that the late Tracy Twyman and I had talked about actually, shortly before she sort of vanished, before she died, talking about the genuflecting, and we talked about that on your show as well, with, the 49ers and the 4-9 and that whole symbolism, Stephen Paddock's birthday being 4-9 and that whole thing with NASA and the astronauts. I mean, it's just over and over and over and over again, just hitting these beats over and over again. And then the kneeling that we saw with the police. And, the one thing that I've been pointing out for years is that the Fraternal Order of Police is just another Masonic lodge. And it's pretty obvious by the symbolism that they use. And, one thing, I don't know if I mentioned this on your show either, is that, I had a friend and she had told me that, her husband had joined the New Jersey State Police, and they made him become a Mason. They made him join a lodge. That was like, that's what you had to do. Huh. So, again, there are just so many things going on, and the public is so easily distracted, and it's just so oblivious to the antecedents to this, that all the symbolism that we're discussing, kind of in a haphazard manner at the moment, but we're kind of jumping around a lot, but all the symbolism that I referred to has, very clear, documented precedent and antecedents. It's not just things that I'm just pulling out of a hat. It's all things that tie to very well established and well-known ritual and mythological and religious symbolism and liturgy.
Yes.
It's interesting. I was another sort of rebel scholar who passed away a few years ago was Acharya S., who had written The Christ Conspiracy and a number of other books. I mean, I was friendly with her as well. But one of my criticisms of Acharya is that she would sort of draw on kind of like these late Victorian quasi-occultists, sort of quasi-theosophists, people like Gerald Massey. And I mean, I know she was a big Massey fan. And I think that none of that stuff has really held water. It hasn't held up to scrutiny. When I go for this stuff, I'm not looking in sort of obscure text, trying to trace the symbolism back. I'm looking at things that, are in Wikipedia or Encyclopedia Britannica, things that are very well established, very well documented, because you have enough of a fight trying to convince people that this is real and this is really happening without having to lapse into a lot of cultic pseudo history,
Yes, it's true. And you definitely threw a lot out there. I wanted to frame up part of this with my notes here, but as you say, we've seen a lot of police kneeling this year, and you point out how intertwined Freemasonry is with police departments across the country, and that kneeling like this originated as the Freemasonic action of genuflecting to honor Hiram Abiff. Also, the kneeling trend was started by Colin Kaepernick of the San Francisco 49ers, who have an obelisk as the big city center icon, and the 49ers cheerleaders are called the Gold Rush, and of course, the Cocteau Twins have a song called The Gold Rush Dust, where Elizabeth Fraser repeats, "In the gold dust rush, I only genuflect." And some more icing on the synchro cake for people familiar with previous shows we've done or who follow your blog. The woman who owned the nightclub where George Floyd and Derek Chauvin worked calls herself La Sirena Major on Instagram, or the Great Siren. Also, the girl who took the video of Floyd's death has the last name Fraser.
Yeah, and one thing that I found out in the interim is that, so her name, the woman who allegedly took this video, was named Darnella Fraser, right? And one thing that I found out subsequently from Elizabeth Fraser's sister is that her family calls her Ella. So it's like that darn Ella. What I mean?
Weird.
It's almost like a little pun, It's almost like we're being trolled by the gods of sync, I guess you would say. But yeah, I have reactivated my Elizabeth Fraser blog, and boy, it's amazing me. When I take all the stuff that I sort of blogged haphazardly over the years and just kind of put it all together, it's just like, yeah, but it's just part of this overall thing because, so many of the things that I was talking about back in 2007, 2008, and people are just like, what are you talking about? For instance, the 17 meme, right? I mean, that's one of the first posts that I put up on the Secret Sun was about the 17 meme. And now you have all these Q people talking about 17 all over the place. You know what I mean? and you just start to notice that this whole 17 thing is just everywhere, right?
Yes, we're seeing it a lot. What do you think it means for people who might be lost?
Well, okay. The thing that I sort of got on the whole 17 thing is, I was looking at one of the things that always struck me about St. Patrick's Day, and I did a big post on this, is that St. Patrick's Day just really seems to be like just the Bacchanalia, the ancient Bacchanalia from Rome. I mean, it was literally the same thing. I mean, not even remotely different. It's astonishing. And of course, St. Patrick's Day was not a creation of Irish Catholics. It was a creation of Irish Protestant Freemasons. That's another thing that people seem to forget. But anyhow, the whole thing with the Bacchanalia is that, you get together and you have these parades and you get drunk and you eat beef and cabbage. I mean, it's just astonishingly the same thing. It's just ridiculous. But this all stems back to Osiris because Bacchus, Dionysus, as a lot of people understand, is an incarnation of Osiris, is a version of Osiris. He's either directly drawn from Osiris or they have the same antecedent, a shared antecedent. But Osiris, and this ties back to the genuflecting because Hiram Abiff, as a number of scholars have pointed out, is clearly Osiris, right? So 317 is the date of Osiris's death at the hands of the jackal-headed demon god Set, and that the 17 thing, the importance of the death of the 17, it almost sort of like became like the way 13 emerged from the suppression and the execution of the Knights Templar, right? And the whole thing with Friday the 13th being unlucky springs from the arrest of the Demolay and all those people in Paris at the hands of King Philip, right? So why is Friday the 13th unlucky? How did this emerge in the culture? And it all ties back to the Knights Templar. And similarly, this whole thing with 17 ties back to Osiris, and that 17 became some sort of code using the Roman numerals for 17 in ancient Rome. It's like, this will be the day I die or something. I mean, some sort of code that had to do with death and misfortune and so on. But for instance, the Freemasons, the Grand Lodge of England was officially established on St. John's Day, 1717. So you just see 17 emerge over and over again. You know what I mean? It's just something like the Ohio flag of 17 stars, the Sacagawea gold dollar that came out in the year 2000 had 17 stars in the back. It's just something that occurs very frequently in a lot of this esoteric symbolism. And of course, the Q people, since Q is the 17th letter of the alphabet, have picked up on this as well. Ironically, though, I mean, Barack Obama was like really OCD about 17. He'd always be giving these 17-minute speeches and showing up at various places on the 17th. I mean, that's something that I, back in sort of the Stone Age of the Secret Sun, I was documenting quite a bit. Obama, to me, seems to be somebody who has very serious OCD. And I say this as somebody who has very serious OCD because I can recognize the signs. He keeps all those charms in his pocket and so on. He has a lot of obsessive behaviors, ritual behaviors over certain dates and certain places. He had this fixation on Gus Grissom and so on. But to me, ritual behavior at its core is sort of driven by OCD. I think that ritual behavior is a result ultimately of anxiety, and anxiety, driven by uncertainty and maybe even just sort of a free-floating anxiety. And that the rituals, and you see this a lot with OCD people, the whole stereotype of hand washing and so on. a way to sort of control the anxiety. And I think that the ritualism is very closely tied to the anxiety, which makes me wonder, since we're seeing this explosion of ritualism that's being paid for by tax dollars and corporate dollars and so on and so forth, you really have to wonder, like, what are these people feeling so anxious about,
Yes, well said. And to throw a few more logs on the rites of spring fire and just run through my notes here, which is some of the things you said, some you didn't, but you write, one of the central tenets of ancient paganism, aside from blood ritual, check, we got that, is phallic worship.
Yes.
In that light, I can't help but notice that the SpaceX Dragon launch was scheduled twin days after George Floyd's death, so having the Falcon's phallus return the Dragon to the stars with twin astronauts that particular week can't help but get my attention. Same goes for them stalling the launch 17 minutes before it was set to go the first time. Remember that Horus the Falcon returned Osiris, who died on the 17th day, to the stars. Then skipping ahead a bit, there were many ancient gods associated with the sacred phallus, but the most visually striking of them was Priapus. Priapus?
Mm-hmm.
Priapus.
Yeah.
Festivals of Priapus were held in June, coincidentally enough. His sacred animal was the donkey, ding, 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 and his Roman name is very close to mutiny or rebellion or resistance, if you prefer. So great stuff. And just making the point that these are star magic rituals and space is an altar. So we have the ascent of the sacred phallus the week of George Floyd's death in the Twin Cities. And then a story comes out that scientists have discovered a mirror image of a planet and star that look like Earth and the Sun, located 300 light years away. Where? In the constellation Lyra. I mean, boom, there it is.
Which is next to Cygnus, yeah.
Yeah, you throw something up and space calls back. We talked about that with Oumuamua, and it's always in that mix. It's very strange.
Well, I would just sort of qualify that a bit, because one thing that I've become very skeptical about astronomy and astrophysics and all these stories that we're hearing from these telescope missions and so on. And the reason being is that you just hear like so much ridiculous nonsense being put out by these agencies, things about black holes and, the universe being shaped like a donut or a potato chip or, a pretzel. I mean, just like, it's just constant speculation that's, what is it really based on? I mean, that's one of the things that I have a major problem with, is that we're making all these definitive statements that, there's water on this planet that's 300,000 light years away. Well, how do you really know that? You know what I mean? I've become very skeptical of science overall, since we have what's called the replication crisis, where 70% of experiments, the results cannot be replicated or reproduced, which means the science is invalid, right? We're seeing so much of this. And I think that with a lot of these sort of pop astronomy stories that come out, I think that there's a lot of just nonsense being pushed on the public. But at the same time, I think it's ritualized nonsense.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
Yes.
So, I don't know whether if they really did find this twin Earth and this twin sun, the same week of George Floyd's death and the rocket, and the same week that led up to the festivals for Priapus and so on. I mean, I don't know if any of that's true, but the ritual component of that cannot be argued with. But another thing that I would point out too is a lot of times when these stories come out, so say these stories come out at particular points in the timeline that ritualistically correspond to events that we're talking about. When you sort of look at the fine print, like these discoveries were made like 6, 8, 12, 18 months ago, you know what I mean? And that the stories seem to be held for particular reasons. We discovered this, or we think we discovered this, or we're pretending we discovered this, so our funding won't get cut, et cetera, et cetera. But the stories are released, at timed intervals to sort of coincide with these launches and these major sort of geopolitical or social events that have the same sort of ritualistic context that they're looking to, or whomever is looking to capitalize on.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. And we have talked about that before too. Like, it doesn't really matter if something is real. They put stuff out to get mental attention. You put mental attention on something, it generates energy, some story or announcement that comes out that we see scrolling through our Black Mirror phones. It really doesn't matter if it's real, if people trust these organizations and think it's real. There's something in play there. But also, just to throw out a related tweet to all this, you wrote, ancient phallic worship centered on martyred gods like Osiris and Dionysus. Huge parades would be held in springtime around the obelisk, like San Francisco, Portland, and Seattle all have, and protests look a lot like parades. Women would wail for the martyr, check, and men would publicly castrate themselves, which I think could be symbolized in militarized police standing down and kneeling to untrained youth, soy boy, we could say, a bunch of these kids that really would get their ass kicked if the confrontation was allowed to happen. They're kneeling to these kids. But seriously, does a lot of that mirror what we've seen in the wake of all this? I would say so. And when it comes to the symbolism of the highly ritualized 2020, you also point out that the combination of kneeling, cops submitting, and mask wearing, it all has a very BDSM feel to it. And as strange as that is, I really don't think you're wrong.
No, I don't think I'm wrong either. But, that kind of BDSM and that kind of sexuality was also very tied up in these ancient rituals as well. I mean, you talked about the Galloi, who would work themselves up into a fever pitch, these initiates, and then take a piece of broken pottery and cut their junk off and throw it through somebody's window, and the person who got the junk thrown through their window would have to give the initiate clothes and food and money and so on and so forth. So, that kind of ties into the whole, there was a huge trans movement back in the ancient world, right? And I've really come to believe personally, I don't think there really were priestesses in the ancient world. I think they were mostly cross-dressers or eunuchs. And I certainly believe this in, like, say, Mesopotamia, because, one of the things when you start to look at Mesopotamia, it just seems to see that, there's so many different priesthoods, cross-dressing or trans priesthoods with all these names. And you sort of wonder, like, were any of these actual women? You know what I mean? So it is part of the same process. And the phallic worship, it's part of this. And it's sacrificing your manhood, sacrificing your phallus for the great mother and for her martyred son, right? And, we saw the photograph of the Washington Monument being struck by lightning that same week. And then there was this academic, I believe in Alabama, who was trying to goad protesters on to take down these obelisks, you know what I mean? One of which was for a Confederate war monument. I think that was in somewhere in Alabama. But then, others were trying to encourage people to take down the Washington Monument itself and so on and so forth. So it's all this like phallic sacrifice symbolism, the phallus rising to heaven. And then there's this whole weird fetishism that you see on Twitter with these women constantly berating men with their guns and saying they feel, phallically inadequate, I guess, and need to compensate that with their guns and so on. I mean, you see this all over Twitter. I mean, it's basically like a truism among these people.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
But it all ties back. It all goes back. And we're really seeing, again, like I said, and you mentioned before, like a repaganization process, but it's not like the kind of goofy pseudo-Christian neo-paganism of Wicca or whatever, you know what I mean? It's the big, bloody, mass ritual, state cult ritualism that we saw in Rome that was the social glue of the empire, because, a city like Rome, you had so many different people from so many different places. And, they talk about like the bread and circuses, but, the bread and circuses all had a very heavy ritual connotation. And then you had the mass things like the Bacchanalia. So it just seems to me that, since we are this empire now and that we're no longer a nation, right? Now we're an empire and we're sort of this conglomeration of people from all over the world with all these different beliefs and so on, that we're seeing this introduction of state cult mass ritual as a method of social cohesion. And this goes back as long as we have history. And when I wrote that article of The Rites of Spring, looking at all these aspects of these news stories and saying, okay, this ties back to this. You made some mention of some of the examples that I had given there, but it's just over and over and over again. And again, we're jumping around a lot, and it just seems like a lot to wrap your head around if you're not familiar with the context of all this. But it's just relentless. And if you understand, again, the history and the precedent for this, it's almost numbing because it's so relentless now. It's so relentless. It's just never ending.
Yes. And it is a lot, but when I've been thinking about just everything that's happened in 2020, it seems like just a shitstorm of chaos. But then when I put it in this esoteric context, it actually starts to make more sense that everything we're seeing does seem to be some repaganization or a resurrection of cults of state, as you call them. And it almost adds clarity, as weird as that sounds. But obviously, we're not going to know who's driving this. But what do you think organizers really get out of making this happen, out of making people get out in the streets and subconsciously play along with a ritual? They think they're supporting one thing, they're actually supporting another. What happens there? Just, I guess they have some way to capture that energy, or what do you think?
The Stanford Research Institute put out a paper back in the 70s called The Changing Images of Man. Are you familiar with that paper? You might have heard of that.
It does sound a little familiar.
Well, there was a bunch of different scholars who were anthropologists and so on who were making recommendations for how to proceed. This is sort of during the wake of Vietnam and the protest movements and, a lot of violence and I guess sort of the early days of Watergate. So one of the people who was commissioned to make recommendations had said that what we needed was this sort of civic religion that drew on, they said, more Egyptian antecedents, but similar to how Freemasonry incorporated these themes and these symbols and these rituals into their own practices, right? So basically coming right out and saying, and this was, SRI is a very big deal. I think it was probably even a bigger deal back then, but it's saying, like, if you really want to reconstruct society, since people are losing faith in the old religion and technology has changed the way people behave and the way people see the world, a good thing to do or to try would be like take the pageantry of Freemasonry, which is usually a pretty small affair. I mean, most lodges have, I don't know, maybe 20 people involved in these things and do it on a mass scale. So, I mean, I'm sure a lot of your listeners are familiar with this. I know I've talked about this in past shows. I don't know if I've talked about it here, but this was a very specific recommendation saying that, if you really want to take postmodern society and put it back together in some sort of coherent manner, that, look what the Freemasons are doing. And in so many different ways, I mean, what we're seeing is drawing from that, right?
Yeah. It's weird. Maybe it's something to the effect that if you can get people into the pageantry of something potent from the ancient past, maybe they're put into some subtle trance state, or maybe they're just clearly controllable. Maybe they act it out without knowing because it's something in our DNA from the ancient past or something in the collective conscious. And it's just like, kick over the snowball and like let it roll, because if you get them in this lane, they will just keep going in it and they'll just get stuck there. And I mean, it's all about control, right? So maybe this is just a technique to control people and keep them acting out a play they don't even know they're acting out.
Well, I think one of the things is that, human beings are social animals, right? I mean, we need to feel like we belong to some, well, and we're certainly tribal, right? We need to belong to some kind of tribe. We need to be able to identify ourselves with some larger group. I think that so much of what's going on, like with this COVID thing, there's so much entrainment going on. There's so much brainwashing going on. And of course, fear is the great motivator. But the whole thing of wearing masks, I mean, back in February, March, the WHO and Fauci and all these people saying, don't bother with masks. They don't really do anything. And then all of a sudden, just wearing a bandana on your face will save you from the bubonic plague somehow. You know what I mean? It's getting people to wear masks and then creating in-groups and out-groups like, oh, all these videos you see on CNN and sort of Democrat Twitter, like, oh, this person was thrown a fit because they didn't wear a mask, or this person got into a fight over a mask. And you're just seeing this stuff all and over and over again. And people start to identify with it like that. They take sides. It's like, oh, I'm in the mask tribe and you're in the no mask tribe. You're a heretic. You're a blasphemer. You're an outsider. You're an Auslander. You're not part of our mask tribe. And there's a purpose to this. Is like this messianic purpose that, if you wear a bandana over your face when you go to the grocery store, that you're going to save all your 90-year-old grannies from getting coronavirus. It's absurd. But when I look at the precedent for this during the Spanish flu era, the Spanish flu era was a very interesting time too, because you had the rise of communism, right? Everybody was terrified when the Bolsheviks took control of Russia. And then, this was in the wake of World War I, which was called the Great War and the war to end all wars. There's a tremendous amount of social anxiety. There's a tremendous amount of fear. People had experienced total war for the first time. Wars, people used to get out their lawn chairs and go watch battles like during the Civil War. And all of a sudden, they're dealing with cities being bombed and gassed. And I think that the whole mask thing with the Spanish flu was a reaction to that. I haven't done a lot of studying to that, but that's just sort of, when you look at the timing, it's very interesting, right? I just think that now it feels to me that, scientifically, I just don't see what wearing a mask does. And you notice that you never hear people talk about like washing your hands anymore. It's all like the mask, but it's all like to get people to put on this uniform, really. It's kind of in training people to wear a uniform. And, one of the things that I talked about back when everything just went kerblooey in the wake of the whole Highway 91 situation in Mandalay Bay and Las Vegas and whatnot was this whole like wear orange thing. That seemed to be like one of the dry runs for this. It's like getting people to wear orange, and there was like any cause, bullying, gun violence, a whole host of causes that, you wear orange with. So that creates an atmosphere where like, you're working in an office and it's like, well, we're going to wear orange tomorrow because we're against something that everybody would be against, like bullying. And then, somebody shows up like they're not wearing orange or they forgot to wear orange. And it's just like, you like bullying, man? What are you, a Nazi, man? You think people should be bullied? What do you want to kill babies? What do you hate puppies, man? What the hell? It's just like this insanity, right?
Yeah.
And you see this being repeated with the masks, And again, like, one thing that we had talked about, and I've mentioned a number of times in the past, is that masks were a big part of occult ritual. And this dates back to the mystery religions. Look at the whole thing with like the Venice Carnival, right?
Mm-hmm.
Those very iconic masks, that whole eyes wide shut thing that you kind of see. So yeah, it's a form of entrainment, but it's a form of tribalism and enforced or coerced conformity.
It's true.
A number of different things, because again, it's like our masks really, if you really look at the science, they're not terribly effective, but it's like, one of the things I keep saying is that this is not an actual pandemic. This is an epidemic with high rate clusters, and it seems like so fascinating to me that all these states like New York and New Jersey and Connecticut, all these states that have had the real, obviously California, that have had the real major casualties. I think there are like just a handful of states that are responsible where the overwhelming majority of reported deaths attributed to COVID have taken place. And somehow these were all the same states that were having huge problems with their entitlements, with their pensions, with Medicaid, with all these kind of burdens on their state budgets that had a lot to do with like having a lot of old people living longer and longer lives and drawing more and more public benefits. And isn't that an interesting coincidence? I'm sure it's entirely coincidence that, you had all these people dying in nursing homes, that were being paid for by state Medicaid and federal Medicare, or people who were in their 90s or still collecting pensions from their janitorial jobs back in the 1950s or something.
Yes.
You know what I mean? It was just entirely coincidence that the pandemic, so to speak, seemed to cluster around these people who were costing these very strapped state governments a lot of money. Isn't that a fascinating, pure coincidence? Not even a synchronicity, just a pure coincidence, right?
It's true.
So, yeah, and there is a very heavy ritual aspect to this, because I think just the act of wearing a mask to defend yourself against a virus upon which masks have no apparent or negligible effect seems to be a ritual in and of itself. It's like getting back to what I was talking about with OCD, where you're controlling your anxiety by indulging in ritualistic behavior. And I think, a lot of these people, you see them walking down the streets by themselves and they're wearing masks, or they're driving in the car and they're wearing masks. And I'm just thinking, like, what is the matter with you? What is seriously the matter with you? And now, like, these governments are saying you should wear your masks at home. And if you're having sex with your girlfriend, you should both be wearing masks, as if the exchange of fluids in other regions were not going to transmit the virus. It's just absolutely insane, but it is obvious entrainment.
It's true.
And it is obvious, like I said, it's a drill for something else. I said that at the beginning, and I just have to apologize to your listeners, because at the time I was on the show, I was not very well prepared, and I had been sort of doing a lot of work, and my brain just wasn't there, and I don't feel like I performed, but luckily Gordon picked up all the slack. But I still do believe that what is going on with the release of this virus is some kind of drill or preparation for something much more serious than what we've experienced so far.
I agree with you. And coerced conformity is such a great term for it. I see the same thing. People walking their dogs alone with a mask on. In San Diego, it's so crazy because all the restaurants have been allowed to operate in the streets. You can't go inside anywhere, but you can sit down in the streets. They've closed them so that places could set up tables outside. And if you're seated, you don't have to wear a mask. If you're standing, you do have to wear a mask. And it's like, well, is this a serious virus or not? Because you got people walking right next to tables of people with no mask. It just makes no sense. But man, we really did it. We packed in a lot of what I had planned. I would urge people to go check out your 2-part post, New Scientism. It's a lot of good context. It's actually New Scientism, A Demon Haunted World After All, part 1 and 2.
I'm still working on number 3. So I just, by the time this goes live, I'll probably have number 3 up, hopefully.
Oh, well, great. Then maybe that's a better time to talk about it when the story is complete. But either way, thanks again. You're one of the greats, and checking in with you definitely helps me feel less alone. People should already know about the blog, secretsun.blogspot.com, but remind them about He Will Live Up in the Sky, the Secret Sun Book Nook, and I guess a book on The Clash that came out just a couple months ago?
No, well, it's a book that I published back in 2003.
Okay.
And I always wanted to get it back into print, but there was all this nonsense. I don't even want to go into it, but I finally got it back into print, and it's available print on demand. I mean, I don't know how many Clash fans you have as your listeners, but
I hope a lot.
there it is. There it is. And another thing that I'm preparing, first of all, the blackout gave me a real opportunity to get really deep in the weeds with the sequel to He Will Live Up in the Sky. So it just goes to show you, when, Lucifer's technologies are not clouding your mind, how much more productive you can be, right? So I am working on the book, but I've also got a book that I've been working on for several years, sort of collecting some material from the blogs and stuff that I hope to get out in the fall as well. So it's very exciting.
Right on. Yeah, I thought that Clash thing rang a bell, but Amazon sometimes trips me up with the listed publishing dates they put on there, so who knew? But
it's funny you should mention that, because what Amazon did is that when I posted the listing, they credited another Chris Knowles with writing the book. And it's, oddly enough, this other Chris Knowles is from Cape Cod, and I think he's a retired CIA officer.
Huh.
I'll have to double check. Maybe I can call you up and do it. Yeah, that's true. I believe that is true. So
yes.
It's always kind of surreal. So yeah.
Well, you're in the story.
Yeah, right. There you go.
Well, very cool. Man, as always, really lucky to know you. Had a lot of fun. Thanks again, and take care.
Oh, always a pleasure, and best of luck for all your listeners to navigate and survive the coming new abnormal.
Cheers. It's the end of the world as we know it, Higherside chatters. How about that? We really got into it today. Chris Knowles, one of the favorites, as always. Although it is hard to identify if I feel better or worse about the state of things after talking to Chris, but I definitely like doing it. I think I feel better with the notion that people are just falling in line with some great ritual, as opposed to absolute and sheer headless chaos. But maybe that says more about me than anything. Always a pleasure, though. Chris has that kind of East Coast rough edge that I almost have a nostalgia for. Chris, I guess, just reminds me of the 90s in general, maybe. When men were men, goddammit, or something like that. Before Judd Apatow movies and too much microwaved plastic leaching into our food made us all betas. You know what I'm talking about. But I hope you guys get as jazzed up for Chris being on THC as I think you get. I know we had a bit of a long break there. People were starting to ask questions. But Chris's power was out for 5 days, as we said, and then it overlapped with a little trip that my editor was taking. So brave of him, I know. But here we are, we got it done. Although I always try to squeeze in more than we have time for, I really thought the whole second hour would be mainly about his new scientism, demon-haunted world posts, but we really didn't get to it at all. Like he said, though, he's going to have a third part. Maybe we'll talk about it then. But I do think he's onto something by profiling that 90s era atheist movement, skeptics groups, and science-based media guys like Adam Savage and Bill Nye. That was all needed to tear down spiritual beliefs or belief in the paranormal or psi effects. Just the whole thing. It worked on me for a while, definitely. And it's a short, recent era that really got us to forget or deny a lot of important aspects of reality. Though the more important point is that it got us all to worship science. It made scientism the one world religion and one world government that we were always warned of. In a big way, it is church and state. Of course, this manifestation is probably not one that everyone expected, but there's plenty of blind faith, worship, and obedience to go around. And it seems to be a higher level of authority than governments, because look how quickly they fell in line with the whole thing. So in that sort of Dave McGowan way, where he looked at the 60s and saw a sea of Navy and military intelligence kids as frontmen for the most popular psychedelic bands, you can look back at the rise of scientism and its figures and this thread of Epstein funding, and it all gets quite interesting. I guess we're going to talk about it later, so I should probably just move on. But while it's fresh in my mind, I wanted to mention some of that. And scary to think that this could all just be a drill throughout 2020, or some precursor to several more layers of shit being laid upon the world in the future. You know, I'm never a big fan of theories that insinuate the elite are really making decisions for our own good, but I've heard some intriguing cases to be made that the masks and the pleas to stay inside and away from big groups are largely protocols for keeping the species alive during a stellar impact of some kind, one they might know is coming. Because of course they wouldn't tell us, but maybe they'd want to keep the system intact as much as possible. This golden goose that they inherited from generations past. So they give us other reasons to stay inside and a reason for everyone to have a mask handy, because they might know something big is coming and it's the only little bone they're willing to throw us. It does get pretty interesting, but ultimately, I think they're more willing to just watch us all die. And that said, another whole added element of the New England area breakdown concerning the hotbed of strangeness where Ghislaine Maxwell was hiding out in, and where she was taken after the arrest, is that it's all right in the middle of Lovecraft country. I don't know if you guys have seen the first episode of the HBO show yet, but it makes me think of times where they've, say, opened up a famous pharaoh's tomb right before the Mummy movie comes out, or you'll see a quirky little story about someone finding a moon rock in their grandpa's storage right before they make some astronaut NASA circle jerk movie. It's like, would you look at that? Ghislaine Maxwell got arrested in quite a weird area. How weird, you ask? Check it all out in the new HBO series. Which is, all right so far. But as for the Higherside chats, that's the show. Nothing is genuine. We're all being initiated, and the new cult of state is in full swing. I suggest you find your faith somewhere else and choose a different altar to worship at, if any at all. Why not just be your own god and tell the old Goblin King you have no power over me? And with that, sign up for Plus if you want to hear the second hour, where we talked about Hollywood burning, the digital takeover, more signs that the end is nigh, all that good stuff. What does it matter? You'll sign up or you won't. Go with what feels right. Paywalls are a bummer, but I wouldn't be here without it, or you'd be listening to a series of sad, pathetic ads I'm lucky I don't have to deal with. Oh yeah, and that other Chris Knowles is actually a retired analyst for military intelligence from Martha's Vineyard. So that's fun, but I'm getting out of here. Big thanks to Chris and to you, dear listener. Stay safe and keep saying, I've done my part. Your move, ritual makers, sovereignty takers, and priestly overlords of the new scientism order. Your fucking move. This is The Way, Higherside Chatters. From sunny San Diego, I'm Greg Carlwood, and when we think about technological progress on the human timeline and all the 1950s versions of what our world would bring, it seems that we're quite a bit off script. Not only are we lacking the personalized silver saucers and cheery meal-making robot maids, but instead the false promises of Tomorrowland have been replaced with dystopian digital surveillance, intense fields of EMF radiation, and rarely a useful tool that isn't paid for with data collection and market research to further commit you to a bland existence of screen addiction and a never-ending struggle to keep it all charged. Sure, the screen is smaller, the internet is here, and the vacuum can fumble around on its own, but how advanced have things gotten really? NASA's extraordinary budget and decades of focus have yielded almost no major changes to rocketry, no exciting daily moon shuttles or space elevators, just RC cars of tinfoil taking selfies in the Nevada desert and calling it Mars. The advancements in food science and industrialized diets have left many of us weak and obese, with GMO crops compromising the global food supply with all the altruism of an invading army. And with malpractice, medical errors, and death by medicine being the third leading cause of death, even by the most conservative statistics, I'm not sure they've got it all worked out there either. So it seems the biggest achievement of modern technology is the cult-like following it's amassed despite its shortcomings, and when you consider where they might have been getting their ideas, maybe that's to be expected. Well, when it comes to the work of today's returning guest, Chris Knowles, he has pulled on so many fascinating threads throughout the years on the Secret Sun blog, from the strange songs of the Siren Elizabeth Fraser to the potent symbolism of award shows and pop culture rituals. But it's the material nested beneath the umbrella term Lucifer's technologies that has fascinated your humble host the most, and with Chris having added a few logs to that fire recently, it gives us plenty to talk about as society crumbles down around us. Chris has no shortage of THC appearances at this point, and I'm psyched to do it again, hot on the heels of his new book entitled The Endless American Midnight, a massive collection of the best from the Secret Sun blog, as well as the launching of the Secret Sun Institute of Advanced Synchromysticism on the Patreon platform. And let's not forget to mention his recent novel, He Will Live Up in the Sky, a wild ride if there ever was one, and his classics, Our Gods Wear Spandex and The Secret History of Rock and Roll. As busy as ever, the chronicler of humanity's decline, apocalypse watchdog extraordinaire, and straight-shooting synchromystic sage of the Secret Sun blog, Chris, my man, welcome back to the Higherside.
Oh, what an introduction.
I tried.
Thank you very much. I'm going to blurb that on my next book.
Yes, I'm honored. And this is real exciting, man. Lucky number 9, it seems. And, I checked in with you just at the right time, as one of my favorite topics seems to have resurfaced to the forefront of your mind as well, which revolves around what you call Lucifer's technologies and the Roswell working. You say on the blog this is one of the most requested topics for you to revisit as well, and for good reason. To get us started here, what would you say is the overall thesis of this thread, or the hypothesis you're working from?
Oh, man, it's so complex because the series was very much written in one of my OCD jags, where I'm just sort of in manic mode for like a week and a half, just staying up all night reading everything and writing and all that kind of thing. So it was, in my most, when I started the series again, I talked about how like it wasn't the most organized work that I've ever done. It was just very haphazard, but it was just like that thrill of discovery, finding things. But basically the thesis is I was looking at the explosion of technology, particularly electronics, after World War II, and how that coincided with the dawn of the UFO age, with Roswell and so on. But it also coincided with the rise of the national security state and the National Security Act. So you had this interesting confluence of events that all seemed to tie together in very interesting ways. And then when I really started looking at Roswell, and I was looking at, for instance, Philip Corso's very controversial and not so credible book, Day After Roswell. And then there was another interesting thing that I remember reading back in the day, like this is back in like the Usenet days. This guy named Jack Schulman had showed up out of nowhere and was talking about like, that he had been associated with Bell Labs and he knew all these people. And he just said this whole story that rose up around the invention of the microchip was just absolute nonsense, that they didn't have the capabilities of doing the work that led to the creation of the transistor at Bell Labs at the time, that you needed a lab like Sandia Labs out in New Mexico or something. You needed something with some heavy duty equipment to, mess around with all those elements that they use to, germanium and silicon and so on, to develop the transistor. So that really caught my attention because that was much more, Corso was just kind of blowing smoke and just crediting everything with UFOs and everything. And, the thing that I had always wondered, and a lot of people have pointed out, is like, if we came across a UFO with, even if the technology was like 300 years advanced from Mars, how would we even understand it? How would we be able to take it apart and reverse engineer it? I think it would be extremely difficult. And the fact that the transistor shows up months, 6 months after the Roswell, and before that, the Kenneth Arnold sightings that really kicked the whole thing off. It just seemed to me like that was just a bit too quick of a turnaround. People have pointed out to me, like when I talk about the transistor and everything, they pointed out, well, this was in development and so on and so forth. And this is just like the kind of people who just like read a Wikipedia article and accept a one sentence claim. But, I went back and I really looked, at the provenance of the transistor. And it is strange. It does really pop up out of nowhere. And everybody thought these guys were crazy. And some people had thought that this could never be done because of the limitations with the physics and so on. And then they did it. And then, it led from one thing to another. But, what's been the result of this? The result of it has been this worldwide surveillance grid and the massive acceleration of inequality and so on, and social discohesion. So I began to wonder, what if this were, a kind of Trojan horse? What if the electronics revolution was in fact a Trojan horse? Because doing stuff like this is great, right? But look at all the things that we've really lost. We've lost so much as a culture and as a society because of the onset of all this technology. And you just begin to wonder, is this like what they call the classic Faustian bargain, Did we sell our souls to the devil for this amazing technology, but we just don't realize how much it's cost us, We don't realize how much we've lost because of that.
Right. Yeah, I think it's super fascinating. And maybe at the time it wasn't popular, but now it's a very popular idea to think about all the alien stuff as well. Is this a multidimensional entity rather than some gray from a foreign planet, like that reductionist materialist attitude of like, well, if there's any contact, it must come this way because there is no spirituality in the world anymore. But now, when you think about a lot of situations where some contact is made, it's usually a voice in the head. Like Tesla used to talk about having some voice in his head that was giving him ideas, or a ritual summoning of some kind, like the Jack Parsons stuff. That's kind of what he was always up to. Or like a shamanic journey. I mean, they say that the Dogon tribe knows a lot of things about the solar system they shouldn't be able to know because of their connection to the world through shamanism. And they're fairly isolated, so it seems like maybe we should trust them. Or the ayahuasca thing. How did people learn to combine this root with this vine? It's like, of all the combinations in the Amazon, it came to them from some disembodied voice, really, some spiritual entity. So maybe this is the same. I don't know if you consider it like they called something up and then a saucer did crash, or is the whole saucer thing fabricated? I mean, it seems like something physical was picked up in the desert, but what do you think about the mechanisms for that exchange if it wasn't as presented? What do you think the story behind that story is?
Well, see, that's the whole crux of the issue for me, because I'm trying to get to what I call like the unified weird theory. You know, how does all this stuff play together? Because I have all these different parts, all these different things that I've been writing about for the past 15 years on The Secret Sun. And I've really come to realize that I'm just looking at the same phenomenon from all these different vantage points, but it is all connected. And I really start to see that, like, you know, magic and ritualism are at the center of all world events and developments and so on. And we've been so conditioned to not see it, even though it's right in front of us, or to not take it seriously and to not see it for what it is, that we're kind of blind to the process of it. That the rituals that are constantly going on that I've detailed, particularly the past 4 or 5 years now, since the Gothard Tunnel extravaganza, which I still can't wrap my head around.
Right.
But since that time, I've really come to see that the rituals and their connection to world events and developments can't be separated. And I've really come to see, like, technology are the tools. The technology is the tool, right? But the ritual is the blueprint. Do you see what I'm saying? It's like we have this technology to reach all these goals and to accomplish all these things. But I think that, at least in the mind of the people that are in control of a lot of this, you know, I don't have this sort of grand Illuminati theory. I think that power is very fragmented. But I think that the ritualism is the motivation. It's the blueprint. Do you see what I'm saying? It's like, so you can't separate the two. And I think when you get down to it, like, what is the ritualism? What is the ritualism, the occult, you know, what people call the occult, a term I don't like because it's actually a misnomer, because nothing is a cult anymore, right? But, you know, what is the ritualism and the occultism and the witchcraft and all this kind of stuff? What is it really about? It's about gaining the favor of these entities. The Romans called them daemons, D-A-I-M-O-N-S, and then that became demons, angels, elves, fairies. You know, I mean, these myths are universal. And another thing that's universal throughout history, you know, is that these entities like to make bargains. You know, if you give me this, I'll give you this. You know, I'll give you this knowledge. I'll give you this advanced knowledge. I'll give you this technology. And, you know, one of the things that I really explored in the Lucifer's technology series is that these stories of creatures falling from the heavens and granting mankind all this advanced technology are very old. I mean, the obvious example is the Watchers, right? I mean, they fell from heaven onto Mount Hermon and taught the local tribes how to do all, you know, make weapons and read the stars and all this kind of thing, right? But there's also like the Febuary, the great gods of Samothrace, where they crashed Earth in like a flaming rock that opened up, and then these like crab-like creatures, you know, these man crabs with pinchers for hands come out, and then they teach metalworking and weapons making, all these kind of arts to primitive people. So these stories are pretty universal. So you really have to kind of wonder, given the commonality of theme, is there some basis in reality? Maybe not reality as we understand it, like a physical reality, but is there some metaphysical reality behind it?
Right. And I like what you're saying with the ritual is the blueprint. So we can look at so many instances of the contact being ritualized that when you think about this biggest event in modern history that maybe transformed technology and the progression of all of it, you would think there'd have to be some ritual attached. But I guess that part is still a bit of a blind spot. I mean, we have the seance of the Council of Nine. Seems like that yielded some influence for sure. We know Parsons was doing the Babylon working, which maybe isn't exactly connected to his rocketry, but maybe it kind of is. We even talked about when Oumuamua was in the sky, like the Harvest Festival wasn't long before it. And there just seems to be this cause and effect of, to use a telephone analogy, you dial up the number and then something answers on the other side. And the ritual is the dialing up. But I guess we can't really identify the dialing up in the Roswell case, right? I mean, in the old Post, you did talk about a strange meeting where it seems like a lot of the brightest minds were gathered at some sort of lodge as if they maybe knew something was going to happen. And who knows what that lodge meeting really was about, but maybe that's where they called something up. I guess, have you gotten any sense of like, you know, if the ritual is the blueprint and we know the result, we know the second part of it, do we know where the calling up part had happened?
I think that's a complicated question that we're clearly not going to have access to the answers for. One of the reasons is because all the records from the Roswell Army Air Force Base from 1945 to 1950 have been destroyed or are lost, quote unquote. You know what I mean? So it's a kind of thing where we have to reconstruct the events, often according to like the gaps that are missing, and sort of extrapolate what is filling those gaps. And myself and what I did in the series about Roswell and why I called it the Roswell working is because of the symbolism and the alignments that were just so clearly drawn from thousands of years of ritual history. And I'll give you an example of this. I mean, Roswell comes from the town of Rosewell in Scotland, which is the next town over from Roslyn, which is Roslyn Chapel. You're familiar with that?
Mm-hmm.
Old Da Vinci Code, Knights Templar, the Sinclair family, all that kind of stuff. So, I mean, that's a very interesting connection there, right?
Mm-hmm.
But the actual crash or the reported crash took place in Corona, right?
Hello.
Yeah, Corona. So, so, you know, it's kind of funny because when I was doing this series, it was in the wake of the rather underwhelming X-Files season 10. But the interesting thing about it is that it linked the crash at Roswell to this pandemic. Do you remember that? I mean, I don't know if you remember. Yeah, so like it starts off with talking about the crash at Roswell and how it led to all this technology that the elites were able to accrue. And the story ends up with this, what they call the Spartan virus. And the Spartan virus is, you know, rather more serious than what we're dealing with now. You know, it's an actual kind of old world plague where everybody's sort of killed, but it also has to do with the cure for the virus is injecting people with alien DNA.
Wow.
You know what I'm saying? So it's like, go back and watch those episodes because you're going to be like, oh, okay. But, you know, that's sort of like, that was kind of informing what I was doing with the series. But, you know, there's so much symbolism. So Wells themselves have a very long history and also with entity contact, which is really kind of interesting when you think about it. So the well figures heavily in the Eleusinian mysteries. You know, Demeter disguises herself as the old beggar woman at the well and so on. But in like the Celtic and Northern Europe countries, elves and fairies and nymphs and, you know, all these magical extra-dimensional figures and beings, entities that they were always talking about that really informed so much of their belief system they loved wells. They loved wells and they loved rivers. And that's why we have, the Siren and the Kelpie and all those variations on a theme. But particularly wells, because, wells are like a liminal space. A well is a hole in the ground that's filled with water. So it's the meeting of earth and water, of two elemental forces. It's the same thing with swamps and wetlands and marshes and so on, that swamps and wetlands and marshes are seen as these liminal in-between places where the dimensions sort of meet and open up. So the crash itself takes place in Corona, and please go back and watch those X-Files episodes if you haven't already. But it took place on the plains of St. Augustine, which is named after St. Augustine, right? And Augustine is a very interesting person, to be named after, because Augustine really gave us, or gave the Christian world, because a lot of the material was either lost or destroyed. But, Augustine talked about the demons of the air. He talked about these beings in his books that would basically extra-dimensional, non-corporeal beings that would make deals with people, right? So let me just read you a bit of the St. Augustine, because, again, we're talking about this crash in Corona, the crown, and on and on and on, and the plains of St. Augustine. So he talks about these beings, the demons of the air. They are provoked by injuries, they're insulted, propitiated by gifts and services, i.e. sacrifice, rejoice in honors, rituals, and more explicitly, are delighted with a variety of sacred rites, and are annoyed if any of them be neglected. Okay? So it's like these beings love the sacrifices and the gifts and the offerings and the honors and the praises and the prayers, and get very annoyed if you neglect these things, right? But the next paragraph is really fascinating. So on them, meaning on the demons of the air, depend the divinations of augurs, soothsayers, prophets, and the revelations of dreams, and also the miracles of the magicians. Okay, so remember that Augustine is writing at a time where magic and science were basically contiguous, right? They were basically the same phenomenon. So he's writing about this, that magic and science and magic, medicine, technology, however you want to term it, were a result of contact with these beings. So it's like we're 3 for 3 already, right? So Roswell, Rosalind Chapel, the wells, so on and so forth. Corona, the crown. There's a whole, we can't get into everything because the level of detail here is insane. But the corona, there's a connection to the book of Revelation and so on and so forth, Revelation 9, the locust and so on. There's just too much to go into here. But this is where it really starts to get interesting, okay? So I talk about these historical precedents, these historical connections, right, to gods and angels and beings that would descend from the heavens and teach humankind technology, right? So the exact latitude for the Roswell, so-called Roswell crash site on the plains of St. Augustine in Corona, it's 33.968418. which rounds off to 34 degrees, right? 34 degrees north. That is the exact latitude of Baalbek. Are you familiar with? You're familiar
Of course.
with Baalbek.
Wow.
So this crash site happens on the same exact latitude as Baalbek. Okay. So Baalbek, that's the temple of Jupiter Ammon, the horned and hidden god, which I've talked about. And there's a lot of horned and hidden god symbolism that we get into on Roswell. So we have the crash taking place on the exact latitude of Baalbek. And then in the Jews and the Christians saw Baalbek as being built by the Watchers, the giants, the Nephilim, right? Speaking of which, the Watchers fall to Earth at Mount Hermon, okay? And the latitude of that is 33 degrees, 24 minutes, 58 seconds north. That's the exact latitude of downtown Roswell, New Mexico. So we're talking about this quote-unquote crash. It takes place on, the symbolism could not be more highly loaded, right? And then brought to Roswell, okay? So the quote-unquote crash aligns with Baalbek, and Roswell aligns with Mount Hermon. So we have this double symbolism being encoded into this thing.
Mm-hmm.
You see what I'm saying? So those are just one too many coincidences for me. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
But then there's the whole thing with Bell Labs, which is just a whole other situation and a whole other discussion. But there's all kinds of symbolism there as well. I mean, Bell Labs, was owned by AT&T, right? And became Lucent Technologies. And it's interesting because my wife had been working at Bell Labs at the time that they changed over to Lucent Technologies. And there was all this stuff about like Lucifer. And this is sort of the pun that I'm playing off in the title of the series. Like Lucent means Lucifer. It's a reference to Lucifer, but it's actually the exact meaning of Lucent is also the exact meaning of Cadmus. And Cadmus is this figure from ancient Greek mythology that is also connected to the great gods of Kabir, the ones that crashed in the flaming stone and taught everyone how to work with metal and so on and so forth. So, I mean, the parallels and the precedents for all this are extensive. And, I'm just sort of giving you like a few of the bullet points here, but it's very similar to what we talked about with the Siren, where it's just like this, what I call semiotic overkill, where it's just hitting you over the head over and over and over and over again with the symbolism. And that's really the same thing that we're seeing with Roswell.
Mm-hmm.
So a couple interesting things here. I mean, I can maybe get into this on a future question, but Roswell also happened a year after Operation Crossroads, which were these high altitude, I think they were hydrogen bomb tests in the South Pacific. Okay, so your magic, your voodoo, what are crossroads about? What do you go to the crossroads for?
That's where you make the deal.
So that's exactly a year before the Roswell event, the events of Roswell began, because the first day of the Roswell ritual cycle, was the radar return on July 1st, where they spotted some fast moving object that couldn't be identified. So that's exactly a year after Operation Crossroads in the South Pacific. Now, the interesting thing about that is that Operation Crossroads was being run out of Roswell Army Air Force Base. The people who were running the tests were stationed at Roswell, and one of which was General Ramey. And if you're UFO buff, I mean, that name, General Ramey in Roswell. Well, Ramey is the Ram, and that ties back to the Horned and Hidden God and Baalbek and Gothard Tunnel and just all the rest of it. I mean, it never ends with these people.
Right. And I had read a book about Jack Parsons a couple years ago, and they talk frequently about one of his competitors who was stationed in Roswell, and he used to go back and forth to Roswell. I was like, that's weird. Why haven't I ever heard about that before? Because here we have rocketry, science, and magic, and this hot spot for weird activity. But another thing I was going to mention, obviously we're going far off script already from the outline we had, but you mentioned the connection with Revelations 9, and I did want to say that, like, back in college, I had this really great piece of art where it's got these locust-like beings with tails of scorpions, as they're kind of described. And yeah, they look like a weird hybrid creature, a Lovecraftian thing. I always liked that art. But if you're trying to interpret what someone is saying and you're trying to translate complex language, locusts armed with the tails of scorpions, what is the tail of a scorpion but a poison needle? And Greys kind of look in their eyes like locusts. So, I mean, yeah, it could be a hybrid Lovecraftian creature, or it could be like something that looks more like a Grey armed with a needle. And we're back to that X-Files motif of alien DNA and an alien inoculation injection. And it's just very weird. It's very weird. But 1947 is a long time ago, 73 years. I don't know if there's enough to say these are really connected, but thematically, there's some weird hits.
Well, first of all, I've actually covered this on the blog, and Revelation 9 is a star map. It goes from Corona Borealis. Each one of those descriptions in Revelation 9 is referencing a constellation, and it goes in order from Corona Borealis to Corona Australis, which is the southern crown.
Mm-hmm.
And it's my belief that the locusts, at least as being described in that chapter, are some kind of meteor shower. And that there's some sort of prophetic, because Revelation is all stellar code.
Mm-hmm.
This is something that I'm probably going to have to do in a book or a movie or some sort of, not just blog post because it's so big. But, the more I look at the Bible, particularly Book of Revelations, and all the big books too, like, Exodus and Genesis and so on, it's all stellar. It's all stellar symbolism. And the reason that I can say that with confidence is that so much of it is just going in order from one constellation to the next constellation to the next constellation to the next constellation. And Revelation 9, is a perfect example of that. Since you brought up Parsons a couple times, can I just go into this about Parsons?
Sure.
Okay, so, Parsons is a very interesting parsonage, for a number of different reasons. I mean, I know we talked about him in relation to Ghislaine Maxwell, because of the familial connection there, which just still boggles my mind. But the interesting thing, so, Parsons had the Babylon working, right?
Mm-hmm.
It started in January of 1946. And it's my strong belief, because L. Ron Hubbard's military intelligence, as, Hubbard and Cameron are both military intelligence, both naval intelligence. And I think they were both sent out there. Hubbard admitted to it that he was sent out there to sort of keep an eye on what this guy was up to because he was involved in this sensitive work for rockets and so on. And I think Hubbard then drank the Kool-Aid. But Hubbard probably told Parsons, okay, listen, the U.S. Army Signal Corps in early January is doing Project Diana. And Project Diana was the first quote-unquote contact with a extraterrestrial body because they bounced radar signals off the moon. And this was done at Fort Monmouth, which is about an hour south of me, right? Now, this was done during Babylon working, okay?
Mm-hmm.
It's the same. And one of the reasons why I have a very strong feeling about Hubbard knowing about this and timing this ritual to Project Diana is like Dianetics, right?
Mm-hmm.
And we knew that he had this sort of weird obsession with Diana's moon god, right? And Babylon's a very sort of a catch-as-catch-can construction of a bunch of different goddesses, but you can certainly make a lot of connections to, moon goddesses, Diana and so on. So they do the Babylon working, in Pasadena, and then they end out in the Mojave Desert. And that's where he claims to have the contact with the Venusian woman, who probably was just another, some sort of honeypot whore from military intelligence was sent out to rendezvous with him and tell him that he was a Venusian or something.
Right.
So shortly after that, the ghost rockets flare up over Scandinavia. And that's in February. So Parsons and Hubbard are doing this big working in California. Technically lasted until March, right? So in the middle of it, so it's January, February, March, and literally in the middle of it, the ghost rockets begin. Rockets, rocket technician, rocket scientist, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And the other interesting connection here too is that after Parsons and Hubbard sort of fall out, Hubbard ends up in New Jersey on the Jersey Shore about 10 minutes from Fort Monmouth, a 10-minute drive from Fort Monmouth. So to me, that seems to be a little too closely connected to this symbol system that I'm referring to be accidental.
Right.
But the thing is that this all takes place 6 months before Operation Crossroads. Do you see what I'm saying? So there's this line of ritualism, this line of the marriage of high technology and ritual symbolism that's really starting in January after the war, and then spreads all the way to Roswell. And there are all these connections between all these people. There are all these just like strange connections. This guy was at Roswell, and this person was here, and this person was there. That you really can't dismiss the connections anymore. You have to sort of take them at face value and then ask yourself, like, what do these connections mean? Why are these people doing this? And this is why I really came to the conclusion that these rituals that I'm referring to are all very deliberate, and they're all for a purpose. And for some reason, the people taking part in these rituals gain some sort of power from them, because if they didn't, they wouldn't still do them.
Right.
2,000 years later, if it was all just superstition, and if it was all just, some sort of crazy sex thing or whatever, whatever the motivation would be for doing it, they just wouldn't do it. They would get sick of it and do something else.
Mm-hmm.
And they don't. And matter of fact, the rituals are accelerating. So what context do we place this in? Oh, the other thing that I wanted to mention too, I don't know if I talked about Algol with you, the demon star, but during the war, L. Ron Hubbard was stationed on the USS Algol.
Algo is a popular cryptocurrency now too.
Oh my God. So, there you go. Don't buy it.
Right.
It's not going to work out. So again, there's this really obsessive attention to these rituals. And I think, like naval intelligence has a lot to do with it, because, one of the things that I talk about in the series is this guy, Herbert Knowles. I think we talked about him when we talked about Ghislaine.
Yeah, Navy intelligence in the East Coast area.
And then like all these major events on the UFO hit parade are taking place in like a 200-mile radius of his house, which sounds like really big, but I mean, just like think of what a 200-mile radius would be in like in the state of Texas. It's like, that's your daily commute or something. You know what I mean? So, because, you talk about the 9, those 9 summonings take place right up the road from him.
Yeah, in Maine.
Yeah, in Maine. And,
Betty and Barney Hill.
Yeah, exactly. The Alpha channelings. I mean, all this stuff is taking place, somehow around this guy who's clearly naval intelligence, clearly had some connection to Operation Paperclip. So it's like everything that's going on now. So, we talk about this stuff that's historical, but I think that the events that were set in motion are now beginning to come to fruition.
Well, yeah, if you look at almost every area, kind of like I went over in that intro and talk about on so many episodes, all the different areas of advancements, whether it's food or medicine or just any application of science, it's made things worse. That's why so many shows are about getting back to nature and natural medicine or biology, because the fruits of medical science, of food science, they're the things that are completely destroying the planet. I mean, it's apparently impossible to not have glyphosate in your body at this point, and it's hard to even grow crops that aren't infected with the GMO monopoly. Like, they seem to take over crops, and once it's in there, it never comes back out, and then it gets in our body from eating it. Like, these things aren't good. I'm really skeptical of almost every area in which science has gone. Just technology, of course. We don't have to talk much about that. I mean, the whole digital takeover and the technocracy. Like, I can't think of an area really where the gifts of science have just been positive. And maybe that's because they're applied by the least among us, the technocratic elite, or maybe it's because the elite are getting these ideas from something that also has a dark, twisted way of giving gifts. And, to talk about these beings themselves a little bit, we were going to talk about this added log to the fire you worked on recently. You say it's the missing puzzle piece, and you were circling around the work of Carl Raschke in his writings on ultra-terrestrial agents of cultural deconstruction. which is not only a great phrase, but also a great analysis of high strangeness and the UFO. To quote him, he says, I substitute the prefix ultra where one would expect extra, so as to stress that the phenomena in question may be not only from beyond the Earth, but from outside the very matrix of space, time, and matter. Furthermore, the visitors, rather than systematically studying our ways out of magisterial curiosity, may be working with methodical dispatch to make us transparently conscious of, if not to elevate us toward, the realm in which they move and have their being. So I really do just love that, and I'm glad that you brought this to my attention because I was totally unaware of Karl Raschke, but he thought these beings, he calls them ultra-terrestrial agents of cultural deconstruction. That's exactly what we're talking about, that the fruits that they've offered us, they go to a dark place.
Well, it's funny, that last sentence, the realm in which they move and have their being. What does that sound like to you? I'll tell you what that sounds like to me is DMT. Okay? So there's a new movie out, there's a new documentary about some new super DMT, as if DMT wasn't enough alone. There's a new documentary, these three guys had experimented with this new variant of DMT, which just scares the hell out of me because I know a bunch of thrill seekers are going to try and walk in their footsteps. So what we're seeing now is the dawn of MK Ultra 2. A lot of money is being put into psychedelic research, quote unquote. And psychedelics are very powerful tools, but a powerful tool can also become a powerful weapon.
Mm-hmm.
And this ties into, Raschke doesn't cite this by name, but this ties into my admittedly idiosyncratic, unique, and rather bizarre interpretation of MK Ultra. That MK Ultra was not solely about mind control, creating mind-controlled assassins. That was the side effect, right? And I know I lose a lot of people when I talk about this, but I really believe that the ultimate goal of MK Ultra was entity possession. Was preparing people for entity possession. If you want to go into why I believe that and why I'm more certain of that than ever before, we can talk about that in a bit. But when he says that, transparently conscious of, if not elevate towards us, the realm in which they move and have their being, what does that sound like to you? That's like, oh, the machine elves, the elites are, Alex Jones, right?
Right.
You know what I mean? So maybe he isn't so far off in the first place. I mean, everybody goes, oh, they're turning the frogs gay. Well, that's Alex Jones and his hyperbole, but the study that he was talking about were these chemicals, these hormonal chemicals that were polluting frog habitats and changing their gender, right?
Mm-hmm.
So when Raschke talks about that to me is the smoking gun, is this whole DMT, ayahuasca, or any powerful variants of LSD and STP and all this kind of stuff, these really super potent hallucinogens that take you out of this world and put you into another world. And we've had so many reports of people having these experiences that are so consistent across geography and demographics and time that if these people were all just making it up or getting the ideas from things that they've read, I mean, that really wouldn't play out, particularly, the work of Rick Strassman, right? Because that was not being well publicized. He wasn't publishing those findings at the time. So somebody would go, oh, I want to go meet these machine elves. I'm going to go take some DMT at this test. So that to me is like the smoking gun. And that's the thing that really opened it up for me, because I had all these components, all these elements, all these things, like I said, that I was playing with. And I just didn't know where to go with it. Like, where am I going with this? Like, I have all this information. I've made all these connections. What is this about? Where is this proceeding to? And I think what it's proceeding to is this process here that I'm talking about, and what I call the rise of MK Ultra 3.0, which is all these well-funded hallucinogenic studies in universities and so on. But we have the example of, all these people at Silicon Valley. I don't know if they're still doing it, but, the whole idea of microdosing was a big thing. Mm-hmm. So I think that these drugs and so on are pretty reliable methods of contacting these beings.
Oh, yeah.
And I think they always have been. And I think that what we're moving towards now, I hate this example or, this metaphor because it's just so overused, but, like the whole Matrix thing where like the Matrix is using people as batteries. And that to me is almost like my fear of this is like moving all these people who've been so destroyed, whose psyches have been so destroyed by this process, and then given this rocket fuel into the other dimension, right? And just being preyed upon.
Mm-hmm.
Just being food for these entities, basically.
Yeah, I'm very split on the psychedelic stuff because I am appreciative that I had an experience of seeing behind the veil, and it seemed pretty positive to me, but obviously entities can be deceptive, and maybe there's a range of entities and not all of them are necessarily negative, but you would suspect that if the CIA and naval intelligence is traumatizing people and keeping them in these extended states, that it might be negative beings that are more attracted to that kind of modality. I don't know, but just because I've had my own experience that was positive, I'm a little split, but it seems like these aren't the people you want messing with this kind of stuff, and it's probably supposed to happen more in an indigenous context with a learned shaman who can kind of discern between certain entities, perhaps, rather than a deep state basement. You don't think so?
No, it's going to be industrialized. It's happening as we speak.
Yeah.
So, you mentioned the 9, we've talked about the 9 before. How were the 9 contacted? How did this whole 9 process sustain itself for so long where they ended up taking over? Like, this is something that people at Esalen don't want to admit, but the 9 were running Esalen for like 5 or 6 years. Okay. It wasn't just like Dick Price, met this English chick with big jugs and she sort of got him like into this whole thing. And then he was like all drugged out and crazy. And he just sort of fell for this whole thing for a couple months. No, this was like a number of years that the 9, through Jenny O'Connor and probably other people, John Whitmore and so on, were controlling Esalen. Now, think about this for a minute, because we have the connection with Esalen in Silicon Valley, San Francisco, Palo Alto. It's almost like this little city-state of its own in central California, right? Going from San Francisco, Palo Alto, the Bay Area, down to Esalen, which is sort of the southernmost point of this. And the thing that I really got onto this is because of the Council of 9 were not only running Esalen, but they were clearly, at least, if not in control, but, extremely influential in the Star Trek franchise, right, which at that time was at the height of its popularity and influence. So we have this confluence of events with this weird channeling cult that absolutely nobody would take seriously is controlling the future. It's controlling how the future is unfolding because it's controlling the influencers in Silicon Valley and in science fiction Hollywood.
Right. I believe the inventor of the helicopter and his wife were there. That was another one.
Oh, yeah. All sorts of people. Astors. I mean, you name it. I believe that Herbert Knowles was probably involved in this and just isn't mentioned in the literature, but I find it hard to believe that he wouldn't be. So it's just this really strange thing that people don't take seriously because they're conditioned not to take seriously. The condition, like, don't look behind the curtain, right?
Mm-hmm.
But if you look behind the curtain, you're going to find ultra-dimensional entities, at least people believing in ultra-dimensional entities controlling their thoughts and their lives. So what's the difference, really? What's the difference between somebody who's actually being controlled by an ultra-dimensional entity and somebody who believes that he is and is acting accordingly? There's no difference.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And we've talked before about artists who tap into something, the ones who really do seem to get the strongest connection to something on the other side are the ones who produce works that end up being the most popular, or people seem to resonate with them because they are inspired by something on the other side. I think that's really interesting. And moving right along with kind of the content in this post, you asked the big question, which is if these entities, these MK Ultra-terrestrials, we'll call them, if these entities inspired or bestowed our technology, what were they after? What goal were they working towards by giving we idiotic meat monkeys a book of metaphorical matches? Maybe the plan isn't just to reduce humanity back to savagery. Maybe the ultra-terrestrials have something else in store for us. What would that something else be? Help us get a better sense of their goals. Is it just to further influence us? Is it to get us to invite them into our world like some weird vampire lore rules or something?
Pretty much. I would say that just look at what's going on around you now. Look at the rates of autism and autism spectrum disorders, how they've gone from 1 in 10,000 when I was born, births, 1 in 10,000 births, to 1 in 88 births today. Go look at corners of Twitter where you have people self-identifying as, what is it now? It's like trans, communist, Satanist, minor attracted person. So it's just like, I don't know how serious it might be, but, this isn't like somebody calling them that, as a pejorative. This is how they self-identify. And there are a lot of them online, and a lot of them, getting involved in hacking and coding now.
There is a strange overlap there for sure with the coding and that kind of community. And when you start using pronouns like them and zer and them and they,
it sounds like an alien.
Yeah.
It sounds like alien, right?
Them and they sounds like two beings in one body or something. Like, it does get weird. Where do they get the idea that they're now a they? It's strange.
Well, I'll tell you something. This is the whole idea of the grand unified secret sun theory that I'm straining towards ever so slowly. Because there's always been, at least starting with the Hill abduction, there's always been the idea that the Greys, the aliens, which became the predominant type of alien, the Grey, they were androgynous. They were sexless, right? They had no visible genitalia. They were just these androgynous beings. But this ties back, and this is something that I've done on the blog as well, is that I noticed something really interesting about ancient and medieval depictions of the angels and the archangels, is that they're all trans. According to the theology, or the interpretations of theology, the angels are all male identifying, but they all look like women. Mm-hmm. And this goes back very, very far to the earliest days of organized Christianity. When you're actually starting to have graven images, which before were frowned upon. So what does that entail? That, the ultra-terrestrials in that cosmology are also androgynous. Mm-hmm. And then we have this whole idea of androgyny rising in these certain communities that I'm referring to. And one of the things that I've also pointed out throughout history is go back and look at Egypt, right? Ancient Egypt. How do you tell the men and the women apart? Well, the only way you can tell them apart is that the men have those glued on beards. They dress the same, they wear the same wigs and the same makeup.
Eyeliner.
Yeah, the heavy eyeliner and the mascara and stuff. So this whole idea of elite androgyny goes back forever. Goes back to Sumer, really.
Mm-hmm. And it's also weird. I've just kind of had this idea, but I remember old interviews with Tracy Twyman, and she would talk about Mithraic cults and the priesthoods castrating themselves. And I always just kind of thought that was weird. I was like, what could possibly possess someone to castrate themselves, especially in ancient times where you got pretty rudimentary methods of doing that? But man, I guess if you get possessed enough, you might do that. And what's going on today but some form of chemical, medical castration that people are deciding they want to do to themselves.
Oh, and it's also being done to us. I mean, look what they're talking about with like the sperm counts and, just the overall lack of libidinous inspiration in young people today. All these chemicals and, you talked about the EMF and the computers and all this technology is at the very least suppressing that youthful lust, that erotic drive that was so typified of young people for so long. And now that seems to be waning, which is really kind of fascinating, particularly as like online porn and explicit imagery and say like Cardi B videos or whatever just seems to become more and more prevalent. It seems to have this like weird paradoxical effect. So, I mean, what are we moving towards? I mean, there are so many facets of this. There's so many components of this that I'm just basically bumbling through right now. But I'm starting to just line things up. I'm starting to make these connections. I'm starting to see these patterns repeat over and over again, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I think that preparing, if not the masses, but certainly a elite or an influential group of people involved in certain fields, coding, and so on, preparing them to become vessels. And that sounds, really extreme to a lot of people. And I admit that it sounds like kind of loopy, but there is precedent for it. And there's precedent for it throughout history. And, we've seen UFO sightings in the ancient world at very critical times in our history. So you really just have to wonder. I mean, I'm not like an ET. I'm not an ET guy, right?
Mm-hmm,
I mean, I've never been, I'm not a nuts and bolts guy. It's just not the way I'm wired. But there are all these other possibilities. And like I said, there's this whole very reliable method now of contacting these entities. And as Rashke says, being sort of drawn up into their reality. And that's things like DMT.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, man. And going back to Carl Rashke's stuff, he was kind of trying to explain in this paper what it is that people are seeing. He was using the term the UFO a lot. So like high strangeness sightings that people have. And that's where my question would be, why take the form they take? Flying saucers, orbs of light, maybe even cryptids and Mothman. If people are seeing these things and they're trying to push people a certain way, if we leave the channeling aside, just random folks out on a country road seeing a metal saucer, I mean, so many people struggle to make sense of their experiences, or they just shut them out altogether. Is that the most effective way to shepherd us towards an end goal, these strange sightings of silver ships and orbs and that kind of thing? Do you put that in the same box? Because that's kind of what Carl Rashke was talking about. Do you consider those other ways to influence us?
Well, first of all, we can't ascribe human motivations to these entities. We don't understand how they think. Let's just say these alleged entities or hypothetical entities. We don't know how they think. We don't know what they're after. We don't know how they work. We don't understand the methodologies. But in the grand scheme of things, if you look at the changes in culture and technology, medicine, cultural attitudes, religion, so on and so forth, since 1947. I mean, if you go back to 1947, it's almost like you're in a different world. There are certain things that you'll see the same houses and, people are still driving cars and trains. It's fascinating to me how much our earthly modes of transportation haven't changed at all since then, right? But it's just going to be a different world. It's going to be a very different world. People are going to think entirely differently than they do today. They're going to speak in manners that we don't recognize. There's just going to be all these changes. So in the grand scheme of things, 70 years, 75 years, that's an eye blink in the context of history. In the context of history, never mind geological history, just in human history, that's like the next day. That's not any kind of interval at all. That's almost immediate. One thing I talk about when I talked about the whole premise behind Lucifer's technology is that technology wasn't much different in 1740 AD as it was in 1740 BC, right? Technology had, we had these sort of little hills and dales going over the course of history, Somebody really bright like Hero of Alexander would show up and start working with steam engines and primitive robotics and all that kind of stuff. But it's just basically flatlined. And then it starts to rise up with the dawn of the 20th century, ironically after, say, like the airship hoax or craze or however you want to describe it, but the first major mass UFO phenomena, even though it was ascribed to just human beings who were a little ahead of the curve. But that leads to, the motor car, the airplane, the telephone, all these kind of things that really made these huge differences in the way people lived. And then after the war, with Roswell and all these other things that we're discussing, we have this vertical rise. I mean, just this steep vertical ascent in electronic technology.
Mm-hmm.
So the interesting thing is that, people confuse technology and electronics, and they're not always the same thing. So, the technology of, like, say, electrification, indoor plumbing, television, telephones, through all the different parts of the country, rural parts that were once pretty isolated. And that's technology, right? That's a massive leap in technology. But then we have this vertical leap with the electronics. But the interesting thing about it is that it's conditioned us to believe, A, that this upward climb is going to last forever. And in fact, it's stopped. Like the rate of technological and scientific discovery has basically ended. We're past the age of discovery now. And I believe very strongly that we're going to start to see our technology decline because of the lack of expertise, because there's a certain mentality that you need to maintain this massive technological infrastructure, like a work ethic that younger people just simply don't have because they've grown up taking all this stuff for granted, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And those charts that you posted that show the technological progress, they also coincide with the timeline for depression, deaths of despair, drug deaths, the divorce rate, the decline of spirituality. These are all trends that take a real nosedive right at that same time after 1947, which would be signs of this ultra-terrestrial cultural deconstruction.
Well, that's Rasky's argument.
Right.
He doesn't, to the best of my knowledge, state that out loud. But that's his basic argument. At the same time we've had this technological explosion, we've had this human precipitous drop. One of the things that Rasky talks about, and I couldn't find the quote for it online, but I know that when I first became familiar with his work, he talked about like how just the very presence of these UFOs, of, what you talk about, like these sporadic sightings and these things just showing up here and there, that they have a demoralizing effect. They have a demoralizing effect on people because, like, all of a sudden we're not at the top of the food chain anymore. All of a sudden, maybe all our technology that we take such pride in isn't all that impressive. And maybe all our technology came from somewhere else, right? That's part of this deconstruction process. Is in wartime, you always go after the enemy's morale, right? And we're seeing this now with the constant assault on, like, American history from, like, the woke brigades, this constant assault on our science and our math. Like, math is racist now, right?
Right.
It's just, and ironically, a study funded by Bill Gates, like, what's his motivation for getting, people of color to believe that math is a white thing? What's that? Gates is a whole other discussion entirely. But, so Rasky's argument is just like the fact that we're confronted with a superior technology that doesn't really seem to care all that much about getting into contact with us. That to me is more demoralizing than if they, like, landed on the White House lawn. If they landed on the White House lawn, that would entail that they took us seriously enough to want to initiate open diplomacy.
Right.
And not like they just like, we're just lab rat. Like, we're like, in those Discovery Channel documentaries where, they set up all these hidden cameras all over the place and observe, I don't know, gorillas or tigers or whatever, just observe their behavior and so on. And that's basically what the inference is by how we perceive the UFO phenomenon. Whether or not it's based in any kind of objective reality is irrelevant. Okay? It's what I'm talking about. It's like, if you believe that you're possessed by some sort of entity that has this agenda, you're really convinced of it, that's not going to change anything if that entity is just totally imaginary. You are going to act the same exact way that somebody who believes that entity is real would. And it's the same thing with UFOs. I mean, whether or not the UFOs are real, they are deconstructing our place in the universe. They're deconstructing our sense of ourselves. And look at when they show up. They show up after the war, which was basically a battle of technologies, right? The rise of the UFOs is concurrent with like this whole scientism, like the whole rise of the cold, rational 50s man who has no time for superstition or spirituality, like this sort of Ayn Randian figure, the sort of John Galt figure, right? So it's concurrent with that. And what happens on the tail end of that? So, we start the 50s with the UFO thing, and then we have like events like the Washington, D.C. flyovers in 52 and so on and so forth. And what's at the tail end of that? The tail end of that is Timothy Leary and LSD at Harvard. And then that soon leads into this whole 60s Aquarian revolution. And, even though I don't personally believe that this was all some CIA psyop, the CIA certainly were very involved in it, right? There's no question about that. They were helped exacerbate trends that have been repeating throughout history. Like we've had countercultural explosions long before there was ever a CIA, right? Mm-hmm. So I think those kind of explanations are simplistic, but we certainly can't argue against that. So we see ourselves, like I said, a totally different world in 1947. Most people, they go to church, they don't really believe it. It's not something that it's just a social obligation, right? And then we have this whole 50s thing and the March of Science and the March of Progress and the scientific man, the modern man, the space age, Sputnik and all this kind of thing. And what does that all ultimately lead to? It all leads to Woodstock and Altamont and Charles Manson, right? So it's really a very fascinating experiment. If you want to test this whole idea of cultural deconstruction, well, there it is, right? It's like right there in front of you. It's laid out in front of you. And if you look at, say, the psychedelic movement, particularly in San Francisco and London, I mean, UFOs were a huge part of it. UFO iconography. I mean, like the UFO Club in London was where like the Pink Floyd and all those groups played. So whether or not you believe in the objective reality of the UFO is almost irrelevant when it comes to testing Raschke's thesis, I think.
So let's round this out by talking about your latest book a bit, The Endless American Midnight. It's a 300-page volume of new and revised material, including some of your most popular essays. It's a dark rumination around the theme of where we are and how we got here, as you say. What more would you tell people about its contents as we're wrapping this thing up?
Well, I've been working on this for 4 years, since 2017. And I just couldn't figure out how to take all this information, like I said, 15 years of work on the blog and have it make any sense. But I think, everything that was going on in 2020 with the riots and just, this explosion of insanity over the summer really helped focus my mind. And like you said, I was looking at like, where are we and how did we get here? One of the things I landed on that I've been writing about for a number of years was just like this process of disenchantment, that we've allowed the process of disenchantment that people were writing about 100 years before this to really overtake our lives, and people embraced it rather than sort of escaped from it or shunned it or what have you. So we had things like, these internet contagions, the skeptic movement and the new atheist movement, that these movements that are almost forgotten today, but were very, very aggressive and evangelizing when a lot of these things were being written, and how that paradoxically led to this whole woke contagion, even though so many of these people were militantly anti-woke. But I think the way that they combated woke just only strengthened woke. And writing about wokeness, all these things that have just completely damaged the social fabric, that have just completely rent any idea of America, United States of America, being anything just but a late empire. Like we're Rome in the 3rd century. We're an empire on the verge of dissolution. And maybe it's inevitable, and maybe it can't be reversed. But one of the things I try to do in the book is say, well, this is how we got here. Maybe we can do something about it. And maybe the way you start doing something about it is expelling yourself, breaking their spells and exorcising the demons from your head. Stop thinking yourself as a cog in a machine and start thinking yourself as a spiritual being who has value and who has potential and who has possibility, and isn't just somebody who's just subject to these forces. Yeah, these forces are powerful. They seem overwhelming, but maybe they aren't. Maybe we've just allowed them to brainwash us or fool us into following this agenda. So I took all this material that was sort of tracing how we had gotten to this point and tried to have it make sense, looking at politics, looking at science, looking at culture, how these modes of thinking that have become so destructive to us really took root. So like I said at the beginning, this is not a feel-good book. This book isn't going to make you feel good, but it's not intended to do so. It's intended to sort of wake you up and get people thinking.
Right on. Well, I think people here will definitely be into that. And we also have to leave them with a bit about the Patreon that you're putting some effort into, called the Secret Sun Institute of Advanced Synchromysticism. You've got a lot of great stuff in there, including a bunch of interviews with people like Nick Redfern, Eric Davis, Tracy Twyman, and Alan Greenfield. Definitely interesting to hear you talking to these people, as knowledgeable as you are. Tell them a bit about the Patreon and your plans for it.
Well, it's like the name implies. It's sort of tongue-in-cheek in some ways, but in some ways it isn't. Like, I want to take this whole idea of synchromysticism and make it what I call a legitimate form of woo. Because synchromysticism, I think, is something that most people experience in their lives constantly, or at least regularly, right? And it's something that people can really identify with, and it's something that people can grasp, but there's not really any focus to it. The synchromistic community, as it were, is largely inactive. Most synchromistic bloggers have stopped blogging. And the people who remain don't really have any interest or contact in each other's work. So it might be overly ambitious, but I want to construct this format, and it's a new format. I'm probably going to take it into an enclosed environment, secretsun.com. But I want it to be a place where we can start to think of this stuff as not just like a little head game we play when we get high or whatever, and start thinking of like, this is a way to start to understand the world. This is a way to start to understand the world that we live in, because it's certainly changed the way I see the world. And I think that the only thing stopping it from taking root in a way that people can begin to work with it is that there's no infrastructure to support it.
Mm-hmm.
So that's kind of what I'm doing. So, what I'm starting off with is I'm taking like these big, long interviews that I've done over the years that are just sort of marking out the boundaries. I'm not presenting this as any kind of organized syllabus, but I'm picking the material that I'm posting very deliberately to start, Nick Redfern, we were talking about the Collins elite and the whole idea of the ultra-terrestrials, right? Alan Greenfield, the secret cipher of the euphonauts, his own take on the ultra-terrestrials, which was sort of informed by Crowleyism and Thelema and so on. Tracy talking more in the context of the whole ancient astronaut theory and her rejoinder to that, which I think is really kind of unique because I couldn't really find any other material online where she is addressing those topics directly. And I got her to really go on record, and her take 11 years ago now was very much along the lines of Rashke, which is kind of ironic because you couldn't really find two more different people in the world than Tracy Twyman and Carl Rashke, but, they sort of saw things along the same lines. So again, I'm just planting stakes and just trying to map this out. So when I start doing, say, more original discussions, people will have a context with it. But I want it to all just be driven towards maybe like a more structured understanding of it. Because I can't see any reason why Synchromysticism should be seen as any less valid as, I don't know, tarot, shamanism. I mean, you name it.
Mm-hmm.
Like I said, I want to establish this as a legitimate form of woo. Because at present time, it just seems to be this weird sort of appendage. It floats around conspiracy theory, or it floats around this, or it floats around that. But I think that there's been enough work done, and I think the results are predictive enough that it should become its own form.
Yeah. Well, I think that's a worthy goal. A legitimate form of woo is a great phrase, too. Kind of an oxymoron to people who don't like woo. So I think that's on the nose, man. It's pretty great. And after all the excellent work you've done on the blog and all the time you've given to THC, I do hope people will take the plunge into some of the books or the Patreon just as a way of saying thanks. And I'm certainly grateful for your time once again. I think a lot of the stuff we talked about today gets to the core of this otherworldly influence and its effects on humanity more than most of the conversations I hear in the paranormal space. So it is much appreciated. Anything else to leave the people with?
I think we covered it all in great depth. I'm feeling really good about this discussion. I hope you are too.
Yes, 100%. Well, as always, you are the man. This has been a lot of fun. Enjoy the rest of the downward spiral as best you can, man.
And have hope too. I mean, one of the things that I'm constantly trying to struggle against, and it's hard because of our conditioning from religion in Hollywood, is that the apocalypse is the unveiling. There's it's a big show with a lot of fireworks and so on, but I think that ultimately it's a very positive thing. And if people actually go back and read the book of Revelations, it all ends, with the New Jerusalem and the new heaven and earth. So that's obviously a Christian interpretation, even though I think the book of Revelation is very Gnostic. But the whole idea of stop thinking about confusing apocalypse with Armageddon, or stop thinking about in terms of bad Arnold Schwarzenegger movies, and start seeing as the scales falling from your eyes and the veils falling away and things being revealed for how they really are. Because I will tell you this with great confidence, is that the way things really are is a lot more fulfilling and exciting and fascinating and magical than the way you are told every day to believe that they are.
Mm-hmm. Well said. Yes, it's like we're going to be confirming all the THC style speculation we've been going over for so many years, which is bittersweet, but who doesn't like to be right?
Nobody.
Touche. Well, right on, man. This has been a great one. So psyched to get this out to the people, and take care out there. Enjoy the rest of the day. I like this show, people. Rocking the Casbah for the 9th time with the true king of synchromystic swing. And it is hard for me to pick a favorite Chris Knowles thread when he's got so many irons in the fire. But for me, I think it is Lucifer's technology, with the Roswell working as the subcategory of that, because it makes a lot of sense to me. And so many people are on a different page with Roswell that it makes Chris's position even more unique. But if you pay attention to this kind of stuff, it feels like as time goes on, we get more confirmation that the elite are involved in channeling, not less. American Cosmic is another story that has that kind of flavor to it. And even just the fact that the Invisible College would want to consult and bring in a professor of religious studies, it's got to make you wonder. So maybe the architects of technological progress are non-human, and maybe that's a story that goes all the way back to the civilizing trickster, to Thoth and Hermes, and all these cedars of culture and knowledge. It's a theme that's always been there, but the mind blower would be that it still goes on today. And of course, not all civilizing tricksters have to have the same intention, but it does feel like they come from the same place, that the mechanisms of reaching out to them are mainly the same. I don't know, but I hope you liked this one. We went a bit off script as we tend to do, but we didn't even get time to talk about the ancient Jed pillars and how they look like high voltage insulators. You can look it up if you just search Jed or Djed. It's D-J-E-D, but it's these ancient Egyptian looking pillars, and they look exactly like some kind of transformer. And it makes you wonder, how old is this connection between the occult and technology? But with electricity, I would reference Ross Ben deconstructing Ben Franklin and that silly myth of the key on the kite string and the lightning storm. I doubt it worked out that way, especially when this guy is deep in with the Hellfire Club. They're finding bodies buried under his estate. I could see this being another vector where the father of electricity probably didn't arrive at things the way the story presents it. It feels to me like the elite made a deal with something or decided to take its lead, and only now are they seeing that it really was the seeds of destruction that were planted, and maybe that is why they are in freakout mode. Who's to say, but it's certainly a good time talking to Chris as always. Do show some support by picking up one of his books or joining this new Patreon. So many great interviews released already, so much crossover with previous THC guests, but you get Chris running the interview. It's good stuff. But thanks again to Chris, who went long with me once again, as we tend to do. I think we talked for 2 hours and 20 minutes. Obviously, sign up for Plus if you like what I do and the guests that I do it with. In today's extra hour, we talked about cosmic communism, restoring the old cults of state, the nosedive of TTSA and the destruction of ufology attempt, the role of Vannevar Bush, keeping possibility alive, Synchromysticism in the Ultra-terrestrials, and the 1983 portal. You know you like THC. You know it's worth $8. To double your time, click the link in the show notes and get the whole enchilada. You also get access to the forum, which I've made improvements to and updates to recently. The chat just got added, as did groups, so you can now form any groups you want, replacing another Facebook feature. Love to see that. But that is where you will find me, and I'll see you next time. Leave me a message at thehighersidechats.com/voicemail if this prompted any thoughts that you want to tell me about. Maybe it'll give me something to talk about on the next joint session this upcoming week. But until then, I am getting out of here. I've done my part. Your move, sorcerers, scientists, technocratic tinkers, and ultra-terrestrial obeyers. Hey, all you cool cats and kittens from sunny San Diego, I'm Greg Carlwood, quickly trying to get my seat and tray table in the upright locked position as we are clearly making our descent. The late night clowns tell more tired Trump jokes and do synchronized syringe dances as the daytime talking heads tell you to ignore the turbulence and the obvious smell of smoke. Just trust your pilot. They have everything under control. What I wonder is, who is this pilot anyway, and are they even from this plane? Well, as we nosedive deeper into the darkness of a biosurveillance superstructure, billionaire space sticks disappoint whatever's on the other end of their cosmic courtship, and the woke party sucks all the fun out of what's left of this ride. We can all see the writing on the wall, but we need a little more help reading it, because the signs and symbols injected into everything remain multi-layered and seeded from some weird Babylonian cult that wasn't even in the brochure. So we go to the mystics, or better yet, the Synchromystics, like master of his craft, Chris Knowles, to help us stay calm or at least aware of what's going on in these highly charged times. Because my brown paper bag is about to pop, people, and I'm sure I'm not alone. Chris is joining us for the 10th time on THC, and we have talked about everything from MKUltra, aliens, archons, award shows, architecture, pop culture, and military intelligence, to superheroes, sorcery, sirens, saucers, psyops, and pretty much everything in between. You know him as the headmaster of the Secret Sun Institute for Advanced Synchromysticism and as the author of great books, like Our Gods Wear Spandex, The Secret History of Comic Book Heroes, The Secret History of Rock and Roll, The Mysterious Roots of Modern Music, his novel, He Will Live Up in the Sky, and The Endless American Midnight, Dispatches from the Secret Sun, a great collection of his best essays from the blog, now out with a new revised and expanded edition. Well, audience and astronauts alike, no one is going anywhere, so let's get into it. One of my favorite mystics of this techno-gnostic biosurveillance woke-infected timeline, the mystically minded professor of pattern recognition, woke virus vanquisher, and color commentator of the apocalypse. Chris, welcome back for lucky number 10.
Oh my God, that was like the most amazing intro I've ever heard in my life. For anybody.
Too kind, too kind. It is hard to stay creative with the intro of the 10th time we've done this, but it's always great to check in with you, especially at the end of a year, to go over some of the symbols and weird ritual events we've seen. The last time we talked was back in March, and pretty much everything seems more intense, more aggressive, more insane. What are your thoughts on where we are on this weird path to owning nothing and never being happier in the metaverse?
Well, everything is just more and more in your face all the time. Whoever is actually orchestrating a lot of these things that we talk about seems to not be worried about any kind of recrimination or consequences and is just putting the pedal to the metal and letting it go. I mean, it seems to be no stopping this train now. And like I've said, and like I've detailed so much on the blog over this past year, things are getting more and more explicit and stranger and more along the lines of things that I've been talking about for a long time that people sort of like, I don't know what he's talking about. What is this? What is this Mithras thing? I don't know what that is. I mean, all these sort of things that I was pointing at for a long time, and they're just becoming more and more obvious. And we start to see like these grotesques being installed, such as, well, the news today is at the UN, they have that winged jaguar that looks like a ayahuasca nightmare. We have the We Come in Peace, that grotesque monster, alien demon that was on the roof of the Met during the Met Gala a couple years ago and now is installed in the National Mall of all places. We have the Medusa installed at the courtroom in New York that we've talked about before, and now we have the Squid Lady in Dallas, not too far from Dealey Plaza, and the giant Lucifer statue at AT&T. So things are getting very open, What was once hidden is now becoming revealed.
Yes. As you say, it's full steam ahead, full court press, and it does kind of seem rushed to me. Like the tech isn't ready, the sales pitch isn't even very good. It's so heavy-handed that even the non-suspicious seem like they're getting a little suspicious. So that's a silver lining. But man, I've heard you say recently that the world is not run by science, it's run by sorcery. And you've been using the term sorcerarchy, which I like. Always love a good term. But elaborate a little more on this sorcery behind the science for people who still don't see it. Because the conspiracy world, as you often criticize, is not focused on this thread. And it's the thread that I love to focus on when you're here.
Well, yes. There's a line of thinking in the conspiracy world that I find very irritating, and that, there's super science being hidden and the super science being worked, and these people have the powers of gods, and transhumanism is in full bloom and everything. I always think that, like, if transhumanism is really working, like, why do people like Bill Gates and George Soros look like dried up raisins? You figure there would be some kind of technology to make them look a little less decrepit. But, this is one of the things I've talked about repeatedly is that so much of this nonsense, this super science nonsense that was being fed into the media was coming from Mr. Jeffrey Epstein. You know, it was a huge booster of transhumanism and science fiction science. And, you know, he wanted his dick to be cryogenically frozen so he could repopulate the earth and so on. And then, you know, as soon as he died, I mean, all that stuff just dropped out of the popular science press overnight. It's really amazing, especially when I look back like 2018 or so and seeing all the stuff just being thrown at us night and day. I mean, I have a different take, having studied this stuff for a long time. I mean, I have a supernatural worldview. I see the world kind of like a theater for supernatural forces that rule over us and control the controllers, so to speak. And the technology and super technology, I call it the plumbing. It's just basically the plumbing. It's basically the wiring. It's a delivery system. And I think one of the things when you talk about like this whole feeling that things are being rushed and being done like very half-assedly, I think one of the problems is that these people, you know, the sort of that Davos level, that World Economic Forum level, you know, they're smart in some ways, you know, maybe they're good at math or whatever, but, you know, they're not scientists and they don't understand that, you know, they're throwing money at these scientists and the scientists are throwing bullshit back at them in return. And they believed all the nonsense that was being fed, like AI and, you know, robotics and Skynet and the Matrix and just all the science fiction stuff. And now that they're trying to launch their great reset, so to speak, they're realizing that none of this stuff is actually working the way that they were told it was going to work. You know, they were sold a bill of goods by the people that they've been just throwing billions of dollars at because technology basically has stopped. You know, I mean, the rate of technological improvement or development has been near zero for quite some time. We don't have the powers that you're told that we do as far as computing power. I mean, the laws of physics drastically limit computations. And, you know, we hear things about quantum computing and all this kind of stuff. And that's just more hype. That's just more of the hype machine. One thing that I'd like, you know, your listeners to really be aware of is that when they're reading this stuff about this science fiction comic book stuff that's allegedly out there, a lot of it is just bullshit to get grant money and to get VC money, you know, venture capital money. And that the actual science that's available is much less than we're led to believe. And actually the science that we do have, the technology that we do have, can't do what we're told it can do.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think you are pretty unique on your take with that. And I see a lot of the signs. When you connect those dots and you write about it, it definitely seems very much accurate. And when it comes to what this secret sorcery cult is, or the sorcerarchy, you've been very critical of those who call it Satanism or Luciferianism. We have others who call it a Saturn death cult, but you are more inclined to say at its core that it's a Mithraic cult. And we've talked about Mithras being the true hidden figure that is the Statue of Liberty and is behind that statue at Rockefeller Center. But when you dig more into the signs and symbols of Mithras, here are just some interesting various quotes from some reading I was doing. But we have, one of the most characteristic and poorly understood features of the mysteries is the naked lion-headed figure often found in Mithraic temples. Well, that makes me think of MGM, which comes up a few key times and key places in your work.
Mm-hmm.
And then it goes
ExxonMobil too, yeah.
Yeah, the Pegasus. And then it goes on to say, his body is a naked man's entwined by a serpent, or two serpents like a caduceus. Well, that's certainly in play these days. Mithraism was much more complicated than the various state cults of the sun and seems to share some cosmological features with Gnosticism and Neoplatonism. Recent scholarship has suggested that astrology and astronomy offer keys to the Mithraic mystery. Well, we see that everywhere. In the iconography, Mithras both represents the sun and is set against it. He appears banqueting with the sun, shaking hands with him, or crowning him, for instance. One plausible explanation of this is that he represents Saturn, the star of the sun to many ancient astrologers. Babylonian astrology seems to have seen Saturn as the son of the night as opposed to the son of the day. This is why Mithras and the sun can be seen as equivalent. However, since the top Mithraic initiation grade corresponds to Saturn, while the sun comes second, it is clear that Mithras can be portrayed as superior to the sun. So, a lot of stuff there, but it seems that you can fold the light bearer symbolism and the Saturnian symbolism and the astrological correspondences all under the umbrella of a Mithraic cult. It seems like a really good target for the top demonic dog here.
Well, I'm going to amend some of that that's been written. Mithras is Perseus, okay? So Mithraism is actually an invented religion. It was invented, scholars now believe that it was invented in Rome and not by Cilician pirates in Turkey. It was specifically invented for a purpose. It was invented to push forward the empire, the interests of the empire, enlisting soldiers and alpha male types and so on. I would argue, so Saturn is poorly understood. People have a lot of explanations of why Saturn is important, but they neglect to point out the fact that in the ancient world, when Mithraism was being developed, Saturn was the outermost planet.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so Saturn is the gateway to the stars. Because the whole idea, and we see this, for instance, in the Great Pyramid, right? Like the shafts pointing at Orion and Sirius. The point was to escape time, and your soul wanted to travel into the stars, okay? So Saturn would be the gateway. And the reason why Mithras is important is that if you look at a star map, you'll see that Mithras is rising above the ecliptic. Okay, and the ecliptic is where the sun rises, and that gives us the zodiac, and the signs of the zodiac. That gives us astrology, right? So Perseus is rising above the zodiac, which means he's escaping time, and he's escaping the gods, and he's escaping the archons, okay, which is the planetary influences. So he's rising above that and ascending into heaven, and heaven is the northern part of the celestial sphere, and that's where Cepheus is, and Cepheus is the gardener, which gives us the Garden of Eden and so on. So Mithras escapes the bounds of time, and that's why we have, that lion-headed figure represents eternity and timeless time. You're escaping the bounds of temporality. You're becoming immortal. Your soul is becoming immortal in the stars. So that's really the basis of this symbolism, So Saturn is the gateway to escape the influence of the archons and head out into the freedom of the stars, and so to speak. And Perseus, aka Mithras, is rising up the Milky Way to the garden. He's returning to the garden. And that's why this symbolism was so potent, and I think remains potent, because Perseus is an interesting figure in that Perseus gained his power through technology, essentially. He was given power from the gods. He was given tools to carry out his missions. This makes him unique among these ancient heroes because he had an entire arsenal of them. You talk about Pegasus. Pegasus was given by the gods. His helmet was given by the gods, his shield, and so on and so forth. So I think that when Mithraism was revived in the mid-19th century, it was during the Industrial Revolution when technology was very much of primary interest. It was primary interest to, basically the Masonic ruling structure, particularly in Britain and France and so on. So this is why I think that this symbol that was laid dormant for quite some time was kind of revived. And that's why, you had mentioned Statue of Liberty and Prometheus, and then the famous Lucifer at AT&T. And, there's just a number of these kind of things. I mean, one of the things that I recently found out that just absolutely blew my mind is that Mithras's cap is on the official seal of the United States Senate.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So it's
right,
just
the
like
Smurfs cap for people who don't have the visual in mind.
Yes. And that was given to all these figures like Lady Liberty and so on in the 19th century. So this symbolism has been seeded into the public consciousness for quite some time. And it is, again, it's a technological dream. It's a technological fantasy of achieving immortality through technology. And this ties back to all the work that I've done with Lucifer's technologies, because Lucifer's technologies is going to focus on AT&T, right? And the Bell system, and we've discussed this before. Well, their symbol for quite some time, and AT&T's recovered the symbol, is that giant golden statue of Phanes, and Phanes is just the Greek name for Lucifer. And the Phanes icon was very popular with Mithras. So a lot of what we're seeing here is very old, but it's been recreated, let's just say, to suit the technocracy and the higher levels of the technocracy. And I think that that's what it all feeds into. But it's all about escaping mortality. It's all about escaping the restrictions of humanity, hence transhumanism, right? And hence trans this and trans that, transgender, trans species. And that's why we see a lot of these Mithraic icons being trans. For instance, the Statue of Liberty and also the trans Phanes at the Jesuit University of St. Louis. So
right.
That stands right at the gate. So
yes,
it's a big, complicated story, but it's gotten so, when I talk about how just shameless this has gotten, we have Bloomberg put a Mithraic temple in his headquarters in London. Okay, so he took a Mithraic temple that had been like a few blocks away and moved it into this building. And actually, one of my patrons had went down there, and they've really sort of, it's basically you go down to that thing and you're basically initiated now, they've created this whole kind of experience. So, yeah, this stuff is everywhere, and it all speaks to this technocratic, what I call Lucifer's technologies dream. And I think that the people who are driving this don't realize, and I don't think they fully understand, the spiritual forces that are manipulating them. Because we talked about, in the previous show, we talked about the ultra-terrestrials and so on.
Right.
And that influence. So it is a big, complex story, and I know a lot of people are going to have trouble with it, but the way I came to this conclusion after many years is just seeing these just massive public rituals constantly, and the symbolism getting just more and more pointed, more and more explicit. And I just stood back and I said, all right, wait a second. Why are they doing this? What is the point of this? What are they accomplishing? And I realized, well, they're doing it, and they've been doing this stuff, more and more explicitly since the turn of the millennium, because this stuff works. It works for them. And why does it work for them? Well, it works for them because the people they're calling are picking up the phone, The people on the other end are picking up the phone and getting the message. So, this is something I wouldn't have understood until I really started studying ritual magic and so on, and the grimoires and how all that stuff worked.
Right.
So people don't go to this kind of lengths to do these things if they're not getting something out of it. They just don't.
Yes, I totally agree with you. And it is important to identify that overarching entity that all these things speak to. But I am still curious, and I always obsess over this, but how do you think the technocracy views its relationship with Mithras? Is it just worshiping and venerating Mithras for power and control, making a Faustian bargain for escapism? Obviously, they think this is a real power, or they wouldn't waste their time. You use the phone analogy, but it's like, are they communing, do you think? Are they possessed? How do they view their relationship with this entity?
I think that Mithras is more like, at most, it's a tulpa, okay? I think Mithras is an archetype, and is seen as an archetype. Because I think the ultimate, we talk about the ultra-terrestrials. What I've seen, as I've been looking at this stuff for almost 30 years now, is that the ultimate object of veneration seems to be the Watchers that we read about in Enoch. And if you read the Mithraic liturgy from the PGM, it's astonishingly reminiscent of the things that you'll read about in First Enoch. Okay, there seems to be a great deal of similarity in the depiction, being taken up into the heavens, which just sounds like a spaceship, right? So I think that the actual objects of ultimate veneration are the Watchers. And that's when we start to come in with all this Nephilim stuff.
Yeah.
And I think that all the lesser gods, so, maybe Mithras is seen as, one of men of renown, the old gods, the old heroes, which would be these extra or ultra-terrestrial, transdimensional entities somehow interacting with humanity and creating like a new race. And I think that's, we see this all the time. We see this kind of symbolism all the time. I mean, recently I was talking about Lovecraft, and how Lovecraft's old ones remind me very much of like the Watchers imprisoned in the abyss, okay? So I think that what this all points to, as far as my understanding is somehow piercing this veil that will allow what the author of Enoch called the Watchers, many names, old ones in this whole Lovecraftian thing, which is all taken from Alice Bailey, and she had this whole thing with the Grand White Lodge on Sirius and so on and so forth. So I think that the ultimate goal, and I mean, even Crowley talks about this. I think Crowley sort of like said the quiet part out loud, right? When he said that, humanity's only hope is to contact these extra dimensional beings. He didn't use that exact term, but he said, our only hope is to contact these extraterrestrials, ultra-terrestrials, and somehow commune with them. That will be our salvation. And I don't think Crowley is just like talking out of his hat. I think that this is very much part of the esoteric tradition. And I think if you look back and if you start to take, when you look at all like the names of the gods and their roles and stuff, I mean, that's all like culturally fixated, right? Because first of all, a lot of the names are just titles, right? So the titles of the gods and the stories and the myths and so on are all contingent upon the culture that they exist within. But I think ultimately they're all sort of describing the same reality. And the thing that I've been more and more fixated on is this whole idea of the signal. There's a signal coming into our reality that we're picking up on, and people read it in different ways, and that's how they come up with these various pantheons and these various descriptions of these various gods and so on and so forth. I mean, they're picking up on the same signal and the same, almost like the same kind of impulses, but they're using their own language and their own culture to define it.
Mm-hmm. I agree. And in terms of examples of some of this stuff in the last year, I wanted to, just run through some of my notes here on giants and squids. But in terms of the Nephilim, giant symbolism has been huge lately. You've pointed out a lot of examples. Travis Scott appeared as a giant in his Fortnite concert. A sculpture called Water's Soul of a giant head shushing is installed now on the banks of the Hudson in New Jersey. And you captured a headline about a giant statue that's going to be doing a tour of 21 cities around the world for some reason. And there is a story that you captured the headline for that said, Syrian children have faced war and famine. A giant puppet named Little Amel is telling their story. So that's all strange. And in terms of the squid, this is another example of replacing old statues with new ones. There's this squid-headed statue in Dallas you mentioned earlier that was put up after a Confederate statue was taken down. And in the cultural zeitgeist, Squid Game was clearly the most popular show this year. And as I learned from your blog, in the 2019 Super Bowl halftime show, when Travis Scott came crashing down from the heavens on a meteor, he was introduced by Squidward from SpongeBob, or as you call him, Squidward Thulu. But this is a weird squid motif and a weird giant motif, and clearly it's very potent this past year.
Well, when you talk about the cephalopods, too, I mean, remember Arrival?
Yeah.
You know, the movie with Amy Adams
For sure.
and Jeremy Renner, and, you know, the sort of synchromystic cephalopods that can change time through language. Yeah, it seems to be a bit of a pattern, doesn't it? and you know, this is why the Lovecraft kind of material is still relevant to my mind, and why I had reposted, well, I actually did a huge revision, and it was basically sort of a white paper on that whole Alice Bailey Lovecraft connection.
Right.
In how, you know, it was very clear to me that he was either reading her material or the material was being fed to him through Hoffman Price. So, yeah, I mean, this is what I'm saying. When these things just repeat over and over and over again, you just start to think, well, yeah, I think there's something there. And, you know, we're always, you know, periodic will always see articles and like sort of borderline science sites like octopuses are actually aliens and so on. I mean, you just do octopus and alien, you'll get like a million hits on that, right? But, you know, you talked about Travis Scott, that whole thing with Squidward and, you know, that whole
Super Bowl
crashing to Earth like a fallen angel. But, you know, that was with Maroon 5, right? And Adam Levine, I don't know if you've ever seen, but he has a giant mermaid on the back of his back. You know,
a siren.
Tattoo, right? Yes, a giant siren. And, you know, if you read Enoch, it says that the women who became the wives of the angels who fell, like the fallen angels, became sirens. So that's like some pretty specific connections there.
Yes.
And also the person who produces these events and produced that event in question is the guy who was involved in the production of the Millennium Dome show that we've discussed before. So it's very interesting to me that I've said that the Millennium Dome show was kind of like beta testing for a lot of these big, giant public rituals that we've talked about. And it's how interesting that it's that guy, a guy named Hamish Hamilton, who worked for another guy named Mark Fisher, which is, I love that name, you know, Fish, you know, Mark Fisher, right? Martian Fisher, right? I don't know. So it doesn't really take a lot of digging to just realize that what seems random and chaotic is actually specific and involves a relatively small group of people.
Right. The name syncs are always so interesting because it's like, was this a person's destiny? Is this kind of aligned with their astrology? Is anything real? Are these all just actors? I mean, I even learned from your blog that Fauci means sickle, which is a symbol Kronos representations are holding quite often. Just another example of how it really is everywhere. But not to get, you know, too off script, let's talk about the Astro World Travis Scott thing, because it also relates big time to the work you did on the Harvest Festival and has some Liz Fraser syncs, doesn't it?
Yeah. Why wouldn't it? Like, why wouldn't, like, you know, this 20-something-year-old rapper in 2021 not have something to do with, like, this semi-obscure dream pop diva from, you know, the 80s?
Right.
Know? It just goes without saying, you know?
So, of course, Liz Fraser is Scottish, and in 2005 sang on an album called La Traversée, which in English and French means a place name that describes a person who lives near a bridge or a fjord. And, of course, Jeff Buckley died in the river, bridge being invoked. And
well, you're missing the lead here. I mean, it's like traverse is French for Travis.
Right.
I mean, the name Travis is derived from that word.
Yeah, note, as it says in my notes, note the meaning is to cross. So as in cross-dimensional gateways, and the symbolism was all over that concert too.
And remember Nibiru, right? The whole thing with Nibiru is the planet of crossing. So crossing over, crossing the threshold, crossing the bridge, crossing the dimensional divide, let's just say.
Yes, and there was a lot of weird portal symbolism to that show.
Mm-hmm.
It is hard without the visual sometimes, but even just going into his mouth in the same way that invoked that piece of artwork, just the name, Astro World, I mean, it's right there, heaven and earth.
Yes. Astro World, heaven or Las Vegas, right?
Yeah.
It sort of completes the circuit. Yeah, I was really stunned when, I guess it was a week and a half later, almost 2 weeks later, when young Dolph, who's another rapper that I'd never heard of, was shot in Memphis, and he was killed on Jeff Buckley's birthday.
Yeah.
So that really, it almost like completed a circuit, because we talked on your show, and you actually had turned me on to this whole thing with Little Peep, Little Peep, the Shepard boy, so on and so forth, dying a month after Las Vegas. So, we, 2 music festivals, both very, very heavily laden with symbolism that anybody can recognize. I mean, you don't have to be like a semiotician to spot that. And interestingly enough, I mean, you had that whole, what I call Knowles' first law, where it's whenever there's a controversy in the media about symbolism, it's usually disguising another symbolic message altogether, right? So I looked at Astro World. I'm like, yeah, the mountain, that's Mount Hermon. That's where the Watchers come down. And then, that shirt he's wearing where like the red figures walk through the portal and they become the blue figures, right? I mean, that's the imprisoned Watchers or the Ultra-terrestrials or however you choose to name them walking through the portal into our world, right? And then in the center of the mountain, you have those rings, and that's like the ringed portal. There are certain versions of the story where the Watchers were imprisoned at Mount Hermon. And then the cross, the crossing, the planet of crossing the gateway, and then, of course, the name. And Travis Scott's not his real name, right? Did he just pick that out of a hat? I don't know. It's like kind of strange.
Probably assigned.
I can't really look at him and say, like, that's like the guy coming up with all the symbolism. I doubt very much that it is. Drake is involved in this, and Drake seems to be like probably a little more savvy symbolically. He's got that whole thing with the owl and the ovo, and the ovo, of course, ties back to the Millennium Dome show, right?
Yes. I actually wanted to just let me read this from my notes, because this is taken straight from your blog, where you say, Drake, singer and entrepreneur, was Scott's partner in the Astroworld debacle. Looks like both of them are about to make their attorneys wealthy beyond their wildest dreams, but that's not a Secret Sun problem. However, Drake also owns a chain of boutiques called OVO, short for October's Very Own, whatever that means. Maybe he's referring to the Orionids, the October meteor showers, the ancients associated with the fallen ones. OVO is also the title of the soundtrack to the Millennium Dome show. The OVOs in question are those of the character sung by Liz Fraser, who becomes the mitochondrial Eve of a new race of human-alien hybrids or human-fallen angel hybrids, whichever you prefer. And whether you realize it or not, the people who created the Millennium Dome show are the same people who created the kind of mass open-air rituals we take for granted at stadium concerts and games these days, including Astroworld. And I also took down that the Millennium Dome had a giant installed in it and a womb room and an animated film of a human sperm's race for life as one of its attractions. I mean, they're laying it on pretty thick.
If you understand the origin of the symbolism, it's not really too hard to put 2 and 2 together. I have to say that I haven't done my due diligence here, because I should have looked into who produced the Astroworld, particularly this year's, because I do wonder if it was somebody in that Hamish Hamilton, Mark Fisher orbit. And I wouldn't be surprised if it was, because, as I've said before, they invented this whole thing. They invented this thing in the night. I think the first thing was Zooropa. I think the first show was Zooropa, or maybe it was the Rolling Stones. But, when we started seeing these big stadium shows with these huge production values, that was this group. And then they started in with the Super Bowls. I think the first one they did was the one with Phil Collins. No, I'm sorry, that was Julie Taymor. But, they started doing the Super Bowls and stuff. So when we start seeing this very pointed and very specific symbolism show up, it's not just floating in out of the ether. It's not like the collective unconscious or something. It's people who have an understanding of this stuff and have done it before. So again, like there was this whole like satanic panic and everything like that, and like this is Satanism and stuff. And it's just like, are we still at that point? Are we still that dumb? Can we like look at the symbolism a little more specifically? Because, to my mind, this is a lot scarier than Satanism. Satanism is like sex pests and rich weirdos, or rich sex pests and not rich weirdos. I mean, Satanism is just basically for weirdos and losers and perverts. It's not something that is held to the bosom of the upper echelons, let's just say. I mean, you can describe it as satanic, with a small s, it's an opposition, and where my reading of Satan is that it represents the Roman Empire and the people who collaborate with them, their quislings and so on, particularly in the New Testament. But first of all, there really isn't a lot of like satanic lore to follow. I mean, Satan just sort of pops up in the Bible as just like this opposing figure. And if you really want to get specific about it, you're going to get into like the grimoires and stuff, but the grimoires are all just rewrites of Babylonian demonology that came to light during the Crusades and so on. So there really isn't like actual satanic lore to follow, unless you're talking about idiots like Anton LaVey or something. I mean, it's just, there's nothing there, you know what I mean? But if you're talking about like the Watchers and the Nephilim and on and on and on, and how you would start to tie in all these other myth systems into that, also from Babylonia, Sumer, Assyria, on and on and on, then you start to have something that starts to look a little more systematic,
yes,
a little more organized, and not just like, let's just hang the cross upside down while we, rape this girl with a crucifix or something. It's just like this absolute ridiculous nonsense that you'd see in like heavy metal videos from the 80s or something.
Right. It seems to go much deeper, and this Watcher Mithraic lore is a lot richer. And it seems like the oldest story we have is this weird nexus of otherworldly entities and humans and hybrids and corrupting human DNA. And those are very much themes of the big agenda these days. It's about as crazy as could possibly be with the stuff going on. And it seems like they're playing the trump card. Like, they are playing this card, and there won't be much left if they don't accomplish it or on the other side of it. But another weird event this year was the Egyptian parade of 22 mummies. You covered this on the blog a couple of times. One in a post called Smells Like Freem Spirit, which I like because we have Freemasonic overtones. And these mummies died in Luxor, hitting on that theme again. But to wrap a big synchromystic ribbon around a lot of this stuff so far, you write, the 1-2 punch of Astroworld and the death of young Dolph was followed by the parade of the 22 pharaohs in Luxor, which itself followed on 22 men being condemned to death that very morning by the Egyptian government. In the midst of this, the Pentagon just created a new UFO office to replace the old ATIP office. Also in the midst of all this is the same Siren and Shepard boy symbolism that led up to and included those events at the Highway 91 Festival in 2017, just next door to the Luxor Hotel and Casino. Those events followed on the death of Chris Cornell at the MGM Grand in Detroit, and were followed in turn by the deaths of Linkin Park's Chester Bennington and emo rapper Lil Peep, all of which were heavily laden with Shepard boy symbolism. In the midst of that was the 9/23/17 Syzygy in Virgo and Leo associated with the Book of Revelation, and following it was the announcement of the To the Stars Academy, an amorphous outfit set up by former Blink-182 singer Tom DeLonge to study UFOs. Deadly festivals, dead rappers, Luxor, UFOs. Anyone see a pattern here? As you say, very wild stuff. And the fact that young Dolph died on Jeff Buckley's birthday. And also in 1997, there was a 60-person massacre at a temple in Luxor, Egypt, on that same day, November 17th, the same day, Jeff Buckley's birthday, young Dolph's death day, this massacre day in Luxor, Egypt. And of course, we didn't say this, but young Dolph had an album called King of Memphis, where he eventually died. And his last depiction in a music video was him underwater, which is how Jeff Buckley died in that same location. It's crazy, man.
Now you know why I became insane. Now it's just like, why I just like popped a cork in like sort of a Lovecraftian narrator's manner, because it's just like, I'm going to add another thing, another log to the fire there. The new UFO desk that was announced in the wake of Astroworld was shepherded, no pun intended, by Kristen Gillibrand, a senator of New York whose father was part of Nexium.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, so there's a Nexium tie-in there, and there's Nexium tie-ins to Mexico and sex trafficking, and there are Nexium tie-ins to Epstein, and we have Ghislaine on trial now, and Ghislaine has the connections to Jack Parsons.
Right, tell us about that connection. I heard you mention that recently on another podcast, but that is an interesting connection.
Okay, so didn't I talk about this on your show? I thought I did.
Well, I smoke a lot, so it's possible.
There goes the short-term memory, man.
Right.
Okay, so Ghislaine's sister, Christine Maxwell, is married to Frank Molina, who is the son of Ed Molina, who is Jack Parsons' partner in Jet Propulsion Laboratories. So there you go.
Yeah, it's a small world.
Yeah. Well, another thing I want to tie in when we start talking about Jack Parsons was the connections with Altamont. And Altamont, brings Kenneth Grant into the story, and Kenneth Grant brings, his patrons, the Getty family, into the story. And the Gettys, Ivy Getty, had a big wedding, in the midst of all this madness, I think the weekend after Astroworld. And Earth, Wind, and Fire played at her wedding reception, and Earth, Wind, and Fire also played at Astroworld. And, just in case that isn't insane enough, she had requested that in lieu of gifts, that donations be made to Best Friends Animal Society, which is the organization that grew out of the Process Church of the Final Judgment.
Jeez.
Okay? And the day before that, the Empire State Building was lit up in red, and it looked very, very demonic, ostensibly in honor of the Clifford the Big Red Dog movie, but the lighting was sponsored by the Best Friends Animal Society. So why are they connected to the Getty family and to the Empire State Building on 33rd Street, by the way? I worked in that building for a number of years. What's going on there? It's just absolutely insane. It's just, like I said, when you start to peel away all the distractions and the red herrings, you start to see like a very tight circle of people. So Altamont, the inferences that I was making there is that Altamont means high mountain. And of course, Travis Scott had the mountain as the main stage set for Astroworld, right? And Altamont had ended notoriously in terrible violence because the Hells Angels were basically just beating people up. And I think like 5 or 6 people were killed. One person was killed on camera. So like Mountain Hells Angels, Mountain Fallen Angels, it's kind of making the connections here. But the murder that happened on film happened while the Stones were playing Sympathy for the Devil, which was a song they had written on the direction of Kenneth Anger, because Kenneth Anger had sort of insinuated himself into the Stones circle because Kenneth Anger had a lot of money from the Gettys and the Ford Foundation. Just ponder that for a moment. And actually, the Gettys and the Ford Foundation were giving him money to make Lucifer Rising, okay, which he didn't finish till 1980 because he's Kenneth Anger, and that's the way he rolls. So Kenneth Anger connects us to the Gettys. We have the Getty wedding. Kenneth Anger also connects us to Ghislaine. Ghislaine, through a number of steps, and I'm sure we can connect them much quicker. I haven't looked to see Kirsten Gillibrand's connections to Ghislaine, but I'm sure they're numerous. So yeah, there's a very tight circle being drawn here. And the UFO desk being revived in the same way that we had this announcement 9 days after Las Vegas for this whole TTSA thing that just was a big washout, which we've discussed before because, Tom DeLonge just couldn't stick the landing. But it seems to be like this year there was like a circuit completed, like something had started, like a ball had started rolling in 2017 and was completed in 2021. Oh, and another connection too is that the Houston Astros were in the World Series both those years. They were in the World Series in 2017 and 2021. So, yeah, I got to tell you, and they played the Atlanta Braves, whose name comes from Atlantis, and Atlantis is, also associated with this whole abyss, sunken civilization, which we can tie into Theosophy and Alice Bailey and also to H.P. Lovecraft and so on. Yeah, so it's very interesting because it seems that, again, if we peel away these sort of distractions and red herrings being thrown at us like satanic panic and so on, we start to see what the messaging is, and it's pretty stark. If you understand the language, the message is rather clear in my mind.
Yes. The themes are there. It's quite a tapestry, and nothing seems real or genuine. Before we close this thing out, I just wanted to maybe get back to current events for a minute, because you've said on the blog that this sorcerarchy is pulling out every tool in the toolbox, the shots, the attempts to link biometrics and credit scores to online behavior. And you've said, I expect it to get worse before it gets better, but you ultimately think they will fail at all this. What would you say to people to help them get through a period of time that seems quite scary until we talk again?
Well, again, I have full confidence that this program is going to fail because it's stupid. It's based in fantasy, and it's overly complex. Overly complex systems fail. They really do. As far as getting through this, I have my ways, but, it's going to be up to you, not you, but, people out there to sort of discover what their core is, get to what their non-negotiables are. What is your core? What is your basis? What is your purpose, really? But again, these plans are they're crazy. And they are so subject. Look, we were just recording, right? And then the recording went down. Just imagine, remember when Amazon went down? I think they went down again today as well. They're out for like most of the day last week. That's a sneak preview, because not only are we going to have like these overly complex systems failing, but we're going to have people, probably state actors, going online and just trying to crash these systems. You know what I mean? It's just like China's going to try to crash our system, we're going to try to crash theirs, and on and on and on. And then there'll be like maybe non-state actors who we don't even know who they are, who are going to get into the system and try to bring it down. It's overly complex, it's intrusive, it's invasive, and it's based in just utter science fiction fantasy. It cannot work. It can't work. So that's your light at the end of the tunnel. How you want to get through the tunnel yourself, that's going to be up to you. But I'm just telling you right now, Gordon has been telling me this for years now. It's like these plans cannot work. Actually, I think when we did that show, on COVID a year and a half ago now, he's saying that, like, this stuff is not going to work.
Yeah.
It's not going to happen. It's not going to work. And just the fact that, the people running it are just so old and senile. That's another reason. So, in the meantime, simplify your life, cut your expenses, get ready to, if you need to just bug out of your present situation, do so. Just get down to your core, just become, like a warrior. develop that kind of warrior mentality.
Yeah.
Of a Ronin, let's say, to be prepared to become a Ronin, because you may have to in order to survive the collapse of the system. I mean, I hope we have a soft landing, and maybe we will. I mean, maybe cooler heads will prevail and sensible people will say, like, all right, let's just stop this. This is not going to work. Let's just put these people in homes and get them away from the computers and get back to, like, semi-normal living.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, it's just not going to work. They're going to be putting way too much stress on the internet, on the infrastructure, on the phone lines, on the cable lines. It's just too much going on, and it's just not going to work. Just accept that and just, again, get down to your basic core and realize that I genuinely believe there's a light at the end of the tunnel.
Well said. And so many things are worse, but in terms of things that are better since we last spoke in March, journalists and advocates are definitely figuring some stuff out and growing some balls just outside of the mainstream. And that is a beautiful thing. And we know the ritual never, ever ends. And that's not so bad, because I do love talking to you about the latest chapters of it. And let's leave people with a reminder about that new revised and expanded edition of The Endless American Midnight and a pitch for the Patreon, because you do churn out a lot of really great stuff there. It is hard to keep up, but what should they know?
What should they know about the Patreon?
About supporting you in general with the new book and the Patreon.
They should know that it will be money well spent. It's an investment. It's an investment in your in your future. It's an investment in your education. No, we do a lot of very interesting work on the Patreon, and I have just so much material that I've just been stockpiling up for it. And again, there's just so much going on. There's just so much to draw from the news every day, and it's a good group of people. I'm very pleased. I have very good fans. The people who I like, the people who I'd like to have a beer with. They don't scare me. So that's a good thing too. I mean, you want to feel like you're reaching people who are sensible, mature adults, and I can definitely tell from the group on that, my patrons, that is definitely the case, and that is extremely gratifying to me.
Yes, I agree with that sentiment. Well, Chris, you are the man. Obviously one of my favorite folks. Always a depressing pleasure, but take care out there.
Depressing pleasure. Oh, Lord.
Oh, Lord, indeed. Revisiting the never-ending ritual with the Synchromystic Sage of the Secret Sun blog. Definitely one of my favorite THC guests of all time. Always a pleasure to have him back. And it's always fun presenting you, dear listener, with the latest layers of the conspiratorial Synchromystic cake. A lot of people still say the Song of the Siren episode we did is one of their favorite podcast episodes ever, and most of the ones we've done since then tie in some way as well. And of course, his take on the Roswell working and Lucifer's technologies are also some of my favorite threads. But I knew we would most likely be a little all over the place here, so I wanted to make sure the first hour closed out with that last quote that I read. Deadly festivals, dead rappers, Luxor, and UFOs. Anyone sensing a pattern here? Because Chris really has picked up on something pretty specific and interesting, and it seems like some sort of ritual has repeated. And themes that shouldn't relate to each other do in this strange tapestry of tragedy. You might even remember the weird elements to the Stephen Paddock thing, where that he worked for the NASA contractor that supposedly made the faulty O-ring for the Challenger. And there were reports that before he fired on the crowd, supposedly, there were shots fired at a Janet airplane. Janet Air, the unmarked airline that takes people to their jobs at Area 51. Just another non-existent terminal, as they say. I don't know. I'm not 100% on if those are vetted elements of the story, because it is so hard to know what's real anymore. But it's odd that we get movement on official government UFO operations right after these strange strings of events. good eye on Chris for finding this pattern, because it is so weird. Funny, at one point in the second hour, we were talking about Robert Anton Wilson. I was trying to think of the name of the book I was referring to, and I think I said Sirius Rising, but the book I was referencing is actually Cosmic Trigger, though he did write Prometheus Rising, which is a hit for today. And in the description of the book, Robert Anton Wilson says, "We are all giants, raised by pygmies who have learned to walk with a perpetual mental crouch. Unleashing our full stature, our total brain power is what this book is all about." And I just found it funny that in the one-sentence description, of course he mentions giants, out of all the infinite things he could have said. But I also just wanted to end this wrap-up relaying Knowles' laws to you once again. They are the foundation of a lot of his work these days, and they're very dependable. I meant to spell them out in the interview early on, and I don't think we got to it, so just for your context, Knowles' first law is whenever a controversy over symbolism erupts in the media, it's usually disguising a completely different symbolic message altogether. Knowles' second law is the old blood sacrifice state cults will be reestablished under the cover of woke. And his third law is the old statues currently being torn down will eventually be replaced by the icons and idols of the new old state cult. And that third law in particular was something we were kind of pointing out examples of when it comes to like the Confederate statue being taken down in Dallas and replaced with a squid-headed thing. Whatever that is, but it's perfect for a Chris Knowles blog post for sure. He also had a really great expose on the civil courts building of the 22nd Judicial Circuit in downtown St. Louis and its Mithraic symbolism, an analysis and symbolic breakdown that is very deep and also leads to other buildings having the same structure: City Hall in LA, the Indiana War Memorial, a government building in Tokyo, and the Scottish Rite Temple in Washington, D.C., just to name a few. We didn't get time to add that to the stack, and you might have noticed that a lot of THC interviews have sounded quite good compared to how they used to sound. I actually think it was the last time Chris was here that we had so many issues with Skype, I just had it. And I started testing out other recording software, and I settled on what I use now. And it's really great because even if we have breakups in our connection, the audio is still recorded perfectly and then sent to me later. So you might have noticed in the last show, and I think towards the end of this one, I mentioned you were kind of breaking up there, but to your ears, you hear everything they said. So it's kind of good because I can edit around any kind of breakups and still have all the words they said captured, and they all sound better. So it's a win-win, I guess. But it does make for navigating those breakups a little difficult for me. But whatever, we make it work, and it's much better than Skype or Zoom. But as for Knowles' laws, I find those to be very dependable for parsing what's going on out there and what's coming. I appreciate his critique on Satanism. Satanism researchers are still good at picking up a lot of details, even if it really is about Mithras. But it's just good to have watchdogs out there sniffing out stuff that is not necessarily organic and symbolism that definitely seems seeded. I hope we didn't do the 3 degrees of Jack Parsons and Ghislaine Maxwell before, but it is hard to keep up with the tapestry of connections that Chris goes through. Maybe we did talk about it before, but it is worth a re-mention, because that is nuts, isn't it? It's a small world, and we are just locked out of it. Of course, he also makes great points about technology, and also who's even asking for the metaverse? Who wants to have some pixelated Nintendo Wii-like avatar in a virtual Zoom room when you can just be on Zoom in video? Like, what value does it add? Really none, and I tend to think the elite are just trying to dazzle us with the shallow, empty, fallen angel-inspired technology because it distracts us away from life, from nature, and the great creation, we could say. Think about a jealous high school ex who will go to some serious lengths to recapture your attention, even if it's just for a fight, even if it's negative attention. You know, when people are jealous, they don't want to see you happy, so they meddle. They turn up their best efforts for the short term just to say once, "See, for better or worse, it doesn't matter. I still got your attention." I'm sure you know what I'm talking about. I've had those exes. I've actually probably been that ex at times as well. Not proud of it, but here we are. I think the fallen angels feel like if they can just get us hooked on vices and addictions and really anything that takes attention away from our short life in this creation, they feel like that's a win. I say it all the time, but I think even the paper chase itself fits into that category. But the metaverse seems like it is structured to be the ultimate time suck, a fully immersive digital world for us to waste as much time in as they can get us to. For the people who heard the full episode last week, I think I said it was a pacifier for the life of poverty that they have planned for us, and I think that's true. So stay awake, be ready, and brace yourself, because it's all coming. Big thanks to Chris, as always. He is one of a kind. In the second hour, we talked about the age-old question of if Lovecraft was an intelligence asset for the sorcerarchy. We got deeper into the Mithraic metaverse, technology's broken promises, Timothy Leary and Robert Anton Wilson, the awkwardness of the scientism frontmen, dick rockets and cosmic courtship, the Chinese moon rover and the Black Cube, PJ Harvey, Jeff Buckley, and the dueling Sirens, the Kardashian Coven, Destroyer of Men, the real details of how Liz Fraser and Travis Scott are connected through the weekend, as well as Tiger King 2 and the Country Fried Epstein. Anyone who watched Tiger King 2 will notice it gets really weird as they dance around what sounds like child trafficking. Glad Chris picked up on that on the blog, and I was able to ask him about it today. So you missed a lot if you only hear the first free hour. The full 2-hour plus show always adds so much more. I remain committed to staying ad-free, and I just ask that if you like the first hour, you treat us both and sign up for the full episodes. You can listen on most apps with the dedicated Plus RSS feed, get access to the forums, comments, and download all the THC music, as well as get a discount code for the Higherside store. $8 a month, comb through many years of archives, and cancel anytime. And to all the members, your subscription is much appreciated. I couldn't do it without you. As for Higherside meetups, the next 5 on the calendar are Phoenix, Portland, Joplin, Missouri, Raleigh, North Carolina, and New York City. Check the calendar at highersidemeetups.com for details, and if you want to find the others in your area, making your own meetup is super easy too. Don't be shy. Other than that, I'm just looking for more voicemails for the next joint session. It's coming. I want to hear how it's going for you guys out there. Let me know. But as for me, I guess that's it. Always follow along with Chris at secretsun.blogspot.com. His Patreon has more content than any other I've been a part of. And I guess I'm getting out of here. Enjoy the holiday. I've done my part. Your move, ritual writers, woke virus spreaders, and secret keepers of the sorcerarchy. Your fucking move. Alright, riding the waves of the ever-choppy conspiracy from sunny San Diego, I'm Greg Carlwood. And it seems the Matrix is glitching, the Tower of Babel is starting to lean, and the big machine is getting rusty. Investments in free-fall, currencies in decline, creativity gone from the corporate arts, and the political playbook running out of pages. Nothing feels fresh, productive, or even stable. But this is not the world itself. It's the techno-industrial artificial overlay of the planet's puppet masters, and it was always going to fail. Outside of the smart cities, beyond the range of the 5G network, and when the screens are turned off, how different is it from how it's always been? Well, it's a question worth asking, and really the only outlook that makes a person think things are all going to be okay. But they are certainly unstable, with many folks eerily unaware. And in uncertain eras, we turn to those who read between the lines, connect the dots, and see the signs of the times like my friend and yours, the great Chris Knowles. He's an ultra-rare member of the THC Double Digit Club, joining us for lucky number 11, There's almost nothing we haven't talked about, and wouldn't you know, so many of these previous threads have woven new layers since we last talked, and it's going to be great to get into them. He's the author of excellent books like the Wild Ride novel He Will Live Up in the Sky, and the collection of his best from the blog The Endless American Midnight, Dispatches from the Secret Sun, as well as the classic Our Gods Wear Spandex, The Secret History of Comic Book Heroes, The Complete X-Files, Beyond the Series, The Myths and the Movies, The Secret History of Rock and Roll, The Mysterious Roots of Modern Music, and a few others. His latest venture is the Secret Sun Institute of Advanced Synchromysticism via Patreon, where for the low price of $3 a month, you can partake in his multi-hour exposés on all things conspiratorial, synchromistic, and strange. Always a pleasure to have him back, the Synchromystic Tapestry Tracker, Web of Reality Recorder, and Woke Virus Vaccinator. Chris, my man, welcome back. How the hell are you?
Oh, I'm great, Greg. That's another one of your great introductions. I didn't realize I'm in the double-digit club, though. That's pretty amazing. I feel very, very honored.
Yeah, man, I really think it's just you and Gordon, but it is a small club regardless if there's one or two others in there. But you make it feel like it's not even work. You're one of my favorite people to talk to when it all just seems like too much. Obviously, in that intro, I tried to focus on the distinction between the world itself and the big machine, because everything artificial, everything of the Matrix, let's say, to use the cliche, seems like it is falling apart, but that doesn't mean the world is ending. I don't know, man. It's a long road to 2030, so I gotta pace myself, but it's hard to be hopeful right now. It's hard to not feel exhausted by it all, isn't it?
Not for me. No, I don't feel exhausted at all. I kind of feel like I was born for these times.
Fair.
I have this new idea that I've been mulling over. I call it Post-Gnosis. And it's just basically like taking like the whole Gnostic ideas, of the fullness and falling from the fullness and being alienated on an alien world, and realizing that what it really is that the natural world is the fullness. That's the pleroma.
Mm-hmm.
And it's that matrix world, that artificial world, that's the false reality. That's the demiurge reality. So, I mean, we're in it. We have access to the fullness, and there are energies and ideas and powers and spirits just flying around us all the time. We just need to tune into their station, basically. I think the problem that we have as a culture is that we allow the Matrix's propaganda channels to determine our reality rather than splitting off and getting in touch with that fullness. But, that fullness that the Gnostics talk about is there for us if you're willing to take the time to access it. So this is like my post-gnosis, because it's not like, the fullness or the pleroma is some alien world or some other dimension. It's the world that we become alienated from. We're not aliens, we're alienated. We've become so alienated from the real world that when we get these messages that the natural world is sending us all the time, we see it as alien.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's true. And whenever I have a guest say something like being born for these times, I do agree, and I do get a charge from that. Maybe I'm attributing new dad effects to the work incorrectly. But in terms of things falling apart, I mean, you have been banging this drum for a long time, but now we have more data to support that all the elite ventures are on the downslide. How bad is it really for big tech and the woke infected, would you say?
Well, those are a couple different issues that we need to separate so we can unpack them. Basically, what it boils down to is empire. Okay. So when you talk about big tech is just an arm, it's just a wing of the imperial project. Okay. It's not, despite what a lot of people think, Google and Apple and all these companies, they don't run the show. They're just part of the show. They're wings of it. They're the technological wing of the imperial project. And the imperial project always has, like an egg timer on its head. It's happened throughout history. Empires, I've heard people say that, empires usually only last 250 years or so, right? So if that's the case, then we're coming up to the end of our run. I think that the empire itself is just going to morph. I think the empire in this present form is probably headed for the rocks, but that doesn't mean that it won't somehow change shape and so on. But there now is serious competition, the serious rivalry with what's, the world's island, the Asian countries that are just tired of being colonies and being stepping stools for the Western imperial powers. China and Russia, obviously, but India as well. They're kind of getting a little tired of chafing under the harness of the Western imperial superstructure. So I think what we're seeing now is just inevitable. And a lot of it has to do with political realities, military realities, technological realities. The empire was reborn when the British Empire fell, and then it was reborn in the West, under the American Empire. And because America was separated from the fields of battle, the theater of war in World War II, it was able to keep its factories running and not have to spend all these time, money, and resources rebuilding itself. So we had a huge head start on the rest of the world. And, the whole communist project kept a lot of these countries held back. And it obviously stunted their technological growth for quite some time. But now they're catching up. And the greatest power in the world, the US Navy, which I keep saying, and if you talk to anybody who's got any sort of expertise in these areas, they'll agree with me. It's like you rule the world by ruling the waves, and the US Navy rules the waves. But right now, the Asian powers are building, the Belt and Road Initiative to take total advantage of the world island, that Eurasian giant super continent, without having to worry about getting past the US Navy and so on. But they're also developing weapons, ultrasonic weapons and so on, and carrier killers to really trump the US Navy's great advantage, which is these carrier fleets, which are just basically giant military fortresses on the waves.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and the point you made about empires lasting about 250 years, I definitely agree with that point. And on the blog, you've been going at these current elite or parasite class as really just the spoiled rich kids of those who came before them. And maybe that multi-generational aspect is part of why things collapse, because the kids of these people who set this stuff up, they don't know what the hell they're doing. And so it all starts to unravel. But another point I was going to ask you about is, what's coming out of the World Economic Forum and the Gospel of Klaus equates some of the turmoil that we're going through as an engineered collapse, especially in the West. And there's this idea that they got to take down America for the Great Reset to rebuild a global nation loyal to them. So it's sometimes hard to equate some of the troubling data as elite offspring incompetence versus working towards their downstream goal of collapsing this empire in an engineered way. What do you think about that? I mean, are both kind of true? Are people just kind of giving the elite too much credit when they're really just running us into the rocks? What do you say?
Yeah, I think they're making it up as they go along, to be honest with you. No, I really do. And if you watch those the Davos conferences, you really get a sense that these people just really aren't that bright. I think that the conspiracy sphere, so much of it grows out of a millennial apocalyptic or millenarian apocalyptic fundamentalist Christian view. So it always tended to overinflate the confidence of these global elites. It's kind of like pro wrestling. You need a credible villain, to build up the hero.
Mm-hmm.
But I just want to backtrack a little because, again, there's so many moving parts here. And I think the many moving parts are part of the problem. All right. Part of the problem is things have just gotten too complicated. Things have gotten too complex. There's too much information out there. There are too many people out there trying to influence the system, trying to interject their will upon the system. And it's just impossible to keep track of. And I think what we're seeing now is that like the chickens are really coming home to roost. Okay. We had a situation back in the 70s where the American empire was really seen to be on the rocks, and there was the Cold War. So much of our resources were spent dealing with these rivalries from Russia and China. And, what Nixon had decided to do was basically to buy off China or to sell out to China and basically ship all our jobs over to their prison camps, their work camps. So that was able to keep the manufacturing income afloat, and then we had all the outsourcing and so on. We had all these factories being moved overseas, where workers are making pennies on the dollars and so on. But basically what we had was a series of scams, okay? I mean, really, just a series of scams. And the thing is that if you read it like a really good Roman historian like Will Durant, you're going to see that none of this is new. We're just playing the old Roman playbook over and over again. But everything about our economy and our culture has just become fake. It's just fake. And not only is it fake, but it's just incredibly bloated, And, you talk about that Davos level, the Schwab level. I mean, these people are just inveterate liars. But you can only lie so long before the lies catch up to you, because you have to tell lies to get over the lies. It's like you have to tell lie upon lie upon lie. And one of the things that I say is that these days, if you're a person of any kind of prominence, it's almost impossible for you to keep secrets. Okay, it's impossible to keep secrets because there are just so many eyes on you. And it's very hard to hide, particularly in malfeasance. And that's why the establishment corporate press has gotten so aggressive about quote unquote disinformation and quote unquote conspiracy theory, all of which they're not targeting your more fringe types. What they're targeting is people who are questioning the mechanics of empire and the abuse of empire by the people within it. Okay. So we had a situation back in the 70s where the system was really on the rocks, right? And we had Nixon basically outsourcing a lot of our labor, a lot of our manufacturing costs to these prison camps in China. But another thing was happening simultaneously, and that was just huge influxes of drugs from South and Central America, okay? And what we had is that we had these cartels just building up huge fortunes because of the appetite for cocaine in the 70s and 80s, okay? And I know you want to talk about Johnny Depp, so that sort of ties into Blow, and you want to talk about Bruce Willis and aphasia, and that to me, a lot of these kind of neurological diseases, a lot of them can be traced to cocaine abuse, okay? So there was this huge pool, just billions upon billions of dollars, American US dollars, right, that had to be laundered. They had to be accounted for. I mean, even cash, especially in that amount, needs to be accounted for. You have to give some sort of excuse where it came from.
Right.
So a lot of it went to Hollywood, okay? And that's when we started seeing $100 million, $200 million allegedly spent on these movies. And then a lot of it went to big tech. So a lot of this cocaine blood money is coming into the American system, and it needs to be laundered. So what the Reagan administration did, because they were supporting the Contras in Nicaragua, who are, huge drug dealers, and, also the CIA under William Casey, there was all this coke money that needed to be laundered. So what the Reagan administration did is that they deregulated all the financial markets, Wall Street and all these capital funds and hedge funds and all these kind of things. They're all deregulated, which basically meant nobody was going to keep an eye on what they were doing. You understand what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
It was like deregulation is like a fancy sort of code word for like, do whatever you want with all this laundered money. We won't ask you any questions. Okay?
Right.
And the problem is now Big Pharma has taken a lot of the cartels' money away. Because now we have edibles and speed and
Fentanyl.
opioids, all fentanyl, yeah, all the drugs that you would have had, like cocaine. Cocaine's been replaced by stimulants. You have over-the-counter mushrooms in this state, probably in your state as well, and obviously edibles, and also opioids. Okay, so Big Pharma saw the money that all these cartels were making, and they said, we want a cut of that action.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? We want in on that. So then they started buying off the regulatory, what's called regulatory capture. They started buying off all the regulatory agencies and getting the brakes taken off, for instance, opioids in the 90s. And, we've seen the effect of that, the human wreckage of that decision. So basically what happened is that a lot of that funny money started to run out. So when you look at, for instance, your state of California, and you're talking about how the taxes are going up and so on. Well, the taxes are going up and so on because no matter what you see on paper, the influx of money coming from big tech and Hollywood, which a huge amount was laundered drug money fed to venture capitalists and hedge funds and market funds and capital funds and all these kind of things that sprung up in the 80s and 90s. A lot of that drug money is drying up. Do you understand what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. So now they're squeezing the taxpayers to keep this gigantic bloated bureaucracy afloat. Do you understand what I'm saying? So it's like there are so many things happening at once. And if you take maybe a more holistic view of it, you just understand that this is the rise and fall of these imperial structures, right? But there are a lot of unique situations today because of technology and because of science and because of transportation, all right? There are a lot of these pressures that are new because we have different ways of disseminating information, disseminating money, right? And moving people around. So there are these new pressures added into these sort of almost like in-baked, holistically conceived pressures that all empires throughout history have had to face. So in one regard, what we're seeing now is new, and in one regard, it's very old.
Mm-hmm. Well, on that subject of it being new but old, to fold in a little esoterica here, I didn't know this until I saw your post, but the Egyptian god Ra is often spelled R-E, or it was maybe originally spelled R-E, and the Great Reset is basically the Great Ra-set, and again, it's the old Egyptian god motif.
Yeah, well, it's funny you should mention that too, because the whole thing of Ra and Set, if you look back in Egyptian history, you had the upper and the lower kingdom, and the lower kingdom worshipped Set, and the upper kingdom worshipped Ra. That was their main gods, right? And the whole idea of Ra Set, this component god that we had, right, was a symbol of the unification of the two kingdoms. So when you talk about like the Great Reset, which is kind of like a strange term, it's always kind of bothered me. It's always just like, But there's a guy on Twitter named A Conscious Abyss who is talking about Set, and I'm like, okay, well, that's half of the equation. What's the other half of the equation? I'm like, oh yeah, of course, Ra, Re. So it is this whole idea of unification. So the Great Reset, I think, in this regard, would be the unification of like the Anglosphere and the European Union. So basically you have like what are called the Five Eyes, the Anglosphere, which is Canada, America, Great Britain, Australia, and New Zealand. And that's basically, on a functional level, that's sort of like the Byzantine Empire to the British Roman Empire, right? So the Anglosphere, the Five Eyes, are basically the Byzantine Empire, right? And I think the Great Reset is, and why it was chosen, why the terminology was chosen, it's the reunification of the Anglosphere with like the greater European project. So it's just like great European empire, okay, where all the European territories and European derived territories are sort of reunited. I think it's insane. I think Klaus Schwab is an absolute lunatic. I think the man is completely out of his mind. And if you really watch some of his talks and listen to some of his talks, I mean, he just talks like absolute nonsense. And he basically sounds like a science fiction fan on Reddit talking about his futuristic ideas. And there's actually a very funny video where he's talking to, I think it's Larry Page from Google, right? And he's talking about all these ideas about brain implants and this, that, and the other thing. And like Larry Page is like, oh, slow down. Those things are conceptually possible. Are they really, well, maybe one day. I mean, stuff is never going to happen. Like I keep saying, the bulk of the world will be lucky to have internet in 10 or 15 years. And, it's funny because I don't know if I was talking about it in your show, but I was talking about how I just didn't trust crypto, right? Because crypto really relies on a state-of-the-art internet. And, of course, we're seeing crypto crash now. But, yeah, I mean, that's why a lot of, sort of these Wall Street Cassandras are telling everybody to get into precious metals and so on. But, yeah, I mean, the Great Reset is just a joke. Klaus Schwab is just an absolute weirdo. And the World Economic Forum is just basically a clearinghouse for every dopey, futuristic, cast-off idea, from transhumanism to, Agenda 2030. I mean, all this stuff is never going to happen. It's just never going to happen. Because all these ideas were conceived by, these think tanks where people were just paid to just throw any idea against the wall, but also with the assumption that there was going to be this endless fount of free money, of low interest money and drug money and all this kind of other sources of currency. And they're all drying up. I mean, none of this stuff is going to happen. And I get very, very frustrated. I get very, very, very frustrated with a lot of people and truthers or conspiracy or whatever, who see these people as like these Olympians, like these untouchable super geniuses. They're not. They're not. The system, like I say, the system is the egregore, the system is the golem. The system is what keeps these people afloat. And if you cut any of these people out of the system, I mean, they're like helpless little babies.
Yeah. And I certainly appreciate that perspective, especially when everybody is so doom and gloom. And, maybe there is a silver lining to all this. You've been writing a little bit about it. I like this line where you say, major economies are returning to creating real value through natural resources and manufacturing, not lip flapping and paper shuffling. And then you say, America is poised to capitalize on the new economic reality in a supreme fashion, but not with the Davos dickheads running everything now. Well, that last part, of course, but that's really interesting. So many people are focused on the decline, myself included, that we often miss what else is going on out there. What do you mean by that? How are we poised to capitalize on the new economic reality? What are other forward-thinking countries doing? And how can this be a not so terrible thing?
Well, let's back up to the war, right? The Ukrainian war. So basically I think the UK is the senior partner in this situation. I think this is the UK's concern. They seem to be very preoccupied with this whole situation and keeping Ukraine out of the hands of the Russians. But basically what you have is that there was this huge sanctions regime, right? And a lot of people were saying, this is a bad idea. This is going to backfire. And of course, they're all attacked for being Putin apologists and Russian spies and Russian bots and all this complete and utter nonsense. But now, that the Davis doofus layer, as I call them, are all starting to admit that this is all backfiring. And one of the reasons it's backfiring is that Russia produces just enormous amounts of natural resources for the world. Not only oil and gas, but, this whole thing with the fertilizer. precious metals, timber.
The real tangible stuff, as opposed to the digital.
Yes, food. So America decided that it could rebuild itself as like this virtual empire, right? And it would offshore all its manufacturing, and it would rely on, say, South American produce and so on. And, all the power and the money sort of gravitated towards the coast, right? Gravitated towards the Northeast corridor in Southern California, or Southern to Central California, right? With San Francisco and Palo Alto and all this kind of thing. So that's why we had this incredible imbalance and this population redistribution. All these coastal areas became, very heavily Democratic, which are actually Rockefeller Republicans. I mean, they're not the old Democratic Party at all. It's basically the old Rockefeller Republicans who took over the party during the Clinton era, because Clinton was tied in with the Rockefellers, because the Rockefellers owned Arkansas and probably still do. And, one of the brothers, I think it was Winthrop, was governor there for a very long time. But anyway, but we ignore the fact that we have the amber waves of grain, the fruited plains, And America, one of the reasons why America is so well poised to take advantage of this, and this is something that a lot of people don't take account into, and this is why I like to study people who talk about commodities and so on, because America has this incredible river system, the Missouri, the Mississippi, the Ohio, that come in from the Great Lakes and empty out into the Gulf of Mexico. So basically the entire, would that be the width of the breadth? I'm not sure. But, from north to south, America is covered, it's basically free transportation. All you just do is put your boats on the river and you can go up and down the entire country. And we've got a lot of coastal regions, and we have this huge prairie where you can grow any crops that you want, depending on the drought situations. And the droughts periodically emerge like they did in the 30s with the Dust Bowl, and they seem to be reemerging now. But we have tremendous amounts of oil. I think there's more oil in North America than in anywhere else in the world. We have our own minerals. We have everything we need here. We can grow our own food. We can build our own cars. We can build our own computers. We don't need anybody else. The question is just, how much do we want to pay for it? And of course, we know that the people running everything don't want to pay anything for anything. They want everything to go into their own pockets. But this is inevitable. The sanctions regime just encouraged Russia to pull away from the system that was really bleeding it dry, like the SWIFT system and the World Bank and all these kind of things. So basically, I don't know if they even realize it, but the Davis doofuses did Russia just a tremendous favor. It's forcing them to rely on their own unbelievable bounty of natural resources. And that's why, the ruble is higher than ever, and Russian gas and oil are trading at prices higher than they have been since before the sanctions took hold. They basically are taking over and nationalizing all the corporate property of the companies that left the country. It was just a really bad idea to cut them out, just not to give the Russians any incentive to play ball. They just said, screw you, we're cutting you off from everything. And they're just like, well, okay, well, you know what? We're not sending you fertilizer, and we're not sending you the trillions of tons of wheat that we grow, or corn, or soy, or, whatever. We're not going to play ball with you. And then we're going to sell it all to China, and then we're going to sell it to India because they need that stuff. I mean, China and India have a terrible problems growing their own food. So screw you, And this is what I'm talking about, this whole world island, this Eurasian project that is really putting the pressure on, the Western naval mercantile powers. But we are very well poised if we can just pull all this stuff back, onshore all our manufacturing again, so we don't need to be held hostage by these supply chain issues, particularly if it's a country that we're coming to loggerheads with, we've got everything we need. The question is whether we're going to be able to take advantage of it. But we have a tremendous problem with our infrastructure. Our infrastructure needs rebuilding. Most of our infrastructure was built from the period from the 30s to the 50s, right? It's all rotting. You've got subway tunnels that are about to collapse in cities like New York. So we need to focus on our home situation. But it's going to be a major problem without all this free, phony money flying around anymore.
Right, right. Well, I mean, that is a really good, hopeful, positive outlook. We do have a lot of resources that can be useful, and it's really just the collapse of things like Wall Street and woke Hollywood and big tech, and those things aren't even us. Like, call me naive, but when 2008 happened, I was like, man, the news is acting like the sky is falling and everything's destroyed, but this has really no bearing on my life. My paycheck, which was always low, is still low. It's still the same job. And of course, people of retirement age, that's different. Your 401k getting chopped in half. Sure, that really sucks. But it's all kind of in the air, and it's not really like at a practical level. Like you say, we still have the Great Lakes. We still have a lot of positive things. I'm looking at moving out of California, but I'm seeing these properties that are on like a couple of acres, and they've leveled everything. It's like a house on 4 acres of just dirt. And I'm just thinking, why don't you have an orchard? Why don't you have every fruit tree that can grow in your region in a little corner of this 4 acres? And I'm looking for that property where someone's already done that work, because it's going to take, 8 years to get it going. But it is crazy how we have the resources and we're focused on the wrong things, and we're focused on really what the elite care most about. And we're equating our ability to succeed based on that stuff, and it's backwards.
Well, I think a lot of this is a cultural issue, but it's also, I don't even know how to refer to it. But when I was talking about before about how the money just sort of pooled in Southern California and Central California. I don't know why they call that Northern California. I mean, to me, Northern California is up near Oregon, but New York, the Northeast corridor from Washington and the Virginia suburbs, parts of North Carolina, New York and so on.
Mm-hmm.
If you look at Massachusetts, for instance, I mean, Massachusetts is really sort of like the nerve center of the military-industrial complex. You've got all the big universities there, which are just basically think tanks for the security state, for the national security state. But you've also got all the tech and stuff. People forget about all the tech that's in Massachusetts, because they're so focused on the glamour of Silicon Valley and so on. But here's the thing, and again, there's a lot of things to unpack. This is like our theory of everything episode, right? And I'm trying to sort of break these down into smaller problems. But so the problem is, like I said, big tech has been held aloft by just billions upon billions of dollars of free money, drug money, unregulated money, so on and so forth. And it was basically, it's the casino effect. Google comes out of nowhere and becomes one of the biggest corporations in the world, depending on how you qualify that, right? But it's like big tech is really a lie. Okay. And here's the thing. So we've got all these people working in big tech companies, right? And not only in California, but also, Seattle area, right? Microsoft and all these, and Amazon and all these people. But the problem is that all the concepts that big tech operates on were put in place before anybody working in Silicon Valley today was born. Do you understand what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. So all the concepts, cell phones, teleconferencing, the internet, wireless, I mean, all these ideas came from the 60s and the 70s, right? A lot of it came from Xerox PARC in Palo Alto. And, I mean, is Xerox even like a significant corporation anymore? You really don't hear about them that much. But they really created the desktop and the mouse and all these kind of things that we use today. But all this technology that we think is like the crown of our 21st century creation, like we are the pinnacle of human striving, is all 50, 60, sometimes 70 years old. Do you understand what I mean? So it's like, what are all these people doing then? Tens of thousands of people in Mountain View and Palo Alto and wherever, you know? I mean, what are they doing? Literally, what are they doing? You know, I mean, we don't see any significant new products coming out of big tech, do we? You know, Google makes a ton of money on the cloud, but their consumer products are pretty poor. You know, I mean, I don't know anybody who uses like their, you know, their spreadsheets or their word processor or any of these kind of things that think that they're state of the art in any way, shape, or form. You know, and Microsoft Word is not nearly as good as it was 20 years ago. I mean, it just becomes bloated because what you have is that you have frauds and mediocrities. You know, they've got to justify these incredible salaries that they're making, this incredible lifestyle that they have. So they're always adding on like all these useless innovations onto consumer software that just bogs it all down. It's just like, I really have noticed, right, that the Mac OS, you know, the desktop OS has just gotten slower and buggier and just less efficient than it was even 10 years ago, you know? And they spend so much time trying to keep their woke employee pool quiet that they don't focus on their core products anymore. And what we really have is that we have tens of thousands of people employed, maybe even hundreds of thousands of people employed in big tech who aren't creating anything real. You know, they're not creating anything of value. What they're doing is maintaining, you know, these platforms and these programs and so on, and usually making them worse. Okay, they're usually making them worse. And a lot of this has to do with the educational system and kind of like the lackadaisical attitude towards work that millennials and Gen Zers have. And this is not like, you know, an old man yelling at cloud. I mean, this is pretty well documented. You know, there was this thing, you know, when Elon Musk was going to buy Twitter, there was some guy who, I don't know if he leaked, there was something that got leaked. And this guy who was like, you know, VP level, executive level, said that, you know, he only works like 4 hours a week and he doesn't want to sacrifice his free time. He basically does nothing for this company because what really needs to be done at these companies anymore, the software exists, right? Like what needs, like it's just basically maintenance because we're not seeing anything new come out or anything significant come out that's new.
Right.
So, but you've got to keep this whole train rolling. You know, you've got to keep this whole illusion of technological progress running because if you don't, people start to question why they're making all these sacrifices on so many different levels, personal, political, economic, to feed the system that feeds on them and is mostly peopled by people who hate them, right? Yeah. And if people start to question that, then the whole thing collapses. You know, it's no coincidence that Elon Musk is the PayPal guy and the Tesla guy, but he's also like, you know, the quote unquote space program guy, you know, which is just all nonsense. And then, you know, like robotics and androids. I mean, robots do exist, but they're automatons. You know, we're never going to see androids ever. Artificial intelligence, again, it's transhumanism. These things are all hoaxes that are promoted by the technocrats to keep this machine running. And they feed this stuff to Hollywood, and Hollywood becomes they become accomplices to this whole scam, this whole hoax, right? Mm-hmm. But this goes back to the 30s, you know, when you had like all this World of Tomorrow stuff and The World to Come, you know, that movie from the 30s, where it'd be like this great future, you know, because everybody was like living hand to mouth during the Great Depression. So this is like the carrot. It's like, oh, don't become communists, you know, just coming. Hold on. It's coming, you know, just it's right around the corner. And, you know, it's like when I've written about on the blog, it's like all these technological miracles have been right around the corner my entire life. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? It's just like, I can't believe it. It just amazes me stories that I remember reading almost verbatim 20, 30, 40 years ago are still being recycled today. It's like Neuralink, right? So that's like Elon Musk is talking about Neuralink. I remember hearing about Neuralink in the early 90s, maybe even earlier. Okay, so this is like this pipe dream that just they keep pushing, and they'll do these sort of like all these little demonstrations, and they're all just faked just to keep this machine running. Because if people start to question technocracy, technocracy will collapse because it's fundamentally fake. They're not creating anything new. They're making enormous amounts of money. I mean, all these people are making enormous amounts of money for doing next to nothing. In the post-COVID area, a lot of these people don't even work anymore. They just collect a salary and stay at home. You know, you're hearing this a lot, right? And like I said, the easy money, the interest-free money, and the drug money is all drying up. Yeah. So it's like they're facing this crisis point. And it's like, you know, you're talking about leaving California. And to me, like, California is so much different. Like, I remember going to San Francisco back in the 80s, and it was wonderful. And it's just like a warm, lovely place with like really friendly people, and you know, just a great environment, and just it was almost like a giant college campus or something, right? And look at it now. You know, I mean, look what it's become. But to me, it's like it's on a deeper level. To me, it's on a metaphysical level. And this is what I say, and this, you know, I can talk about all this nuts and bolts stuff, and when I start to get metaphysical and spiritual about this stuff, people like go, oh, well, you know, this guy's just nuts.
That's our favorite part like, around here.
Yeah. So it's like, California to me, it's become fundamentally evil. That's what I was picking up on, like the past few times that I've been there, is that like, why does it feel so different? Why does it feel cold and hard and unwelcoming? And I think it's because it's become a fundamentally evil place. And the reason being is that it's controlled by fundamentally evil, fake, hoax industries like big tech and Hollywood. Okay. So much of the money is obviously real estate. Real estate, you know, you're asking about like these houses just sit in the middle of this huge arable plot, right? But that's because they can make more money from a mansion, you know, and I'm sure the people who move into that mansion will be screaming about global warming when they're paying, you know, $1,000 a month to air condition the place, you know. You know, I mean, it's all fake. It's all fake. It really is. I mean, yeah, of course, Hollywood produces films, right? And big tech produces software and so on. But they're not producing anything new. There hasn't been a new idea, a fresh idea coming out of Hollywood since at least the early 90s. Everything is just a retread. Everything is a sequel or a remake or a comic book. And again, all these industries are built on laundered drug money. So when you wonder why you have a state that gives rise to just all these hideous people, like, you know, Gruesome Newsom and Chesa Bodine in San Francisco, just turning the city over to criminals, and these weird drunk old hags like Nancy Pelosi and so on. I mean, like, you just look at this and it's just like, this is a freak show.
Yeah.
Well, it's because of the spiritual malaise that I think has gripped California. I mean, I used to love California. Like, I still believe in California. I really do. I think there's a lot of potential there to get over this. But it's like in the 80s, 90s, early 2000s, they were captured. You know, California was colonized by the world of fraud and hoax. You know what I'm saying? Like the fake world.
Right.
Like, to me, the technocratic world is the fake world.
Well, you know, people always criticize me for living here, and I say, yeah, I agree with all the problems you have. All I really like is the natural stuff around me. That's all I really like. That's the part that's hard to leave. So it's not all that other stuff. I understand. It's not great.
There's your Post-Gnosis. You believe in the pleroma and the fullness of nature. Yeah, I agree with you. It's beautiful.
Yes.
You know, I mean, all the mountains and the coastline and Big Sur, and it's just beautiful.
There's a lot to like.
There is a lot to like. It's, you know, people have moved there en masse for a reason. It's that Mediterranean climate that is just so pleasant. But the problem is, go ahead, what?
Well, I was gonna switch gears, but
Oh, okay.
the problem is what?
No, I'm just saying it's like we had these industries that were propped up by funny money to such an extent that you can't run a business on blood money without evil affecting your entire enterprise. I really believe that. I really do believe that.
Well said. And, I come from Missouri, so I have a big network there and a big network here. And I think about these things collapsing, and I look back to the people at home. They're almost completely unaffected and oblivious, and they don't even really care because they've been living closer to the natural systems, and they haven't been running on all the fumes of the blood money and the drugs. And it's California that feels like it's collapsing because of all that stuff. I think you really are nailing it. And if you get more into the Midwest, it really isn't going to be hit as hard by that stuff. But I cannot believe that it's almost been an hour and there were so many little things I wanted to throw into this first hour. But, we'll see where we get. But that is a really good lay of the land and a real positive message about how don't focus on what the elite are doing. And when that stuff collapses, that's not the world itself. And Post-Gnosis is definitely going to make it into the title here. But you have done some really, really deep dives on, the synchromystic stuff we love, the classic Chris Knowles threads that we've talked about. And a lot of them still seem to be continuing. First of all, I didn't know this until this morning, but we should mention that the great Oracle and Siren Supreme Liz Fraser actually has an EP coming out 2 days from now. It's called Sun's Signature, of all things. And the song she chose to remake is interesting. Just to remind people, Jeff Buckley drowned in Memphis. Then rapper Young Dolph also died in Memphis on the 24th anniversary of Buckley's death. And his last video showed him at the bottom of a body of water. Well, she remade a song for the Sun's Signature EP. And of all the songs, it's one called Underwater. I think she knows what's going on. I think she's on to you, Chris.
Well, there's a reason that I made, most of that stuff private, because you forget that anybody can access this information and people are always Googling themselves and so on. It's like, I never Google myself. I don't want to know what people are saying about me.
No, me either.
I remember Frank Miller, he never read reviews of his work this back in the 80s. He said, because the bad reviews hurt his feelings and the good reviews bloated his ego.
Yes.
So he didn't want to hear it. And, it's like, you got to be really careful about like what you put out there. But it just gets to the point that I'm just like, yeah, something is happening. But this gets back to, when I talk about, I don't know, it's almost this concept of eternal return. It's like the things we were taught by the Enlightenment, the things like Sibyls don't exist. That's just fantasy, it's just delusion. We were taught that evil doesn't exist. We were taught that demons don't exist, or the spiritual world, nature spirits, whatever. We were taught that all these things were delusion. We were taught these things were delusion because the people of the Enlightenment were coming on the heels of like some really horrific religious wars that just almost destroyed Europe completely. But the thing is that they threw out a lot of babies with that bathwater. And this whole idea of the Sibyl and the Sibyl emerging at periods exactly like today, the Sibyls would become very important during these crisis periods. We're led to believe that those things don't actually exist. But the great thing about technology today is that we can bypass the opinion makers and do things like what I do with like Synchromysticism. And like once you do Synchromysticism for, it's been like almost 30 years for me, you start to realize that things are not like what they tell you they're like in school. They're not like what the scientists tell you. They're not like what the media tells you. And in point of fact, people above that level, people above that sort of meteor level that, almost like in Brave New World context, that would be the betas. People at the alpha level still believe in all this stuff, and they use it. So when you talk about Elizabeth, it's just like, she's got a 40-year track record of like, every time she makes a move, there's some earth-shaking event
Yes.
to accompany it. You talk about Sun's signature. I mean, Sun's signature was announced hours before Vladimir Putin declared war on Ukraine. Literally hours. Okay? That to me is like, if you don't believe me by now, I don't know what else I can tell you. I've been telling people I've got this huge database on the Secret Sun called Laugh While You Still Can, that was inspired by this sort of Onion knockoff site that was making fun of me. And, I basically responded with all this data, with all this information. It's like, okay, I've got 40 years track record of this kind of thing. And it's leading to where we are today, specifically when Sun's signature was announced hours before Vladimir Putin, out of nowhere, nobody was expecting it, declared war on Ukraine.
Yeah.
So I don't know what to say anymore. I mean, listen, the world doesn't exist like you were taught it exists. And the people at that elite level, they might not understand it. They may not know how to take full advantage of it, but they believe it.
Yeah, and they try.
I guarantee you they believe it. And that's why their symbols tell you that they believe it. Their symbolism and their rituals and their actions. That's really what it's about for me, because it's just like, they believe this stuff and they do these rituals and so on because they work.
Yes.
It works for them. It produces results. And to me, like anything, if you're talking about magic or synchromysticism or religion or mysticism or whatever, to me, it always comes down to, what are the results? Okay? What are the tangible results here? Because you can have your fine feelings, and anything can sort of inspire those fine feelings, right? Those warm fuzzies that you can get under certain conditions in religious contexts. A lot of things can duplicate that effect. But the results to me are like, okay, this is crazy. But it isn't, you think it's crazy, but you probably won't think it's crazy when I show you that it's been going on for more than 40 years now. So what are you going to do?
Right. And let me loop in a little bit more, because this Liz Frazier thread really was a popular episode that we did. And there's been things added to the stack, woven throughout pretty much every interview we've done since. And there's a little more here. So you've done this deep dive on Shepard sacrifice symbolism and its connection to Liz Frazier. We talked about the rapper Little Peep's death and how the Cocteau Twins released an album on November 1st with the lyrics Peep, Peep, Bo, repeatedly.
Yeah.
And November 1st was Little Peep's birthday. Well, we have another Shepard sacrifice in this girl, Little Bo Weep, who was cut from the same cloth as Little Peep, tortured, drug addict, tattooed from head to toe. I don't know if you found much more than that archetypical connection, but the fact that she did cover a Linkin Park song and Chester Bennington was clearly part of all this too, that's also strange. This weird thread keeps dragging people down, especially people who self-reference other victims of it. They become victims themselves.
Yeah. On one level, you could look at it like on a psychological level and, the power of suggestion and so on. But when you have a lot of these people who are oblivious to the symbolism, but still become subjected to it, victimized by it or whatever. And then you go back again to the ancient world and you just see this kind of symbolism recur, especially with these dying rising gods, you know what I'm saying? Like these vegetation gods and so on, Attis and Adonis and so on. And the love goddess, love goddess of music and war, who has the shepherd boy consort, right? This whole constellation of symbols and archetypes. You just have to realize that it's like, this is part of the human condition. And what we see now, we sort of had like what I call like a backstop. It's like the backstop of like the Christian or Christendom or the Christian world, where it was like, no, don't even think about that kind of stuff, because if you even think about it, you'll be tempted by the devil and so on. So in some ways, we were rendered ignorant of it. And in some archetypes, in some of these archetypal returns, for instance, this whole return of the galley, the eunuch, the aggressive eunuchs, right, that we're seeing today, we're unprepared for it. We were unprepared for just how everything that we're seeing reemerge was very much part of like imperial Rome, where it almost seems like the id was more unleashed. It didn't have the sort of hand pressing down on, from the church and the state. So when you talk about little Bo Peep and little Bo Weep, they really do seem like twins, right? I mean, they seem like, and I got to tell you, I mean, this is going to sound like a bit of a diversion, but to me, it almost seems like both those kids, I'm sure, were raised on the internet, right? Grew up with the internet, didn't know another world, spent all their times indoors on social media and Instagram and stuff, and just basically looking into a mirror, but a distorted mirror, because social media offers us this distorted mirror. And it almost reminds me of Moloch, like we don't recognize it as such, but we're sacrificing our children to this machine, of, this Moloch machine, where, in the olden days, people would just sacrifice their children because, they thought they would gain a good harvest or become rich or a desirable lover or so on. And when you look at these individuals who aren't like the most hardy specimens that you can imagine, it really does start to remind me of like sickly children being exposed, the Greeks and the Romans and so on, or the Canaanites, Phoenicians, Carthaginians sacrificing their children on these tophets, these furnaces. And the furnace to me today, in so many different ways, is social media and so on. And what we saw in the ancient world was like this breakdown of gender roles and gender identities. We're seeing that again today. I think that, when you talk about the siren and the mermaid symbolism, it's so obviously tied up in this whole idea of ambiguity and dual identity. And that's why that whole trans organization in the UK calls itself Mermaid. So, I mean, I think that the mermaid symbolism is very much tied up into this. But I got to also tell you, particularly when you look at those two figures and figures like them, this whole idea of like Harry Potter and X-Men and all the superhero stuff and everything, where it's like, it becomes so tangible. You watch these shows and these movies and you just feel like it's there. You're like, you're almost there. But what do I need to do? Like, what do I need to do to become better than human, to become post-human, And it's like nothing else seems to work except for the whole trans thing. And that's where I say, like, I don't think that we would have this whole trans movement without geek culture becoming so ubiquitous and drenching us in these archetypes, but also drenching us in this idea, like this transhumanist idea, that human isn't good enough. Nature isn't good enough. We need to transcend that. We need to rise above that, right? And I think that when you look at like the siren symbolism, like the siren in the ancient stories was like the beautiful song that caused the sailors to be dashed on the rocks, right? And I think that's the same thing. I mean, I think all this geek culture and escapism and anime, particularly anime and manga, because everything is so fluid as a whole, but it's a siren song. Like, I really do believe that it is like a siren song now, because it's causing all these young people to mutilate themselves, irreversibly mutilate themselves, to become slaves to big pharma, right? Because they need this medication for the rest of their lives and so on. And it is a siren song, you know what I mean? And if you look at both Little Peep and Little Bo Weep, it's like they were disfiguring themselves with all these tattoos and so on, right? I mean, they were disfiguring their bodies, you know, not like structurally, but cosmetically disfiguring themselves.
And chemically with the drugs.
Exactly, right? So I think this whole idea of like disfiguring yourself because of you hate yourself because you're not Captain Marvel or you're not the Avengers or you're not Harry Potter or you're not, I don't know, the Powerpuff Girls. I mean, you name it. It's had like this incredible negative knock-on effect that I don't think I really, you know, I anticipated how superhero culture would become mainstream. You know, when I started writing Our Gods Wear Spandex back in 2005, and this was before Dark Knight, and this was before Iron Man, when this stuff really took off. You know, it's kind of like saying, you know, this is going to become the mainstream culture. But I was like, well, where does it go from there? And that's where I sort of stumbled in the book because I couldn't figure out where it was going to proceed to other than this whole idea of transhumanism. You know, at the time when I was naive, I thought was real. But because transhuman isn't real, then we have this trans other thing, you know, we have this other situation. And it really is a cult, but it's also a cult that calls to mind, you know, Cybele or Cybele in the Latin, right? And Sybil and Cybele are, you know, seem to share the same root because it's like these women in caves, you know. And yeah, I just think we're just in just so much trouble. And you know, you talk about the Great Reset. It's like I think we need the Great Reboot. You know, I think we need to just like reboot everything because we've been experimenting on our children for over 30 years now, and the results are disastrous. And not only in our children, but our culture, because you know, our children become, you know, we send them to these horrible schools where they're taught all this nonsense, all this toxic nonsense, and then they get out into the real world and they don't know how to do anything. And this is one of the things when I talk about collapse. I mean, this is something that I've been watching for a long time. It's like a system is only as effective as the people who work inside it. You know, so you're asking me about Ukraine. It's like, well, why is Ukraine such a total clusterfuck? Well, it's because the people in the White House are mostly like these young activist types who, you know, all the older people are terrified of, who don't know how to do anything. Not only do they not know how to do anything, but they're also lazy. They're incredibly lazy. They're lazy and entitled and have no tangible skill set. This is what really worries me. This is so much more prevalent on the coasts than it is, you know, say in certain like heartland places where it's still like, you know, you go to school to learn things. You don't go to school to study gender theory or something.
Yeah, totally.
So we are just in so much trouble. And I got to tell you right now, and I know this will sound very pessimistic, but I don't think democracy can survive these generations. I just don't think it's going to happen. I don't think democracy can survive people who vote, who have no concept of the issues at hand, but are just totally manipulated by Hollywood and big tech to vote for their party. I don't think it can survive that. And I probably said this on your show. It's like we need people who are going to get up in the cherry pickers during a hurricane to fix the phone lines or the cable lines or the power lines. We're running out of those people.
Right.
We really are. And the difference between a successful enterprise and a non-successful enterprise is the people, but it isn't just the people. So it isn't just the fact that we've got all these like poorly educated or miseducated, lazy, entitled, woke idiots. But, you know, the problem is also like the difference between a successful, say a successful startup and a non-successful startup. It's almost like the non-successful startup is like 99% there, but it's just that 1% that's just too far to go, right? And to get to that extra 1%, it's like a whole sacrifice and working around the clock and putting aside your interests to put everything you have into this, but it's also educating yourself for real and not just indoctrinating yourself. And we're running out of those people. And now we're starting to see like what they call the unicorns that were billion-dollar evaluated companies, they're all failing one after the other. And because of the whole issue with the gas prices, I mean, Uber and Lyft and what is it? All these shopping, Instacart, where people are driving around for you, right? I mean, people can't afford to drive around for you anymore.
Yeah, Postmates and that stuff.
Yeah, I mean, this is what I've been seeing this, that everything is getting hit in the stock market, obviously, and big tech is really getting hit. But like all these kind of like laziness things like, I don't want to do my own food shopping, so I'm going to call Instacart or whatever. These are the companies that are getting the hardest hit. And like everybody thought Uber was going to be like the biggest thing, right? And like Uber is like circling the drain now. So again, fake hype. We've been conditioned to believe hype. I can't tell you how many conversations with normies where I just hear people just regurgitating what is clearly public relations or some sort of sales pitch or just some sort of political propaganda, that they just scan the headlines and they don't read any deeper. And they certainly don't read anything that is outside the corporate media. And it's like, we just can't exist with these people. We just can't. No, we can't.
Yes.
I mean that.
I know.
The system, the US, I think, is going to break up.
Yeah.
And I've thought so for a long time because it's just too different, and it's become so much more polarized now, right? And we have just like people just hating each other. But you go on Twitter, right? And you think like, oh, these people are educated and they work at, these think tanks and universities and big magazines and networks and so on. I mean, these people are the adults, right? These people are the grown-ups. And you read it and it's like you're stuck in 4chan, except for they hate somebody else.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? I mean, these people talk like children, like grown-ass men, middle-aged men that just go on these like woke rants. And part of it is because they're terrified not to, because like, oh, I'm a middle-aged white guy in this completely woke industry. It's like, if I'm not the wokest of all, my 6-figure income is gone. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's why you've called it a virus.
Oh, it is a virus. Yeah. I've got a lot of notes on woke that we haven't even got to. I don't know if you want to get into them.
I know.
I mean, I can go on all day. Listen, I mean, when would he start? Like, started at 2?
On the Riverside thing, you can see the counter for how long we've been actually recording. So we're a little bit past an hour.
Oh, okay.
But this is going to be a long first hour because I wanted to throw another log on the Liz Fraser fire just to wrap up that thing. But if the new EP, Sun Signature, is pulling you in, this other loop with Foo Fighters drummer Taylor Hawkins pulls me in because it pulls in my birthday, March 25th.
Oh.
And just like the Little Bo Weep chick, these artists are always referring to each other, maybe subconsciously, but Taylor Hawkins did a piece for Rolling Stone, 5 songs I wish I wrote, and one was So Real by Jeff Buckley. Then we have that episode of The Monkees with Jeff Buckley singing Song to the Siren. We talked about that before and how important it is to this whole saga. And that was March 25th, 1968.
Mm-hmm.
And Taylor Hawkins died on March 25th of this year. Someone always goes down on these dates with references to the previously deceased artists and a Liz Fraser release to match it. And let's add more water deaths connected to this. You say that the day before Tim Buckley premiered Song to the Siren on the Monkees, Aer Lingus Flight 712 crashed into the Irish Sea. And the same day this Mortal Coil's Song to the Siren was released, Cal Flight 007 crashed into the Sea of Japan. Very creepy stuff, man. Planes don't crash into the sea all that often, so that is a wild coincidence.
Sea swallow me. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, Flight 007 was shot down by the Russians. That's that whole Cold War thing. And I find it interesting, when I talked about Sun Signature being announced hours before the start of the Ukrainian war, right? And then, you talk about Song to the Siren. And then the Cocktail Twins did an EP that was released on the 7th of November. And that was the day of Able Archer, which we nearly had a nuclear exchange because of these war games that NATO was holding and so on. So, yeah, it's funny how this stuff just seems to well up back in the consciousness because it's like, I got to tell you something. I'm old, right? I mean, I'm an old man, right? And 40 years does not seem like a very long time to me anymore. And certainly not 20 years, right? And time just doesn't seem to work the way it used to. So it's just like synchro is time, right? So it's like, it almost seems like this is time mysticism in some ways, right? And when you talk about Taylor Hawkins, well, Taylor Hawkins is another deal. I mean, I'm not entirely sure. Like, so he died, and like hours later, the Colombian medical examiner is like saying that he had all this stuff in his system. And it's like, well, how did you get the drug results back that fast? You know, it seemed awfully sudden to determine that he had like all these painkillers and stuff and benzodiazepines in his system. It just seemed like a bit too quick of a turnaround time for a blood test, blood tox screen, as they call it. I strongly suggest that he probably died because of this, what I like to call now the stabby wabby. You know what I'm saying? The little prick. You know what I'm talking about?
I don't know if I do. The stabby wabby.
The stabby wabby, you know.
Ah, okay. Yeah. The jab, some might say.
Yeah. Well, and here's the thing. So you hear about a lot of people like athletes and so on, sort of just dropping dead of heart attacks.
And Bieber's face and his wife's blood clots.
Oh, God.
Nothing to see here, folks.
Yeah. A lot of people who've died, you know, people like soccer players who are just basically running back and forth for 90 minutes.
Yeah.
Your heart rate gets really elevated. So if you have clots or you have some sort of coagulating issue, it's going to be exacerbated by all the strenuous physical activity. You know, and as a drummer, that's a physically demanding job.
Right.
You know, particularly in a band like that. You know, it's like playing 2 hours a night. So I personally believe with Taylor Hawkins that it was that. And then they sort of concocted this whole idea of like, you know, he's back on the drugs to sort of cover it up. But then, you know, when I talk about the whole metaphysical aspect of this, you know, like the friggin' movie Studio 666, you know, when in the trailer for the movie, you know, a demonically possessed Dave Grohl kills Taylor Hawkins, right?
Right.
So it's just like, whoa, you know, and a lot of people I know have talked about that.
Even Bob Saget, they say, well, he fell and hit his head in his hotel room. It's like, well, what caused him to fall?
Yeah.
I don't know. There's a lot of weird stuff going on and a lot of damage control, I would say.
Well, see, this is when I talk about like the complexity. So I'm not even going to try to speculate what the whole agenda behind all that COVID stuff was. Everybody's got their theories, right?
Yes.
But here's the problem. I don't think it was very well thought out. I really don't. And I think this issue with the excess mortality, and you know, now they're trying to get the kids to take these things, and you know, and all these sort of hoops that they have to go through, and these contortions, these poses, these contorted poses they need to assume in order to explain all this stuff away. It's just too much, particularly when like the propagandists now are people coming out of these Ivy League colleges. You know, when they go into communications, they probably are just their heads filled with like gender theory and queer theory and post-structuralism and postmodernism and critical race theory. I mean, these people are not intelligent and they're programmed, right? They're just effectively programmed by the system. And they don't know how to deal with crisis. They don't know how to deal with setbacks because they grew up rich. They grew up incredibly coddled, incredibly pampered. They have no experience with real crisis or with trauma or even like inconvenience. You understand what I'm saying? I mean, these people are not fit to purpose. They're just not up to the job. And as these crises start to escalate, these people are just going to start melting down.
Yeah.
And we're going to see like people just leaving en masse these government departments and bureaucracies and everything because they're not going to be able to deal with the stress and they're just going to walk away. And without the free, funny money to keep bribing them, there's going to be no incentive for them to stay. It's not good.
Yes.
It's not good.
I agree with you. And as we're pulling this all together, what kind of arc do you think we're looking at for the totality of this collapse of empire, let's call it, because, I've done shows a couple of years ago talking about supply chain crises, and I think we started a previous interview a few years ago with "This is the apocalypse," and I sometimes see comments where people say, there's a lot of doom and gloom on your show, which I actually think, today we really threaded the needle between like, well, the world's not ending, the rest of this bullshit is ending. But people, I guess they hear guests talk on a show like this, and it sounds like it's coming tomorrow. And then 2 years later, we're still talking about it. I mentioned Agenda 2030 at the beginning because that's when they want to accomplish their goals. That's 8 years from now. So can you help us give some perspective to this collapse, and what kind of time arc do you think we're looking at to be reasonable?
Well, one thing I always say is that real change is slow and gradual. And because we're so invested in all these narratives like Hollywood narratives and television narratives where all the boring stuff is cut out, right? We expect an Arnold Schwarzenegger movie to be taking place outside our door. And that's not the way it's worked. That's not the way it's ever worked. You had situations, you've had major wars going on where like people a couple miles from the battlefield had no idea that there was a war at all. You see what I mean? It's just like things happen, but the rhythms of life persist, right? What I see is happening is that the current ruling structure, the current ruling class, what I call the Rockefeller Republicrats, have been in the midst of just getting their asses kicked by the fates. You know what I mean? The fates have turned on them, the gods have turned on them for their hubris. And now they're dealing with all sorts of nemesis, right? And they're in the midst of getting their asses kicked. I think that's going to persist. I think that we're going to suffer for a lot of it. I think we're starting to see these people like lash out a lot. I mean, it's mostly verbal now, but I think there will be some non-verbal lashing out to come. But I think what we're going to see, I think this country is going to break up. I really do. And I've thought that for a long time. And it's going to break up into sort of regional blocks where it'll be almost like a looser kind of confederation rather than a federal government. There are a lot of people who think that, like, say, for instance, the middle part of this country is going to form a new country with the center of Canada, Alberta and Saskatchewan and so on. That these provinces of Canada are very alienated from the Justin Trudeau Canada and want to get out. So we could see that. We could see this like huge new country forming of the Plain States and then also the heartland of the Canadian Federation. I think the war is an absolute clusterfuck. And I think that what we're going to see, and we're starting to see now, we're literally starting to see, even at the Joe Biden level, is that the people who were running this shit show are going to try and disentangle themselves from it, and they're going to start pointing the fingers at each other. It's going badly. It's going to continue to go badly. And most serious observers said from the beginning that it wasn't ever going to go well. I don't know if, people are talking about Taiwan and China. Taiwan is very lucky because it has, it's basically a natural fortress. It's very hard to invade because of the Straits of Taiwan there. But I think there's already forming a very huge woke backlash. And I think the last straw was all this grooming stuff in the schools. I think that was sort of like a lot of people said, the hell with this.
Yeah, enough's enough.
Enough is enough. They're after our kids now, forget it, because they always go after the kids. I really wish that the LGB community, the gay community, would disentangle itself from the autogynephilia community, which sort of calls itself the trans community, but isn't really trans. It's something else. There has been people who are saying, like, dump the T, you know what I mean?
Yeah, Dave Chappelle had a bit about that was pretty interesting.
Yeah, and the T and the Q. It's funny, if you look at the pride flag, it's like, it used to just be the rainbow, and it's like all the other stuff, the queer theory stuff is starting to force, it's encroaching. It's like, you're going to have like this little sliver of the rainbow in a couple of years, because it's going to be all these other quote unquote identities added into it. But I think there's going to be huge backlash, and I think it's going to get ugly. And that's what I've always been afraid of, because so fascism, they're always fascists, sort of lurking at the margins, right? There's always been like a fascist element that's been marginal. But when fascists gain power is when this insane, woke, Weimar Republic type of left just completely loses its mind and gets completely drunk with power, which is that they are right now. And I hate to see it, but I'm at the age right now where there's nothing I can do about it. It's inevitable. You know what I mean? It's going to get ugly. It's going to get bad. People are going to get hurt who are innocent. But it's just, unfortunately, the way it always seems to work with these things. The pendulum has to swing to the extremes, particularly in this environment, the superheated social media environment. I think it's going to get bad. But unfortunately, the woke have nobody to blame but themselves. They really have nobody to blame but themselves. And particularly like the grooming community of the woke. And that's really what they are. I mean, if you're taking kids aside and teaching them about gender theory and telling them not to tell their parents, I mean, that's all showing them pornography, telling them not to tell their parents, which is happening in schools today. Those are like classic hallmarks of grooming. You know what I'm saying? So what else are you going to call them? It's like, oh, you're an alt-right Nazi. It's like, no, you're a groomer. I'm not an alt-right Nazi. I fucking hate alt-right Nazis. You're a groomer.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? You can't weasel out of this. That's what you are. But like I said, it's going to get ugly and people are going to get hurt. And it sucks, but I don't see any way around it right now.
Right.
Maybe it's just human nature. Maybe it isn't the internet. Maybe it's human nature, but cooler heads never seem to prevail, until the two constantly warring sides have worn each other out on the battlefield. So, I think things are going to get very rocky. And, we're having all this, like these food production facilities catching fire magically all over the country. That's concerning.
Absolutely. It feels like an attack people won't even recognize.
Well, you know what? I sometimes wonder. So, we all know who the obvious, the people who don't want us to eat meat and want us to eat bugs are the obvious culprits, right?
Yes.
But, sometimes I wonder, like, what if it is like Russian spies, because since they control the world fertilizer trade, right? What better way to fight against their oppressors than to starve them out?
Right. I think it's worth considering. It's so crazy how many people think that everything is just going to be on the surface, that there's not all kinds of games within games and under the radar stuff happening and espionage. I mean, that's the story of warfare and empires and everything. But yet I talk to people and you even make that suggestion and they're like, they just can't even comprehend it because they didn't see it on the news. And it's like, come on, man, you got to think deeper than that. It is quite crazy, but we are going to be talking about this stuff for a long time, I'm sure.
Well, I mean, just one more thing I want to say. Agenda 2030, Great Reset. These are all just pipe dreams. Old men who read too much sci-fi, these are their pipe dreams. And like I said, I mean, one of the biggest problems they have is that they just don't have the people to carry these things out, particularly when they face resistance. When you have weak, entitled crybabies in positions of power, they really don't handle stress very well. They don't handle opposition very well. So I just, maybe I'll be proved wrong, but I got to tell you, I don't see it happening because look what happened to Build Back Better. Remember Build Back Better? Remember everybody was saying Build Back Better, Build Back Better? What the hell happened to that? You know what I mean? And now people, they might have even alluded to this in the Intercept article. It's like everybody's admitting that that was just a total disaster. That never even left the port. It sank at the docks basically. And why did it sink at the docks? Because the people running the Rockefeller Republican Party, aka the Democrats, people running all these agencies and departments and so on, they're not bright, they're not tough, and they can't deal with stress. And COVID's made them very, very lazy. So I just see nothing but bad luck coming for, it's like musical chairs, right? The Rockefeller Republicans were sort of driven out of the party in the 60s by the whole Goldwater Reagan faction. But then they decided, well, they were fighting to gain back power. And they said, well, why don't we just take over the Democrats? Because that party's a mess, we'll just take that party over. But they didn't realize that, one of the reasons why the Democratic Party was a mess is that it's not really a party, it's parties. It's sort of this conglomeration of all these different parties with all these people who essentially hate each other, and they just hate middle America worse, you know what I mean? But it gets to the point, they're not going to be able to handle stress. The media is fucked. No, seriously. I
know.
All these companies have lost half their value in the past year. Netflix has lost 70% of their value in the past year. And Netflix was sort of like the showpiece for woke capitalism, right?
Right.
And they're sinking faster than anyone now. And they put all this woke crap on. People hated it. People left the service in droves. And now they've lost 70% of the value. If you invested in Netflix back a couple of years ago, you've been wiped out. You're gone. Your money is just gone. And God forbid, you have Netflix in your 401k. It's just gone. It's over. So, raising interest rates again. Millennials and Gen Z is just, I'm a Gen X. I grew up in the 70s, 70s and 80s. I was very aware, I was very aware from a very young age. And, I remember what the 70s was like. I remember like government cheese and food stamps and all this kind of stuff. I don't think most people your age or younger have any experience with that. They don't have any experience with like real major want. And I don't know if they're going to be able to deal with it.
Well, people should start armoring up themselves right now. That's what I would say. I mean, we probably have a long tail on this collapse, and you got time to grow some fruit trees and get yourself some land and get out of the city.
Get out of the city. Apps, anybody listening to this, if you're in a city, get out. Any city, get out.
Yeah.
Cities are going to be the absolute worst place to be in the next 5 to 10 years.
I agree.
I mean, it's going to be worse than the 70s. I mean, I remember like the 70s, like what New York and Detroit and Philadelphia and, all these major cities were like, and they're all reverting back to that mean. If you're in a city, get out. Get out of the city. I'm not kidding. I'm deadly serious about this. Get out. And, if you can homestead, do it.
Mm-hmm.
It's just a tough go. It's a tough life.
It is, but having nothing and never being happier is a tougher life, I think. And that's the life that's being presented to us. So
I think that the multipolar world is going to be a good thing. I think that when we're not wasting all our money trying to enforce our will militarily on the entire planet, I think we'll have a lot more money to like fix all the bridges and the subway tunnels and all that good stuff. It's going to take some pain to get there. But I'm not a pessimistic person. I'm always like a long run optimist, and I think a lot of it just has to do with the fact that I'm 55 years old and I've just kind of seen a lot, and I see the cycles, I see how things repeat, and I've studied history. So it's just like, nobody can tell you that things are going to be A-okay for the next few years. They're not, particularly in the next 2 years. But on the other end of that, I think things are going to correct themselves. And we're going to sort of return to, I'm not saying we're going to return to the 50s or the 40s or whatever, but I think we're going to return to a world more like a multipolar world where people make things at home and grow things at home and not like expect peasants down in El Salvador to grow all their food for them.
Yes, I agree with that. I'd say maybe you could use the term sobering up. We're going to be sobering up from all these lofty, unrealistic, unsustainable ideas that we've been living off of. And, the corporate, technocratic teat is running dry. And so we're going to have to stop suckling at it quite so much. But I appreciate your insight as always. As usual, there's just so much content that we talking about today that we can barely pack in the cliff notes to some of this stuff. But you've blogged for so long, connected all the synchromistic dots, and you provide a great service to humanity.
Thank you.
I'm glad you finally did put the Patreon together, because you should be compensated for all that work, and it seems to be going really well and has allowed you to do these deep live streams now. It's really great, and I hope people will hop in there if they want more of what you do. Anything else to leave them with?
Get outside.
Fair enough.
Go outside. Listen to this outside. Fresh air, sunshine, work wonders. They really do.
Yeah, it's good medicine.
Take care of yourselves and love people.
Yeah.
And hold the people who you love close to you. It sounds like a greeting card, but the reality of it is far more powerful than you can imagine.
Right. Well, I know you've been freelancing for Hallmark, but you got a lot of irons in the fire, man.
Yeah, right.
I do appreciate you. You're the best. I am so lucky to be able to have you back as often as I can, because it's just some of my favorite interviews to do are talking to you, and preparing for them is a lot of fun because your work is so vast and enjoyable. But keep up the great work and take care out there.
Thank you, sir.
There it is, guys. The man, the myth, the legend, Chris Knowles, coming in hot on lucky number 11. Always with more notes than we can get to, but hey, conversations are organic. You can only do so much. Lots of little things left on the table. We didn't even get into Bruce Willis and his retirement over a pretty odd neurological condition and the career sinks he's had with the larger Web of the Siren. Obviously, his first big movie was Moonlighting with Sybil Shepard, born in Memphis, of course. But Bruce retired from acting recently because of a rare condition called aphasia, a condition that was defined in a paper November 17th, 2017, Jeff Buckley's birthday. Same date as a PlayStation game called Apocalypse starring Bruce Willis that came out years ago. And the syncs with his career really do keep going, but this condition he has inhibits the ability to understand speech and language, which also sounds very Liz Fraser-y if you've heard her lyrics. She's known for being notoriously hard to decipher, but go check out Chris's Bruce Willis post if you want the full rundown. Maybe Hollywood itself is just such a dark place that most people have some sort of downfall, but more specifically, it starts to feel like what an actor chooses to represent, the themes, the characters. Maybe it can all come together to alter one's fate. But the overall message to me was less dark and dreary than it could be. It depends on how much stock you put in the artificial things, I guess. Because artificial things are collapsing. Did you buy into the false promises of the big machine? Because it's going to be a sad day when you realize that was all a sham. He's right, though, that we are here for these times, so let's be creative as to how we navigate them. And maybe America does have a good opportunity to find its way if we can focus on the right things. We didn't make all the points we might have about woke culture. Maybe some people are exhausted by that conversation. But Chris certainly called out the get woke, go broke perspective before I heard anyone else saying that. And just look how bad these companies are doing. In some cases, worse than they've ever done. Another great presentation he did under the Hidden in Plain Right banner is on the Goddard Tunnel. And I think we've all seen that creepy opening ceremony at this point, but in terms of it being a ritual, one aspect I thought was interesting was the QAnon shaman as a representation of Pan, which we see in that ceremony. But the Goddard Tunnel thing was carried out on 6/1, and what's the date everyone's up in arms with? It features the QAnon shaman? 1/6, of course. So there it is, forward and back, cause and effect. There's a lot more to it, but that layer and the date, pretty interesting. So much stuff, but that is the show. If you liked the first hour, you know you would like the second. We have so many great full episodes in the archive. Get in there. Today we talked about Chris's Stranger Things theory of everything. Of course, we had to on lucky number 11. It's a shame it took us an hour to get there, but we also talked about Dr. Bender, Wonder Woman, and Dr. Bender's crimes against children. That gets pretty dark. We talked about Damien Eccles, the West Memphis 3 high magic and druidic bog sacrifice. Pretty much as dark as it gets. But that fits right into Stranger Things because that new character who's a little erratic and is kind of framed for a situation is based on Damien Eccles. We talked about the Washington Post, wokeness, and collapse. And that whole little dust-up that happened, the hierarchy of birth privilege as opposed to competency, and the strange ongoing story of Ezra Miller, the guy who plays the Flash, or did, because I think that is all getting burnt to the ground right now. If you know, then you know. But free 7-day trial, one of the most convenient and friction-free systems in podcasting. Take a few seconds and join the club if you find this show to be anything close to special, and you'll be in awe of all the extra stuff that comes out week after week in these full episodes. I've never heard someone say, you know what, you don't really add that much to the second hour. I wasn't really missing anything. It's always a surprise, a pleasant surprise as to how much content is really packed in there, but you just don't know what you don't know. You don't know what you're missing if you've never heard a full episode. You can pay with card, cash, or crypto. I don't care. And you can use PayPal by signing up through Patreon as well. Also, check out Chris's Patreon if you really want to get some deep exposés on all sorts of things. He blows my mind every week. But that's it for me. I'm currently on the road trying to pump out one more show, and it seems like we just did it. I so wish Chris could have joined me and Gordon in Austin, but hey, I had my chance when they were both at the Aeon Byte event in Mexico. C'est la vie. Next time, I guess. But take care of you and yours. It is getting hard out there for a pimp. I've done my part. Your move, ritual web weavers, woke virus super spreaders, and entitled technocratic tyrants.